Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
In the throne hall of Stormwind Keep. Varian sat on the throne atop the dais, draped in the blue and gold ceremonial robes of the Stormwind royal family, the crown symbolizing his sovereign power upon his head. Sunlight streamed through the tall stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns of light and shadow across his body. His young face was now filled with solemnity and authority, a world apart from the teenager who'd hidden in a tavern drowning his sorrows just a month ago. Below the dais, the ministers stood in solemn silence. Dukes, counts, and barons in their finery were arranged by rank, with officials and nobles behind them. Alan stood at the very back of the line, mingling with the lower-tier nobles and clerks. The final item on today's agenda, Varian's voice echoed through the hall. I hereby announce a new appointment dash. He paused, his gaze crossing the layers of the crowd, settling on that corner. Stormwind officially appoints Alan Prester as the Royal Magic Advisor. A ripple of murmurs spread through the hall. During this time, Alan had been living in Stormwind Keep for no other reason than Varian had promised him this. Royal Magic Advisor. He was really starting to look like a grand archmage. When the council ended, some nobles were still whispering among themselves. Royal Magic Advisor? What a joke. He's not even a mage, and he gets to be a magic advisor. Another voice chimed in with a laugh, ha 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 ha, I'd call him a dark magic advisor instead. Speaking of which, wasn't Mediva's book stolen? A third voice rose. That dark wizard probably took it. Who else could it be? Exactly. Isn't he from the kingdom of Alterac? Overhearing these nobles chatter, Alan's face instantly darkened. Varian had just seen off a few ministers when he turned back to find Alan's gloomy expression. He froze for a moment, then quickly walked over. What's wrong? Alan didn't answer. He just stared at the receding backs. What are their names? Varian looked at him in surprise. Seriously? You're not actually going to do something, are you? Even as he asked, Varian still told Alan their names. Alan sneered inwardly. Humph. Tonight, I'll pay you a visit in your dreams. Let you see what true evil looks like. Yes, Mediva's book had still been stolen. Varian and the others all suspected that Katrana Prester had taken Mediva's book. But Alan knew the truth. The moment he saw that Alterac insignia, he remembered. It was the Mad King Aidan Perinold. That ambitious king of Alterac had long since sent people to steal Mediva's book and had arrogantly left his own mark behind. In the original course of history, Terran Gorfiend had also come up empty-handed. The artifact he sought had already been snatched up by the Alterac people first. But the problem was. Now, Alterac was completely under Deathwing's control. That old black dragon, under the alias Lord Deval Prester, was toying with the entire kingdom in the palm of his hand. The moment he discovered it himself, Mediva's book would fall into Deathwing's hands, no different from it being conquered already. Alan rubbed his temples. As he saw it, Sargera's scepter was on some island in the Great Sea, hidden deep inside the perilous tomb of Sargeras. If they wanted to stop the Horde's scheme, their best option was to go to Dalaran and protect the Eye of Dalaran there. At the very least, they couldn't let the Horde collect all 3 artifacts. After the council, Varian hurried off to prepare for the award ceremony, while Alan walked alone toward the SI-7 office. Today, Varian was also awarding medals to the heroes of that battle. Morgan Lattimore, as a paladin of Stormwind, was naturally on the list. Those receiving honors today would also be granted a set of high-grade knight armor, a full suit of armor. Morgan's original armor had been forged over many years of frugal living by his whole family, so he'd been too excited to sleep these past few days. After the battle, when Lay had written several letters, some heading north, some south. All 4 of them had been rewarded with 5 gold coins each by the Rin royal family. The reason Stormwind was suddenly so generous was that they had just ransacked the estates of nobles like Duke Merismum, leaving the treasury significantly better off. As he was thinking, Alan had already reached the SI-7 office. He pushed the door open. Dim lamplight illuminated the simple furnishings, a few tables and chairs, a couple of filing cabinets, and a massive map of Stormwind hanging on the wall. Shaw sat behind his desk, holding a cup of tea. He looked up and saw Alan, his gaunt face forcing a smile. Finally here, his voice was hoarse, carrying a barely concealed exhaustion. "Been waiting for you." The reason Alan had come here was that after the confiscations, Varian had promised Alan and the others that each of them could pick any one item from the seized treasures to take. Beyond that, Varian had also been dangling a carrot in front of Alan, saying he'd prepared a big surprise for him. Alan sat down across from Shaw, studying this young spymaster. Shaw had lost a lot of weight. Alan knew why. Because he hadn't managed to stop Kat Rana, leaving the king in danger. That was negligence. Worse still, Shaw had been unconscious the whole time, missing the final battle entirely, let alone having a chance to atone through merit. If it weren't for his personal friendship with Varian, his position as head of SI-7 would have been stripped already. "Let's go." Shaw stood up, taking a keyring off the wall. "I'll take you to the spoils room." He led Alan through several corridors, past layers of guard posts, finally stopping in front of a heavy iron door. The door had 3 locks, each requiring a different key. Shaw unlocked them with practiced ease, then pushed the door open. "Everything's inside. Mr. Winley and Miss Stella have been waiting for a while." The spoils room was larger than Alan had imagined. Rows of wooden shelves were neatly arranged, piled high with all sorts of items, weapons, armor, jewelry, artwork, magical artifacts. All of these had been confiscated from Duke Merismum and the other nobles whose estates had been seized. Winley stood in front of a rack of weapons, casually examining the swords, and gave Alan a slight nod when he came in. Stella, on the other hand, was completely different. Her tiny figure darted between the rows of shelves, constantly letting out gasps of, "Wow, oh my god," and "This is amazing too." "Stella," Alan called out. Stella spun around sharply, her small face full of excitement. "Benefactor. Look at this. And this. And this. They're all so cool." Alan gave her a once-over, then suddenly laughed. "Stella, looks like you've put on a little weight." Stella's expression froze instantly. Her big eyes rapidly filled with tears. "Are really?" Her voice quivered with sobs. "I'm sorry, it's just that I've been eating too well these past few days. Every meal had meat, plus dessert. I just couldn't control myself." Seeing that tears were about to fall, Alan quickly waved his hand. Don't cry, I think it's great. It shows you've been eating and sleeping well, you're super cute chubby." Winley watched this scene from the side, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. That comfort was practically pouring oil on the fire. But miraculously, Stella was instantly soothed. Her face still carried teardrops, yet a smile had already bloomed again, and she even nodded vigorously. "Is that so?" What my savior says is right." Aside from that, Morgan kept insisting he was already more than satisfied and didn't want anything else, so he repeatedly insisted on giving his item selection right to Alan. Alan looked at all the good stuff filling the room, rolling his wrists. Now, this was the moment of dividing the spoils. They started picking through the spoils room. Stella was like a little mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, burrowing through the engineering schematics. Her little hands flipped through one after another, muttering to herself, "This one, no good, this one, already have, this one, wow." She pulled out an engineering schematic, excitedly holding it above her head. "This one. The portable bronze mortar schematic. With this I can dash." "No." Shaw's voice came from the doorway. Stella's smile froze on her face. "That's a Stormwind military secret." Shaw walked over and took the schematic from her hands. "It's registered in the armory inventory, can't be leaked." Stella's little face fell, but she quickly rallied and dove back into the pile of schematics. "Then what about this? This should be okay, right?" She held up another scroll, her eyes sparkling. "Engineering schematic, gnome invisibility device." Alan leaned in to look, puzzled. aren't you a goblin engineer? Why pick a gnome engineering schematic? Stella giggled. She pulled out a pen and directly drew a line through the word gnome on the schematic, then neatly wrote beside it. Goblin. Alan fell silent. So this is how your goblin engineering works? What we goblins are best at is dash. Stella rolled up the schematic and stuffed it into her bosom, proudly puffing out her small chest, learning from everyone's strengths. N. You're a gnome, damn it. Alan didn't say it out loud, turning instead to walk toward another row of shelves. As a man who aspired to be a great mage, now he was the royal magic advisor. How could he not have a proper set of gear? There were quite a few robes on the shelves. Alan looked through them one by one, finally stopping in front of a pure white robe. The fabric felt as smooth as flowing water to the touch. Silver runes were embroidered on the collar and cuffs, faintly shimmering with light in the dim lamplight. Alan took it down, then picked a matching pair of gloves, also pure white, with silver runes on the back of the hands. Elegant robe. Chest, rare quality. Intellect +3. Spirit +2. Equip, slightly increases casting speed. Elegant gloves. Hands, uncommon quality. Equip, slightly increases casting speed. Alan nodded in satisfaction. Now this was more like it. He turned around and found Wen-Lei still standing before the weapon rack, her gaze gliding over the various blades without a moment's pause. Wen-Lei, haven't you chosen yet? Wen-Lei shook her head, saying nonchalantly, nothing I particularly want. Alan's eyes landed on an object in the corner of the rack. It was a collar. Made of black leather, set with a row of sharp silver spikes. He reached out and picked it up, the system panel automatically popped up. Spiked collar. Neck, uncommon quality. Use, summons a fellhound. Alan's eyes lit up. Summon a fellhound? That was way too strong. Fellhounds were mage killers, demonic pets with innate magic reflection. Why don't you pick this? He handed the collar to Wen-Lei. Wen-Lei looked down at the collar, and her face instantly darkened. The spikes, the leather texture, it looked like something out of a certain unmentionable. What are you trying to say? Alan blinked innocently. What do you mean? This collar is really powerful. Wen-Lei took the collar and scanned it. Where's the power? Alan said seriously, it really is powerful. But it's not convenient to demonstrate right now, I'll show you when I get a chance. Wen-Lei's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He stared at Alan for a long moment, but eventually put the collar away. Not long after everyone had finished picking, the door to the spoils room was pushed open. Varian strode in. He had changed out of those heavy ceremonial robes, wearing a set of light casual clothes. All done. He walked straight to Alan and reached out to hook an arm around his shoulder. Alan instinctively tried to pull away. Your Majesty, don't. Please have some dignity. Varian shot him a glare and raised a hand, punching him right on the shoulder. Ouch. Alan dramatically grabbed his shoulder. It hurts. Speaking of which, what exactly was this surprise you mentioned earlier? Varian gave a mysterious smile, not answering directly, instead asking. Alan, what are your plans next? Going back to Alterac? Alan's smile faded. Alterac. The place he claimed to be from, the kingdom that was already in Deathwing's grasp. Of course, he wouldn't go back. He wasn't really from Alterac anyway. Although no one had entrusted him with it, the theft of Mediva's book right under his nose left him with a nagging sense of unfinished business, like a task incomplete. And the system's strange wooden stick quest also pointed toward a magical capital. I'm not planning to go back to Alterac. He turned to look at Wen-Lei and Stella. I don't know what everyone else is planning, Alan said, but I'll probably keep adventuring. In the near future, I might head to Dalaran. Dalaran? Varian looked at Alan in surprise. You're going to Dalaran? The others were also a bit startled. Varian immediately spoke up. In the near future, I have a friend who's also going to Dalaran. If possible, could you let her follow you? With you protecting her, I'd feel most at ease. With that, Varian smiled knowingly. Also, if you're not going back to Alterac, why not just stay in Stormwind from now on? Then he patted Alan's shoulder, winking as he added. So, the so-called surprise is, the mansion in the Garden District is almost rebuilt. It should be finished by the time you get back from Dalaran. When that happens, pick one, I am giving it to you. Everyone was stunned. What? Night. Alan lay alone on his bed in the room, staring at the ceiling. Varian's surprise really was giving him a house. A mansion in the Garden District, no less. It was clear Varian really wanted to tie him down to Stormwind. Just the Garden District, the location wasn't very auspicious. In a few years, the world-ending dragon, Deathwing the Destroyer, who caused the global cataclysm, would descend from the sky and blast the entire Garden District into ruins. But Alan couldn't help feeling emotional. He was about to have a home in Azeroth. Ever since he'd crossed over, he'd lived in inns, slept in other people's beds, used other people's things. The Lion's Pride, the Pig and Whistle, the little inn in Darkshire, every bed was just a temporary shelter. And now, he was about to own his own house. What a strange feeling, like, he'd finally put down roots in this unfamiliar land. But wait, who was that friend of Varian's who also needed to go to Dalaran? A friend of Varian's. As he thought about it, he pulled up the system panel. He still hadn't chosen his subclass. He'd been so busy lately that he hadn't even had a moment to sit down and think it through properly. Now, he finally had some free time. Alan took a deep breath and called up that familiar interface. 3 options lay there quietly, radiating an alluring glow. Dragonblood Warlock. Wild Warlock. Storm Warlock. He stared at them for a long time. Dragonblood Warlock, you could awaken dragon bloodline, breathe fire, grow wings, and eventually even transform into a dragon. What man could resist the temptation of becoming a dragon? Storm Warlock, you could command lightning, summon wind and rain. That thunder he'd called down from the sky when he fought the Death Knights, that feeling of controlling the heavens and the earth, it was definitely exhilarating. Wild Warlock, full of uncertainty, but also full of miracles. Maybe a spell would blow you to pieces, maybe a spell would turn the tides. The Gambler's Romance, those who understood, understood. Alan fell into deep conflict. So hard to choose, he couldn't help but sigh. Can't I just have all of them? The system fell silent. A moment later, that gentle, hollow female voice rang out in his mind. Remember what I told you. A warlock's charm and confidence can sometimes make willpower bend reality, make magic yield to your body, and even make the world favor you. So dash. Alan froze. You can obtain the inheritance of all 3 subclasses simultaneously. And in the future, you may even unlock even more classes. What? That's actually possible. However, the system paused. Right now, you can only unlock 1 subclass sequence. So for the moment, you still need to choose 1 subclass to unlock first. A with Grave Beta. Alan's eyes lit up. Since he could unlock all of them eventually, what was there to agonize over? Pick the one he wanted most first. The dragon bloodline of the Dragonblood Warlock had the highest ceiling among the 5 dragon aspects. The elemental origins of the Storm Warlock were, in World of Warcraft, even a rank lower than the dragon aspects. As for the Wild Warlock, it could sometimes be obtained through exposure to some form of primordial magic, and the primordial magic of World of Warcraft. His finger didn't hesitate as it pressed toward the second option. Wild Warlock unlocked. In that instant, Alan felt the entire world spin. His consciousness was violently yanked into a strange space. There was no up or down, no left or right, no time, no space. Only endless surging chaos. Dazzling light flooded in from all directions. The light was too bright. So bright he couldn't open his eyes. But even with his eyes closed, he could feel it. Something was watching him. It was a presence. A presence so vast it defied description, lurking in the deepest depths of the chaos. It cast him a casual glance, and that look felt like billions of stars falling at once, carrying the indifference of eons and the weight of the galaxy. Just one glance. And then, Alan was thrown back out. He snapped his eyes open, gasping for air, and found himself still sitting in his room. Outside the window, it was still the same quiet night. Everything was as it should be. But something inside him had changed. A wild surge of magical energy raced and churned through his veins, like a beast trapped in a cage, ready at any moment to break free and roar with reckless abandon. That power was uncontrollable, lawless. It craved release. It craved destruction. It craved turning everything upside down. Traits unlocked. Wild magic surge. When you cast a spell, you have a chance to release an unshaped surge of wild magic. Based on the result of a roll of a 100-sided die, the effect of a wild magic surge will be randomly triggered. Tides of Chaos. You can harness the power of luck and chaos to give yourself advantage on one ability check. After using Tides of Chaos, the next spell you cast will definitely trigger a wild magic surge. Alan stared at these two traits, the corners of his mouth curling up wildly. Simply put, wild magic surge meant that every time he cast a spell, there was a chance he'd be opening a mystery box, randomly generating some unique effect. For example, your weapon might suddenly come to life, or you might suddenly grow a full body of fur, stuff like that. As a warlock, all he had to do was surge. Leave everything else to luck. A powerful warlock had to have that kind of confidence. Main quest triggered. Greatness needs no words. Freely explore the wild power within you. A warlock needs a grand performance. Quest objective, cast one great spell 0 of 1. Quest reward, random mid-level spell x2, unlock one subclass sequence. Alan's smile froze on his face. Another abstract quest like this? The last one, Weave a Great Lie, had kept him running for how long? From Gold's Hire to Darkshire, from Stormwind to Crystal Lake, lying to heaven and earth and a female dragon all the way. And now another, great spell. What kind of spell counted as, great? Was the Ninth Circle Meteor Swarm great enough? But he couldn't cast it right now. So what would qualify? Alan scratched his head and decided not to think about it for now. He stood up and draped a pitch-black cloak over his shoulders. Pulling up the hood, it could cover most of his face. Tonight, he still had one important thing to do. Outside the window, the moon was bright, and the breeze was clear. Alan slipped out of Stormwind Keep without a sound, crossed the empty streets, and used the anywhere door to sneak outside the city. The public cemetery in the northern outskirts of Stormwind City lay exceptionally still under the moonlight. Alan Prester, wrapped in his black robe, walked alone through the rows of tombstones. He didn't hesitate. His direction was clear. Eventually, he stopped in front of a simple grave mound. Under the moonlight, a crude wooden marker stood silently. Milana. May she rest in peace. There was no surname, no date of birth or death. Just that one simple line. Alan stood in front of the grave for a moment. Then he pulled out a shovel. He started digging. His movements were gentle, slow, as if afraid to disturb the slumber below. Shovelful after shovelful of earth was turned over and piled to the side. The moonlight fell on him, stretching his shadow long. He dug for a long time before the shovel hit a coffin. It was a crude, thin-planked coffin. Not even painted. The wood had already begun to rot. Alan pried open the lid gently, revealing the sleeping skeleton inside. He took a deep breath and raised his hand. Communicate with the dead. The familiar incantation flowed from his lips, the ancient syllables drifting on the night breeze. The skeleton trembled, then slowly sat up. But the moment it saw him, an expression that could only be described as joy seemed to flicker across its face. Prester. Young master. The voice was hoarse and faint, yet carried genuine delight. You. Milana. Alan looked at her, his voice calm and gentle. I've come to fulfill my promise. In the skeleton's eye sockets, something seemed to glimmer. Your wish, I helped you complete it. The love of your young mistress's heart has already received their token of love. He will live well. They will be happy. Milana's skeleton trembled slightly. So. Alan's voice was very soft. Hearing this news, are you happy, Milana? Milana nodded vigorously. The movement was stiff, yet filled with a soul's most genuine joy. Happy. Alan let out a long breath. For more questions. A month ago, when he first came to this cemetery with Varian and the others, they had awakened another maid, Emily Barker. They had used 2 questions to lock onto the true culprit, and with the remaining 3, Alan had asked about trivial matters before sending her back to her peaceful slumber. Now, he recalled those 3 questions. By Milana's coffin, under the moonlight, in the silent cemetery, he sat down. Then, he took something delicate from his chest. A small music box. Emily said, his voice was very soft, that you often stare at Miss Tyroya's music box and space out. So. He wound the spring. I bought one for you. Do you like music boxes? Milana was stunned. Her hollow eye socket stared at the small music box, as if for the first time she began to ponder the question, what do I like? A long moment passed. She nodded. I like it. Alan wound the spring again and gently placed the music box before her. A crisp melody flowed out. Simple, melodious, carrying the dappled sunlight filtering through leaves, the crisp chill of a babbling brook, and the gentle touch of a breeze across wheat fields. Are with grave NB. Alan took another item from his chest. A daffodil. Its pure white petals shimmered with a faint halo under the moonlight, and its slender stem trembled slightly between his fingertips. Emily said you used to grow daffodils yourself and take care of them. He held the flower out to Milana. Do you like daffodils? Milana nodded forcefully. So forcefully, it was as if she was using up all the affirmations of her lifetime. I like them. Hearing that affirmative answer, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Alan's mouth. He reached out and gently placed the daffodil into Milana's hands. Emily also told me, Alan looked at her, his gaze soft. She said you would occasionally eavesdrop on the history lessons the teacher gave to Miss Tyroya. He paused. Milana, do you really have no wish of your own? Milana, who had been relatively calm until now, froze at this question. Then, her body began to tremble violently. I'm sorry. Her voice cracked. I'm sorry, I lied, I'm sorry. She sobbed, like a child who had done something wrong. My wish wasn't to fulfill my lady's wishes. I have my own wish. I wanted my lady's music box. I wanted to listen to it every night before I fell asleep. I wanted to read. I wanted to be a mage apprentice, just like my lady, to be able to change my future. I wanted a better life. I wanted the daffodils I planted to never wither. I also wanted to live. Wah dash. Her wails as the deceased echoed under the moonlight. I'm sorry, I lied to you. I just wanted to look more like a qualified maid. I'm sorry, sob 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 sob. Alan was silent. He looked at this weeping soul, at the desires she had suppressed her whole life, at the truth she dared not speak until after death. Then, he reached out and removed the badge from his chest. The Royal Magic Advisor's badge. A silver emblem engraved with patterns of arcane, fire, and frost, gleaming with a cold light under the moon. He gently placed the badge into Milana's palms as well. Don't cry, Milana. His voice was soft, yet firm. Take this. It's a symbol of a great mage. Milana's sobs gradually quieted. When you return to the afterlife, you can proudly tell everyone Alan looked at her, his gaze sincere, that you saved the greatest mage in Azeroth's history. He paused. And that greatest mage will, in turn, save Azeroth one day. Everyone will be proud of you. The music box's spring had run out. The last notes scattered in the night breeze, fading into silence. Milana lowered her head, staring at the badge in her palms. A long moment passed. She looked up. Thank you. Alan. Prester, thank you. Alan looked at her. One last question remained. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I'm sorry, Milana. Milana tilted her head. I lied to you too. Alan's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of remorse. Alan Prester is not my name. Tonight, he had purposely left Xalatath in his room. That dagger was not by his side, no whispers, no prying eyes, no gaze of any third party. Only him and Milana. Only the moonlight and the cemetery. He leaned close to Milana's ear. The night breeze gently brushed past, carrying his whisper and sweeping away those few syllables. His voice was so soft it seemed unwilling to be heard by anyone, as soft as a secret entrusted to another secret. The wind drowned out that name. Only Milana heard it. Only the moonlight bore witness. Alan stepped back, looking at her. So, I lied to you, Milana. Will you forgive me? Milana's body trembled. She nodded forcefully. So forcefully, it was as if she poured all her emotions into that one motion. I will. Her voice grew fainter and fainter. Thank you, thank. Her voice grew weaker and weaker, more and more distant. Her bones slowly lay back down, returning to the simple coffin, returning to that eternal slumber. Alan gently placed the 3 items by her hands: the music box, the daffodil, and the badge. He closed the coffin and began to fill the grave with earth. One shovel, another shovel, and another. His movements were still very gentle, very slow, as if guarding something. When the last clump of soil covered it, the grave mound looked just as it had before. Alan sat for a while in front of the grave. The moonlight fell silently, and the cemetery was utterly still. Occasionally, the cry of a night bird came from afar, and nearby, only the rustling of wind through wild grass could be heard. He was guarding something. Guarding the secret he had just spoken, guarding the final rest of that soul, guarding this fleeting moment of peace. Under the moonlight, he lowered his head. Then, he froze. On his left wrist, at some unknown time, 3 wavy lines had appeared. The lines were very shallow, like a birthmark, or some kind of mark. 3 waves. What is this? Alan stared at the 3 lines, and a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. In the Tavern of Darkshire, Khadgar had grabbed his wrist, anxiously turning it over, as if searching for some trace. Could these 2 things be connected? He shook his head, temporarily suppressing the doubt in his heart. He stood up, taking one last look at the grave mound. Good night, Milana. He turned and left, his black robe melting into the night. Stormwind Keep. Alan silently used the anywhere door to return to his residential quarters. The corridor was empty, only the dim light of wall lamps flickering. He turned the last corner. Then stopped in his tracks. In the garden, a figure was sitting on a stone bench, leaning against a pillar, gazing up at the moon. One lay. He hadn't slept. Right now, he was dressed in light casual clothes. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head. Their eyes met. He spoke coldly. So late, where did you go? Alan's body froze. For some reason, he felt like he'd been caught red-handed in an affair. He'd just gone to the cemetery to visit a dead woman. But when Wenlei's eyes locked onto him, his heart inexplicably pounded with guilt. Wenlei, it's so late. Aren't you going to sleep? Wenlei didn't answer. She just kept staring at him. You still haven't answered me. Where were you this late? Alan was stumped. Honestly, if he'd just answered right away, none of this would have happened. He could have just said, I went to Milana's grave. What was so hard about that? It wasn't like it was something shameful. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to speak in that first second. After that second of guilt, the next second became even harder. Then the third, the fourth. The longer he hesitated, the more suspicious he looked. It's nothing, he said with a dry laugh. Couldn't sleep, so I went out for a stroll. Wenlei stared at him with sharp eyes. Then she circled around him. Her gaze swept from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, and then back up again. Mud. There were traces of mud on his pants cuffs, his sleeves, even between his fingers. There was a bulge on his back, like he was hiding something. Wenlei reached out and pulled an iron shovel from under the black robe draped over his back. Alan's expression froze. Is this something you need for a stroll? Wenlei looked at him. You went to that cemetery. To Milana's place. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Alan opened his mouth, then finally let out a sigh. How did you figure that out? His voice softened. I just went to keep a promise and chat with her a little. I made a promise to her a month ago. Wenlei curled her lips. After waiting so long for him in the dead of night, and he was usually someone who loved to sleep early. Did you really have to hide that from me? Alan looked at his tightly furrowed brows, his impatient movements, and his unpleasant expression. Inwardly, he complained silently. Looks like, it was actually pretty necessary not to tell you. Alan asked cautiously, is there something going on? If not, maybe we should just get some sleep. Wenlei grabbed his sleeve. There is something. Alan was taken aback. Have you forgotten? Her voice dropped low. I hired you to investigate all of this. Now that everything's come to light, I still owe you 5 gold coins, RAOBs. Alan's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, right. He slapped his forehead and rubbed his hands together. So, are you going to give them to me now? Wenlei untied a money pouch from her waist and tossed it to him. Alan caught it, opened it right there, and started counting them one by one with intense focus. Wenlei stood there, but she wasn't looking at Alan. She was looking down, her gaze fixed on the tips of her shoes, motionless. After counting the gold coins, Alan stuffed them into his pocket and casually cracked a joke. But honestly, for such a dangerous and long-winded mission, isn't 5 gold coins a bit too little? Wenlei's head snapped up. On her face appeared an expression Alan had never seen before, nervous, flustered, hesitant, and even a trace of indescribable anticipation. You're right. Wenlei's voice trembled a little. It's not quite enough. Alan was stunned. He blinked. I was just joking. It's enough, it's enough. But Wenlei didn't reply. She took a deep breath. Close your eyes. Just listen to me. Close your eyes. Alan looked at her, then closed his eyes. The night wind was cool, brushing against his cheek. In the distance, faint chirps of insects could be heard, along with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Thump. 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 Then, he felt something soft gently peck at his cheek. Very light. As light as a petal falling on his face. He opened his eyes. And then he froze. Beneath the moonlight, standing in the garden, was an elf. Her silver hair cascaded down like flowing moonlight, spilling over her shoulders. Her eyes, deeper and clearer than the sky itself, gleamed with a gentle light under the moon, like the purest gems. Her ears were pointed, and at this moment, they trembled slightly, tinged with a faint pink. Her skin was white as snow, delicate as if it emitted its own light. The moonlight fell on it, casting a soft halo. She just stood there, quietly staring at the tips of her shoes. Did she, just kiss me? Alan's mind went blank. Though he'd had his suspicions, seeing her true appearance up close still left him utterly stunned. And also... Thump. 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 What's that sound? It's so noisy. You. He spoke with difficulty, trying hard to act shocked. You're Wenlei. How is that possible? Wenlei, now she should be called Wenlisa. She lowered her head, looking at the tips of her shoes. I'm sorry, Alan, she said softly. I lied to you. I'm not a hunter, and I'm not a human either. Maybe you already knew, but I'm sure you didn't know that I'm. Alan nodded solemnly. Indeed, he said with a serious face. I never would have imagined that you were actually a lady. When Lysa fell silent for a moment. I'm sorry, she finally spoke again. I didn't mean to lie to you. Alan cut her off immediately. There's nothing to be sorry about. His voice was calm and sincere. From the very first day we met, we both knew it all along, didn't we? When Lysa looked up at him. Under the moonlight, something flickered in those sky-blue eyes. Alan met her gaze, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. We're both liars, scoundrels through and through, con artists sneaking into Stormwind, he paused. We're accomplices, aren't we? When Lysa stared at him in a daze. The moonlight spilled over him, making him more radiant than any high elf she had ever seen. She smiled. That smile was gentle and radiant. She reached out her hand. Then let's start over, her voice was light and cheerful. My name is Lysa Windrunner, from Quel'Thalas. Alan took her hand. Soft, cool as jade. Lysa only touched it briefly before retracting her hand like a startled rabbit, hiding it behind her back. Alan withdrew his hand, looked at her, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. It's a pleasure to meet you. He paused. My name is Alan. Baron Whitback plopped down onto the soft couch, smugly opening his mouth. Good news? Of course it's fantastic news. At today's council meeting, I stirred up old Clayton to impeach that pretty-faced royal magic advisor in front of the king, and it actually worked. The Baroness paused mid-sip of her tea, casting an unexpected glance at her husband. The king summoned that dark wizard right to the council hall, tore into him in front of everyone, and revoked his appointment. The Baron's fat jiggled as he laughed. He paused, a hint of regret creeping into his tone. Too bad that dark wizard got so scared he shat himself. He offered his most prized ritual dagger to Clayton right then and there to make amends. You should have seen that dagger, it was clearly no ordinary item. He smacked his lips, the more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. If I'd known, I'd have done it myself. Would have snagged the treasure for free. The Baroness gently advised. Don't be too harsh. That advisor seemed quite handsome, didn't seem like a bad person. Baron Whitback's face instantly soured. Handsome? He shot upright, eyes bulging wide. What do you mean by that? Were you staring at that pretty face? I just meant. Shut up. Spittle sprayed across the Baroness's face. Looks like you're itching for a beating. Daring to praise another man in front of me? Cursing under his breath, he stood up. I'll sleep at Elena's tonight. Don't you get in my way here. Late at night. Baron Whitback eagerly pushed open his lover's door. The Elena he'd been longing for was sitting on the bed with her back to him, her golden curls cascading down, stirring all sorts of fantasies. Little darling. The Baron swallowed hard, lunging forward impatiently. He wrapped his arms around that slender figure, hurriedly leaning in to plant a fierce kiss on her pale neck. After making out for a good while, he suddenly froze. The touch, rough, shriveled, carrying a nauseating stench of rot. He jerked his head up, peering at the face of the person in his arms by the candlelight. It was a shriveled, skin-rotted face, with dry, gray strands of hair plastered in clumps to her scalp. That thing grinned at him, flashing a toothless smile. Ah dash! Baron Whitback let out a blood-curdling scream, tumbling off the bed in a panic and scrambling out the door. He stumbled out of the room, burst into the hallway, gasping for breath. The once familiar corridor now stretched endlessly, with flickering candles on either side casting twisted shadows. Up ahead, a figure wobbled toward him. Its steps were stiff and eerie, each one as if pulled by some invisible force. Closer. Whitback could make out the face. It was old Clayton. The noble he'd goaded into impeaching the dark wizard. Old Clayton's eyes were hollow, with a strange smile plastered on his face. He held something in both hands, raising it high like an offering of some precious treasure. It was a dagger. What are you doing? Old Clayton didn't answer. He walked up to Whitback and slowly knelt down. That hollow face tilted upward, reciting strange words in a voice that wasn't his own, each syllable scraping against the eardrums like a blade. Then, he raised the dagger. And aimed it at his own throat. Squelch dash. Blood erupted, splattering all over Whitback's face. Old Clayton slumped to his knees, a gurgling sound coming from his throat. Take it out, take it away, it's yours now. Dash. Baron Whitback jolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Dawn hadn't broken yet. Outside the window, it was pitch black. His wife, startled awake, hurriedly sat up and leaned in with concern. What's wrong? A nightmare? Whitback was panting heavily, the terror still lingering in his eyes. He stared blankly at his own hands. No blood. A dream. It was all a dream. But he didn't relax. He threw off the covers, dashed out the door barefoot, and roared into the hallway. Someone. Someone. A few bleary-eyed servants scrambled over. What about the letter I sent to old Clayton today? The servant paused in confusion. Back to you, my lord. It's already been sent out, dispatched this evening. Whitback's face turned deathly pale. Get it back. He lunged at the servant like a madman, grabbing him by the collar. Quick. Send someone to chase it down. Now. The next day. Alan, who had used dream-weaving for the first time the night before to give those gossiping nobles a good scare, woke up refreshed. His first move of the day was to glance at his attribute panel. Character name, Alan Prester. Race, human. Class, wild warlock. Strength, 14, you're a once-in-a-lifetime martial prodigy. Agility, 16, who'd have thought you were a sickly weakling a month ago? Constitution, 17, kid, ever considered selling blood for a living? Intelligence, 28, you'll earn the favor of the magic goddess Mistra. Perception, 27, the world in your eyes is completely different from others, stones smile, flowers sing, and the gentle breeze actually whispers secrets only you can hear. Raz. Charisma, 32, stop adding more, just stop. Unallocated attribute points, 10. Learn spells, meteor swarm, chain lightning, dream weaving, communion, polymorph, anywhere door, communicate with the dead, knock, Tasha's hideous laughter, grease, speak with animals, shield, tongues. Traits, wild magic surge, tides of chaos. That's right, Alan hadn't yet spent the 10 free attribute points from his latest reward. First, he was worried that raising attributes too high might trigger something like arcane intellect that would cripple him outright. Second, he was also torn over whether to allocate the points to his physical stats first, since his only real weakness right now was being too squishy. Third, he might face all sorts of situations in the future, and different circumstances might call for different attribute specialties. Keeping some free attribute points on hand would let him go all out in specific scenarios. Plus, in the days right after unlocking Zalatatha's true form and defeating the Blood Fiend for his reward, he'd been feeling dizzy and getting vague headaches. After a few days, things improved a lot. It seemed his body needed time to adjust to the attribute boosts, especially the mental ones. Putting away the attribute panel, Alan grabbed his packed bags and headed out. Meanwhile, in Stormwind Keep's meeting hall, the atmosphere was eerily frozen solid. Morgan stood at the door, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a fist. He looked at the silver-haired, pointy-eared high elf in front of him, then glanced around, then back at her. Stella sat in a chair, her little head swinging from left to right to left, her gaze scanning over the elf. She'd always thought she was the only girl in the benefactor's party. But now, she took another look at Lysa, at her face, at her figure, at her bulging coin purse. Stella slumped her head in defeat. She was totally outclassed. Varian was the quickest to accept it. Right now, he was leaning close to Alan's ear, his grin unbearably smug. You lucky bastard, Alan. I never thought you'd be hiding a high elf. That mansion can be my early wedding gift to you. I only have one request. He slapped Alan on the shoulder. Don't let yourself get whisked off to Quel'Thalas as some live-in son-in-law. Alan's face was blank. We're just keeping things simple. Yeah. Varian nodded emphatically. A simple master-servant relationship, right? I get it. I totally get it. Alan couldn't be bothered with him. Lysa stood by the window. Her stunning face showed no emotion, but those sky-blue eyes screamed impatience. Keep staring, she said, her voice icy cold. Keep staring, and I'll gouge out every single one of your eyeballs. Morgan flinched, finally snapping out of it. This is a prank, right? He pointed at Wenlisa, his words tumbling out. This has to be a prank. Where's Mr. Wenlei? Is he hiding? Behind the door. Mr. Wenlei, come on out dash. Wenlisa gave him a slightly exasperated look but said nothing. The group set out, heading to the Griffin outpost on the city walls. Along the way, Wenlisa's silver hair and pointed ears drew every passerby's gaze. Soldiers and civilians, men and women, old and young, everyone who walked by turned to stare, then leaned in to whisper and gossip. That was exactly why she'd used the orb of deception to disguise herself as a human before. This appearance was far too eye-catching, there was no way to investigate discreetly like this. Finally, they reached the Griffin outpost. It was a stone platform built high on the city wall, with a massive eagle's nest perched on several thick wooden posts. A few griffins were crouched in the nest, preening their feathers with their beaks. These creatures were enormous, taller than the finest warhorses. They had the heads and forelimbs of eagles' sharp beaks, powerful feathered talons, but the hindquarters and tails of lions. Their golden-brown feathers gleamed in the sunlight, and their muscular hind legs radiated raw power. Wenlisa stood at the edge of the outpost, staring at the griffins with a sullen expression. She was clearly in a bad mood. Today, she'd received a letter from her eldest sister, Illyria Windrunner. The letter said there was an urgent matter and she needed to go to the blasted lands to help. That meant she would have to part ways with Alan and the others for now. Alan sensed her unease and walked over to her. It's okay, he said softly. Your sister is a big hero in the Sons of Lothar. If she's calling for you, it must be important. Go help her first. Wenlisa didn't look at him. She just kept her head down. We're only setting off ahead of you anyway, Alan continued. When you're done over there, come find us. We'll be waiting for you in Dalaran. The 3 artifacts weren't secured yet, and there was still time before the Sons of Lothar got trapped in Draenor. Right now, the blasted lands would only see some orc diversionary attacks. She should be safe going there, that was what Alan thought, though he didn't say it aloud. Wenlisa lifted her head and glanced at him. In that glance, there was something unspoken. Without answering, she silently walked over to the Griffin outpost's railing. The beast tamer led over an especially sturdy griffin. Its crest was silver-gray, shimmering in the sunlight. Wenlisa stroked its neck. The griffin let out a low rumble and docilely lowered its head. She swung herself up onto its back. The griffin spread its wings. Its massive wings whipped up a gale, sending everyone's clothes flapping and their hair flying. Wenlisa looked back. Her gaze swept over the group: Morgan, Stella, Varian, and then landed on Alan. She paused. Then, she turned her head away. The griffin launched into the sky. Its enormous figure shot upward, its wings tracing graceful arcs through the air. Sunlight bathed it, and its silver-gray crest and golden feathers merged into a dazzling blaze of light. The griffin climbed higher and higher, flying straight into the rising sun. The glare was harsh. Alan squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes as he followed the shrinking silhouette. Suddenly, a bulging money pouch plummeted from the sky, arcing down and landing right in front of him with a precise thud. Smack! Then, Wenlisa's voice drifted down from above, growing fainter and farther away. Alan dash. You absolutely have to go to Dalaran and protect the Eye of Dalaran dash. This is my deposit to you dash. You must wait for me in Dalaran dash. The last few words scattered on the wind, barely audible. Alan looked down at the pouch on the ground. Then he looked back up at the sky. The figure had already become a tiny dot, vanishing between the clouds. Alan bent down and picked up the pouch. Varian, Stella, and Morgan instantly crowded around him. 6 eyes were locked on that pouch, curiosity nearly spilling over. Open it, open it. Varian's face was full of gossipy excitement. Let me see what token of love Miss Wenlisa gave you. Alan shot him a glare, but still opened the pouch. Golden light immediately dazzled everyone's eyes. Stella and Morgan's eyes went wide. Neither of them had ever seen this many gold coins in their lives. Varian looked at the pouch, then patted his own empty pockets. Remembering the bounty Stormwind's royal family had given one Lysa earlier, his expression grew increasingly awkward. Alan counted them exactly 50 gold coins. He froze for a moment, then looked up at the sky again. There was nothing left up there. That woman. Did she just throw her entire life savings at me? Ahem. Varian cleared his throat, trying to change the subject. So, my friend is already waiting downstairs. Go meet him. Get to know each other. He paused, then added, take care of her for me. Alan put the pouch away and nodded. The group started down the stairs. Stella lagged at the back, but her eyes couldn't leave that bag of gold coins. All sorts of thoughts churned in her little head. If its sister were Lysa. Down on the street below the outpost, a carriage was waiting. The carriage looked ordinary. Around it, a few attendants in dark blue uniforms were scanning the area warily. Their hands were thick with calluses, their skin dark and rough, and curved blades hung at their waists. The carriage curtain was lifted by a small, delicate, pale hand. A tiny, exquisite face peeked out. Golden hair, like spring sunlight, fell softly over her shoulders. Her face was small and refined, still carrying a bit of youthful naivety, but the outline of future beauty was already visible. Her light blue eyes were clear and bright, and at this moment, they were sizing them up with curiosity. Varian stepped forward. Let me introduce you, Alan. He pointed to the golden-haired girl. This is Jaina Proudmoore. Jaina, this is Alan Prester, our royal magic advisor of Stormwind. Varian introduced him warmly. With him accompanying you along the way, you can rest assured about your safety. Also, if you have any questions about magic, you can consult him. The carriage curtain was lifted a crack, and a pair of light blue eyes swept out through the gap. Jaina didn't say a single word. She simply nodded at Varian. Then, the curtain fell shut. Varian's smile froze on his face. He cleared his throat. She wasn't like this before. Alan, don't mind her. She's still a child, raised in luxury her whole life, and not quite mature yet. Alan raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Varian quickly explained. Her father, Daelin Proudmoore, is the Grand Admiral of Kul Tiras and one of Stormwind's most steadfast allies. Jaina has shown extraordinary talent as a mage since she was young, but Kul Tiras' magical standards, well, as you know, it's a maritime kingdom, so its capabilities in that area are indeed average. That's why Admiral Daelin sent his precious daughter to Stormwind's arcane sanctum to study. After Master Endormas met her, he kept lamenting, saying it was a shame for her talent to be wasted in Stormwind, and that she should go somewhere better. So after discussing it with Jaina's father, we planned to send her to study in Dalaran. Varian patted Alan on the shoulder. It just so happens you're heading to Dalaran. What a perfect coincidence. Having you travel with her puts my mind at ease. Alan nodded. Jaina, huh? An old acquaintance. A bit impolite and in need of discipline, but since this was Varian's request, he reluctantly agreed. For the sake of that mansion in the Garden District. Varian thanked him repeatedly. What they didn't know was. Inside the carriage, Jaina was gripping the curtain tightly, her delicate little face blushing so red it looked like it might drip water. What's happening? So handsome. That face, those eyes, that elegant white robe, the way he stood there so casually. In all her years, whether in Kul Tiras or Stormwind, she had never seen such a good-looking young man. And Brother Varian said he was Stormwind's royal magic advisor. He didn't look much older than her, yet he was already a great mage at such a young age. Jaina looked down at herself and suddenly felt a pang of inferiority. She was still just an apprentice mage about to become a full-fledged one. She cupped her burning cheeks with both hands, her mind in utter chaos. What's wrong with me? Why am I like this? Outside the curtain, Alan was staring blankly at the Griffin outpost. He had originally wanted to take everyone to Dalaran by Griffin. How fast would that be? How majestic. What a display befitting a great mage. But riding a griffin was way too expensive. Where could you find a cheaper carriage? However, when Lysa had just given him 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. With such deep pockets, why not splurge a little? Alright, let's splurge. Today, we're taking the griffin to Dalaran. This would be the great Alan Prester's first real griffin ride in Azeroth. He turned and asked Varian. If the three of us rent griffins to Dalaran, how much would it cost roughly? Varian thought for a moment, counting on his fingers. 3 people, including the griffin's feed, the griffin rider's wages, tolls along the way. He looked up. Probably 3 or 4 gold coins per person, or a Nigerian naira. Where can I rent a carriage? Don't misunderstand. It's not that Alan was being cheap or stingy. He just felt that taking a carriage was better, stable, safe, and a good way to enjoy the scenery along the way. Besides, if when Lysa caught up by Griffin later, they might even arrive in Dalaran at the same time. Yes, that's exactly it. It's definitely not about a few gold coins. Also, he was afraid of heights. Just then, the carriage curtain was pulled open again. Jaina poked her head out. Her expression had already been composed, her icy little face resembling a child trying to act serious like an adult. Why rent a carriage? Alan was taken aback. Otherwise, how do we get to Dalaran? Jaina gave him a strange look. It was the kind of look that suggested she had encountered something utterly incomprehensible. What are you talking about? Her tone was calm but carried a hint of matter-of-fact confusion. I brought an entire fleet. We're obviously going by ship. Stormwind Harbor. Alan, Morgan, and Stella stood on the dock, craning their necks up at the fleet anchored in the harbor. 3 massive ships that blotted out the sky floated silently on the water. Their hulls towered higher than Stormwind's towers, their masts pierced the clouds, and their sails were neatly furled. Surrounding each giant vessel were 7 or 8 smaller escort ships, densely packed and covering the entire harbor. The sunlight glinted off the hulls, off the gleaming bronze cannons, and off the Kul Tira's flags fluttering in the wind. Alan was silent. Morgan was silent. Stella was silent. After a long moment, Alan turned his head with difficulty to look at Varian. Varian, are you sure? I'm supposed to protect her. Varian burst out laughing. There was envy in that laughter, helplessness, and a hint of bitterness. Ha ha ha, you'll still have to travel by land to get to Dalaran. No matter how many ships there are, they can't sail onto the shore. He patted Alan on the shoulder. And Daylin can't keep the entire fleet at his personal service forever. After they drop off Jaina, they'll have to return to Kul Tira's for their missions. Alan stared at the fleet and murmured. That's way too powerful. Indeed. Right now, Jaina hadn't yet caused her father's death. She was the princess of Kul Tira's, the daughter of the sea, the overlord of the oceans. Her family's navy was practically Azeroth's invincible fleet. Hey, don't even get me started. Varian let out a melancholic sigh. I'm jealous too. I've always wanted to get a few of those big beasts for Stormwind. He gazed at the massive ships, his eyes filled with longing. Stormwind had just been rebuilt, and money was needed everywhere. Military pay, wall repairs, official salaries, refugee resettlement, every single item was an astronomical sum. After finally confiscating a few nobles' estates, the spoils were quickly squandered again. Seriously. Weren't there any nobles plotting rebellion? If you want to rebel, take action. Don't just think about it. He cast a resentful glance at Alan. This kid, being kept by a high-elf sugar mama, had no idea of the hardships of running a kingdom. But he glanced at the carriage not far away, its curtain tightly shut, with a faint silhouette visible inside. At least Jaina didn't seem interested in him. That slightly balanced Varian's peace of mind. Stella giggled, mumbling, hee hee, now I think this little miss being a bit impolite is totally understandable. Morgan frowned in disapproval. I don't agree. The light teaches us that justice and kindness are our most precious treasures. Stella immediately covered her ears, her little face screaming, "Here we go again. Oh no, Uncle Morgan's about to start preaching again. Stop it, stop it." Morgan's face turned red. He wanted to argue but didn't know where to start, so he just glared. Alan watched the bickering pair, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Actually, he agreed with Morgan. Justice and kindness were indeed precious treasures. It's just that this cruel reality always forced people to adapt. So, if he was going to be a good man, he'd have to be a good man worse than all the bad men. Of course, there was also the chance that he wasn't a good man at all. That thought crossed his mind, and Alan laughed to himself. After saying goodbye to Varian, everyone boarded the ship. It was a massive warship, with a deck wide enough to race horses. Sailors darted between the rigging. A Kul Tiran fleet sailed majestically out of Stormwind's harbor. Varian stood on the dock, watching the receding ships, almost shedding tears. Damn it, I really wanted that fleet so badly. No. I'm just really going to miss Alan. On board. Alan and the others were on the same flagship as Jaina. They'd met the fleet's commander, Captain Daylin, when they boarded, but Jaina hadn't shown her face since. With free time, Morgan stood by the ship's railing, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. He pulled a letter from his chest, one from his wife and daughter. It said that Darkshire's security had improved a lot lately, and the house was safe. The money he'd sent back had also made their lives much better. She urged Morgan to stay safe and not let his comrades down. They were always proud of him. Morgan pressed the letter to his chest, gazing at the endless ocean, a tender smile on his lips. Stella, meanwhile, was wandering all over the ship. She'd never seen such a luxurious vessel. It was so impressive. The staircases, the hallways, the hanging oil paintings, the doorknobs carved with sea monsters. She pushed open the door to her room and froze. There was a bathtub in the room. A real, full-sized bathtub. As for Alan, he was meditating in his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, struggling to recall every detail of the game from his past life. Lately, that's all he'd been doing, recalling. Word by word, frame by frame, digging up those long-buried memories and chewing them over again. Sometimes, a flash of insight would hit him, and some forgotten plot detail would suddenly resurface. Now, he was racking his brain over how the Eye of Dalaran had actually been lost in the game. Terran Gorfiend was dead, but the Horde wouldn't let things slide. Who would take his place as the executor to steal the Eye of Dalaran? And what kind of spell would meet the system's requirements for a great spell? Once he completed this main quest, he could unlock another subclass sequence, and then he could unlock Dragon Blood Warlock. Rano. As he thought, he suddenly heard something. A distant, deep sound from the depths of the ocean. It sounded like waves, but it wasn't waves. It had its own rhythm, its own melody, like an ancient ballad. Alan opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through the floor of the room. He saw someone in the room below, soaking in a bathtub, their figure shrouded in steam, letting out a contented sigh. He saw sailors on the deck running back and forth, pulling ropes, adjusting the sails. He saw soldiers in the cabins below the deck, some resting, some working, someone polishing a weapon, others whispering to each other. He saw beyond the hull, the surging sea. Waves crashed against the ship, sending up white spray. All kinds of sea creatures swam by, silver schools of fish, giant sea turtles, and occasionally sharks. Further down. Deeper. The pitch-black, fathomless depths seemed endless. And in that boundless darkness there was a small fish. A very ordinary little fish, mixed in with the school, completely unremarkable. Except for its eyes, which glowed with an eerie light. The glow grew brighter. Closer. A voice echoed in Alan's mind. It surged from all directions, deep, ancient, carrying a seductive power. You saw. You saw what should not be seen. Your eyes are interesting. Want to see more? Want to see fate? Want to see the truth? The voice drew nearer, louder, crashing in like a tide, drowning Alan. Mortals always walk through life with their eyes closed. But they don't know, when their eyes are closed, the darkness is always watching them. You're different. You opened your eyes. You'll regret it. But you can't stop. Because the truth is more tempting than lies. Alan's head started to hurt. He wanted to struggle, to block out the voice, but it seemed to come from deep within himself, inescapable. Come on. Look a little deeper. See what's waiting for you in the abyss. See what your fate. Bang bang bang. A knock at the door. Alan snapped his eyes open. Sunlight streamed in through the porthole, the waves gently rocking, everything so calm. Only the urgent knocking and the voice from outside. Mr. Prester. Mr. Prester. Alan took a deep breath, steadying himself. I'm here. The person outside seemed to sigh with relief. It's like this, Mr. Prester. I'm Lady Jaina's personal guard. Lady Jaina says she'd like to consult you about some magic. Would you be available this afternoon? Alan was taken aback. This little girl Jaina, is she really treating me like her bodyguard and private tutor? She didn't even say hello before, and now she's ordering me around like this. Still, she'd stumbled into a lucky break. Her guard had woken him up at just the right creepy moment. No problem. Alan stood up. Please wait for me outside for a moment. He walked to the porthole and looked out at the endless ocean. Was all that an illusion just now? Had he caught the attention of an old god? Or was it because his perception was too high, making it easy to see and hear things he shouldn't? Alan shuddered. Damn it, I don't dare wear gear that boosts perception anymore. But to improve my willpower save, I need to raise perception, and the higher my perception, the easier it is to see the old gods. I'm really stuck between a rock and a hard place. Jaina's room was the most comfortable on the entire fleet. Right now, the room was bustling with activity. Maids were meticulously putting makeup on Jaina. One held her face, another gently dabbed on powder, another was brushing her long blonde hair. The coat rack was hung with one exquisite dress after another, awaiting final selection. Jaina sat in front of the vanity, hands clenched tightly on her skirt. She was a little nervous. Just now, she'd even taken a bath. Even now, she kept sniffing herself to check for any lingering odor. The sea environment was harsh, damp, and salty, with a persistent smell. But she sniffed and only caught the fresh scent of rose soap. Miss, how about this one? A maid held up a light blue dress. Jaina glanced at it and shook her head. What about this one? Another, a pale purple one. Still a shake of the head. This one. Too flashy. This one. Too plain. The maids exchanged glances. Jaina bit her lip, her gaze falling on the dress hanging furthest inside, a moon-white gown adorned with tiny pearls, the collar and cuffs embroidered with delicate silver patterns. That one. The maids hurriedly took it down and helped her put it on. Just then, a report came from outside. Mr. Alan Prester has arrived. Jaina's face instantly flushed red. She grabbed her skirt tightly. Please. Her voice was a little shaky. Please ask him to wait in the drawing room for a moment. I'll be right out. So Alan sat in the drawing room with a black face, waiting for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. He looked at the huge oil painting on the wall, depicting a Kul-Tiran fleet sailing through a storm. He examined every ship, every wave, every cloud. Then he counted the patterns on the carpet. Then he studied the origin of the teacup. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the door finally opened. Jaina walked in. She wore a moon-white gown that trailed the floor, her long blonde hair carefully styled into thin braids, pinned at the back of her head, revealing her fair neck and delicate collarbones. She had light makeup on, which made her pale blue eyes even brighter. But she kept a cold expression, her face blank, like an exquisite porcelain doll. Mr. Prester. Jaina nodded slightly, her voice flat and distant. Sorry to keep you waiting. Alan stood up, nodded back expressionlessly. The two sat down on the sofa in the drawing room, and a maid served tea and snacks. After some simple pleasantries, though they could hardly be called that, just Jaina asking, "Is the journey comfortable, and is the room to your liking?" Alan answered each one. Finally, Jaina threw out her question. "Mr. Prester." Her tone was still that flat, distant one. "I recently learned Frostbolt. But I'm having some trouble casting it smoothly. Could I ask for your advice?" Alan was dumbfounded. Frostbolt? I don't know how to do that." Abel Rice, Jaina's personal guard, was taken aback. Miss Jaina's Frostbolt was supposed to be her specialty, wasn't it? She'd been practicing it all day yesterday. Frostbolt. Alan kept his eyes lowered and his expression calm. That spell, he had no idea how to cast it. He hadn't even touched the most basic frost magic. So without missing a beat, Alan immediately distanced himself from that inferior, low-level spell and said with a straight face. "Frostbolt? I don't know how to cast it." Jaina froze for a moment, then a wave of regret washed over her. "My mistake, my question must have been too simple. As the royal magic advisor, this great mage probably didn't want to discuss such a basic spell with me, right?" She quickly adjusted her approach. "Then, Master, how about Blizzard? Every time I use Blizzard, I get exhausted extremely fast." Alan wondered if Jaina had some screws loose. He couldn't even cast Frostbolt, and she was asking about Blizzard? Actually, I haven't done much research on frost magic." Jaina's cold little face nodded slightly, but her mind was racing at full speed. The master doesn't know frost magic. Let me think, what other spells are there? In that case, I've actually been learning Flame Shock lately, but I hadn't finished the course before I had to set sail. Mr. Prester, could you teach me that? Alan was silent for a moment. What could he do? He was an honest man, not one for lying. His voice carried a trace of awkwardness. To be honest, I haven't done much research on fire magic either. Jaina let out a soft gasp in her mind. So that's it. He must be a master specializing in arcane magic, right? It wasn't uncommon to see mages who focused entirely on one school. Think fast, what arcane spells have I learned recently, with grave NBS. She originally wanted to ask about arcane explosion, there were a few parts she didn't quite understand. But as the words reached her lips, something inexplicable made her change course. Then. Mr. Prester, you must be well versed in arcane missiles. Arcane missiles. The most basic arcane spell, the very first lesson for almost every apprentice mage. Surely he knew this one. This time, Alan's silence stretched even longer. After a long pause, he spoke awkwardly. Actually, I haven't done much research on arcane magic either. The room fell into a dead silence. Jaina nearly lost her composure, her icy little face barely holding up. She wanted to blurt out. Frost? No. Fire? No. Arcane? No. Then what kind of magic did you actually study? Pavel Rice exchanged a glance with another guard standing nearby. That look conveyed the exact same thought. Was King Varian taken in by some street charlatan? How could he recommend someone like this to escort the young lady? Unbelievable. They'd have to bring this up with Miss Jaina as soon as possible. Alan saw the expressions on their faces and understood everything. He sighed. Fine, might as well go all in. Better to tell the truth than have this little lady pester him over such things. Actually, he began, his tone calm, I usually dabble in some deep and dark magic. Probably not suitable for you. With that said, she wouldn't bother him anymore, right? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Jaina's guards changed color. Pavel's hand was already on his sword hilt, his body leaning forward, ready to shield the young lady at a moment's notice. Though Jaina's expression didn't change, her mind was a turbulent sea. Deep, and dark, dangerous magic. It sounded like a warlock. By the time Pavel politely asked Alan to leave the drawing room, Jaina was still in a daze. She watched Alan's figure disappear through the doorway, watched him vanish into the shadows of the corridor. He was so mysterious. What magic did he really use? How did he become Stormwind's royal magic advisor? What had he been through to make him always seem so melancholic, so absent-minded? By all logic, he should be a dangerous man. But why was she feeling that itch, so curious? After a long while, Jaina finally spoke, her voice so light it was almost a whisper. What do you think those deep, dark spells he mentioned could be? Pavel's face darkened. No time to lose. He had to find out which port they could kick that warlock off at first chance. No way would he let him corrupt Koltira's pure, innocent daughter of the sea. On his way back to his cabin, Alan ran into Morgan. Morgan was standing in the hallway, gazing at the seascape through the porthole. When he saw Alan coming, he smiled and greeted him. The two went to dinner together. Stella didn't show up. But Alan wasn't worried, it seemed she was having too much fun soaking in that bathtub. He had never actually asked them, but Morgan and Stella seemed to have taken it for granted that they would follow him to Dalaran. Morgan, you could say, genuinely wanted to help to repay the life-saving debt and continue pursuing justice. As for Stella, she was just freeloading. Before, the one footing the bill was when Lysa, so Alan never felt it. Now that he was the one paying, Alan truly understood what heartache meant. Too expensive. Supporting a freeloader. If it weren't for the 50 gold coins when Lysa had given him, Alan would have kicked Stella off the ship, told her to wait obediently in Stormwind. Ha! Come to think of it, those 50 gold coins were when Lysa's money too. After dinner, feeling a bit seasick, Alan went back to his cabin to rest first. He still wasn't used to the rocking of the sea, his stomach churned violently. He lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and let the swaying lull him into a hazy state between waking and dreaming. Morgan, on the other hand, went back up to the deck. He helped the sailors with some odd jobs moving things, hauling ropes. Only when the sky was completely dark did Morgan return to his own cabin. Morgan sat down on the edge of his bed and closed his eyes. He began to pray. The words of the light's prayers flowed slowly from his lips, low and devout. A golden glow surged from his chest, gradually enveloping his entire body. That light was warm and gentle, like a mother's tender hand stroking him, driving away the day's fatigue and clearing the shadows from his heart. The light surrounded him. Morgan immersed himself in that warmth, losing track of time, losing track of where he was, losing track of all his worries. Unknowingly, he prayed for a very long time. When he opened his eyes again, he froze. Outside the window, a violent storm had broken out over the sea. The calm ocean from before had completely transformed. The wind howled, the rain poured in torrents, and massive waves slammed against the hull one after another, shaking the entire ship violently. Rainwater blurred the porthole, obscuring everything outside. In the darkness, only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Boom dash. A thunderclap exploded, making the cabin tremble. The thunder was so fierce, so sudden, that Morgan's heart clenched. The lightning's glare streaked across the porthole, casting a ghastly white light on that small pane of glass. And also illuminating something outside. A shadow. An incredibly massive shadow. Its outline was blurry, twisted and eerie in the driving rain, but it was so tall it couldn't possibly be human, and Morgan was frozen stiff on the spot. Light above. What was that? Morgan jolted upright from the edge of the bed, his hand already gripping the sword's hilt. Who's there? The voice echoed through the cramped cabin, but was swallowed by the storm pounding against the window outside. The moment he spoke, the massive shadow vanished with a swoosh, as if it had never been there. Only the rain remained, washing over the porthole and blurring the darkness beyond. Morgan took a deep breath, got up, and donned his armor. He lifted Arceus, grabbed the oil lamp from the table, and slowly pushed open the cabin door. The corridor was empty. The rain was pouring in through the open hatch. Morgan raised the lamp, its light swayed in the wind and rain, illuminating nothing but dense streaks of rain. He stepped onto the deck. No one was there. The spots where the sailors should have been were all empty. Ropes lashed wildly in the wind, and the canvas sails flapped noisily. He leaned over the railing and looked down. Every room on the ship was dark. Portholes stared back at him like dead men's eyes, pitch black and hollow. Only his own cabin showed a faint sliver of light. Morgan's heartbeat quickened. He tightened his grip on the sword and decided to go find Mr. Prester. He crossed the slippery deck, pushed open the hatch, and descended the stairs. The oil lamp's light only reached a few steps ahead. Beyond that, there was nothing but endless darkness. He arrived at Alan's door. Just as his hand touched the door panel, the reflection on his blade made his pupils contract. A hideous fin was slowly swaying behind him. Morgan spun to the side. A dark figure brushed past his armor and lunged forward. In that fleeting flash of light, Morgan saw it clearly. A Naga. Its upper body vaguely retained a humanoid shape, but was covered in dark green scales. Its head was a twisted fusion of snake and human, with vertical pupils gleaming eerily in the darkness. Ends. Its lower half was a long serpentine tail that slithered and writhed across the floor, and the dorsal fin along its spine extended all the way to the tip of its tail, now raised in fury. Morgan didn't give it a second chance. With a low growl, he clenched his left hand, and a golden light bloomed in his palm. Hammer of Wrath. The light struck the Naga like an invisible giant hammer, forcing a shrill shriek from it as it fell into a daze. In the next instant, Morgan swung Arceus with his right hand. The blade, wreathed in holy light, cleaved straight into that ugly head. Thwack! Holy light and flesh splattered together. The Naga's head dropped to the floor, its tail still twitching and thrashing, spattering stinking liquid everywhere. Morgan didn't pause. He turned and pounded on Alan's door. Mr. Prester. No response. He knocked again. Still nothing. Morgan gritted his teeth, took a step back, and slammed his shoulder into the wooden door bam. The door burst open. Alan was lying on the bed, brows furrowed tightly, his face pale. He seemed trapped in some nightmare. Morgan rushed over and shook him by the shoulders. Mr. Prester. Wake up. No reaction. Morgan took a deep breath, pressed his right hand to Alan's forehead, closed his eyes, and began chanting. Golden holy light flowed from his palm, slowly enveloping Alan's entire body. But the moment the holy light touched Alan, a plume of black smoke rose from him. Aag dash. Alan screamed as he sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. Morgan was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. Mr. Prester. Are you all right? Alan didn't answer. He panted heavily, staring at some point in the void, his pupils not yet fully focused. He had just had a dream. A dream that felt extremely real. An orc shaman, hunched over, standing inside a deep underground bunker. Around him were rough stone walls, and burning torches cast flickering shadows. The orc was covered in bone fragments and feathers. His murky eyes were filled with madness and fear. His lips kept moving, muttering to himself. We're running out of time. We don't have much time left. We have to right now dash. The words after that, Alan couldn't make out no matter how hard he tried. Every time the orc was about to say the most crucial thing, his voice seemed to be swallowed by something, leaving only a buzzing sound. Who was this orc? Nazul? What did they have to do immediately? What was the horde planning again? Mr. Prester. Morgan's voice pulled him back to reality. Can you hear me? Alan blinked and finally came to his senses. Morgan. His voice was a little hoarse. What's wrong? Morgan quickly recounted what had just happened. When he finished, Alan shot upright, grabbed Zalatath from beside his pillow, and threw on his black cloak. Naga attacked the ship. His eyes sharpened. Let's check on Stella first. The two hurried out of the room. On the corridor, Morgan froze. The Naga corpse he had just killed was gone. Morgan opened his mouth, wanting to explain. Alan patted him on the shoulder. No need to explain. His voice was calm. I believe you. Morgan's throat bobbed as he nodded firmly. They quickly reached Stella's door. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan raised his foot and kicked the door open. Bam! The door panel slammed into the wall with a loud crash. The room was dim. By the light of the oil lamp, they could see that the bed was empty. Morgan's heart sank. "Where's Stella?" His voice was full of panic. "She's gone." Alan's heart tightened. In that instant, the vision he'd seen in Darkshire flashed through his mind again. Stella's small body twisted into a grotesque shape, crawling toward him mechanically, her bright blue eyes turned into empty holes. He gripped Xalatath tightly, about to speak. "Huh? Who's there?" The bathroom door swung open. Stella strolled out casually, wrapped in a massive towel. The towel was far too big for her, bundling her from head to toe like a white cocoon, with only a wet little blue head poking out. Her face was flushed pink from the steam, like a ripe apple. Her big, sapphire blue eyes were half-lidded, full of laziness and contentment. She saw the two people at the door. Paused for a second. Then. Aya dash. She let out a scream. "Morgan, turn around," she shrieked. "Benefactor, don't you dare look." Morgan immediately spun around, while Alan looked speechless. "You mean to say, you've been soaking in the bathtub since this afternoon?" Stella hopped on one foot, raising her hands to try to block Alan's view. Hearing this, she cupped her own rosy little cheeks and said blissfully. "Yep. Because the bathtub is way too comfy. I figured I might as well make good use of it before I get off this ship." She squinted, her face full of bliss. Then, a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. "Wait a second." She tilted her head. "Benefactor, how did you know I've been in there since this afternoon?" "Because you've been missing since this afternoon, haven't you?" Alan said flatly. Stella nodded vigorously, a look of, "Oh, that makes sense," written all over her tiny face. Benefactor is so smart. Alan didn't waste more words with her. "Get dressed. We don't have time." The three rushed out of the room and burst into a random cabin. Inside, a sailor lay motionless on his bed, breathing steadily as if in a deep sleep. Morgan went over and shook him, pushed him, even slapped his face. No response. "It's magic. They've all been put under some kind of sleeping spell. Same as me." Morgan gritted his teeth. "I can use purification dash." "No time," Alan cut him off. "Let's check on Jaina first." In Jaina's room, she was tormented by a nightmare. A dream she'd had countless times before. The battlefield of the Second War. Fire roared to the sky, smoke filled the air, and the orcs' war cries were deafening. She saw the back of her brother, Derek Proudmore, that young man who always smiled and tousled her hair as he leaped toward an enemy ship with his sword raised. Derek! She wanted to scream, but no sound came out. She watched him fall. She watched his corpse sink into the sea, deeper and deeper, until it disappeared into the endless darkness. The scene shifted. Deep in the ocean, a rotting corpse opened its eyes. The corpse was wearing the uniform of Kultiras. Its skin was gray and festering, its eye sockets empty, yet it stared straight at her. That decayed mouth slowly opened, letting out a hoarse, inhuman whisper. "Run, quickly." Jaina wanted to flee, but she couldn't move. "Jaina, run, quickly." The voice grew closer. A rotting hand reached out to her. Ah dash. Jaina woke with a start, sitting upright and gasping for air. Cold sweat had soaked through her nightgown. Outside the window, a thunderclap exploded. Boom dash. Lightning flashed, and a stark white light instantly illuminated the entire room. And also illuminated the doors and windows. Behind that door, outside that porthole, countless massive, inhuman figures stood silently. Their outlines were blurred by the storm, but clear enough to be seen. They weren't human. Definitely not. They had surrounded her. Jaina's pupils contracted, and a scream burst from her throat. "Help dash." Alan and the other two rushed up the stairs, heading for the luxurious cabin at the top of the ship. The rain was still pouring in sheets. Why was it so dark? Even the rain was invisible, only the dense sound of it falling could be heard. "First, put up a shield." Alan raised his hand and chanted softly. Shield. An invisible magical barrier unfolded around him, its translucent light flowing. The moment the shield formed, his left wrist suddenly began to burn. Alan looked down. The 3 wavy lines on his skin were glowing faintly in the darkness. A silvery light pulsed like a living thing beneath his skin. Buzz. The light pulsed urgently, flickering rapidly, ready to burst forth at any moment. Wild magic surge has been triggered. Dice roll result, 21. Effect triggered, grant life and self-awareness to an item within 30 meters of you, until it finds its new master. The moment the system notification popped up, the 3 wavy lines on Alan's left wrist flared up intensely. Silver light surged and danced, then an invisible ripple spread outward from him, sweeping through the corridor, passing through the cabins, and vanishing into the torrential rain. The phenomenon came quickly and faded just as fast. Stella and Morgan exchanged bewildered glances, completely clueless about what had just happened. Only Alan was frantically looking around, his eyes darting wildly in every direction. What? What the hell just got brought to life? This. Stella suddenly pointed at Alan, her small face pale as a sheet, her words stumbling out. Alan looked down. Under his clothes, something was moving. A bulging shape was desperately trying to crawl out of his pocket. The thing struggled, wriggled, and then a pair of tiny wings suddenly popped out. Then, 2 even smaller hands emerged, gripping the edge of the pocket and pushing hard. His money pouch had come to life. That heavy pouch containing the 50 gold coins when Lysa had given him now sprouted a pair of fluttering little wings and flew out. Alan's pupils abruptly contracted. Damn it, my 50 gold coins are in danger. Freedom. The money pouch let out a sharp, cheerful cry, its tiny hands raised high as its wings flapped vigorously. It shot upward with a whoosh. Freedom dash. Alan had never been this focused in his entire life. His eyes locked onto the flying money pouch like a laser. Every muscle in his body tensed in an instant. He leaped up with all his might, reaching out, stretching toward that fiercely flying pouch. Don't do this to me. He grabbed it. Alan's desperate jump actually caught the money pouch. Joy surged in Alan's heart and then he realized he was being lifted off the ground. That tiny pouch erupted with unbelievable strength, dragging him, pulling him, flying irresistibly toward some predetermined direction. Alan was like a kite being tugged along by its string, dragged by that insane money pouch as they shot into the storm. Freedom dash. The money pouch was still shouting. Xalatath trembled at Alan's waist. Though she had no idea what Alan had done, but, what just happened? A pouch had simply been granted life like that. It had nothing to do with the elements, nor was it some soul attached as a vessel's spirit or some power being infused. It wasn't even related to the corruption of the void. It was just an ordinary object that suddenly came to life, skipping every step and instantly completing flesh transformation. What kind of divine power was this? In Jaina's room, she had already retreated to the corner. Outside the window, over a dozen Naga were frantically smashing against the porthole. At the door, the crashing sounds were deafening. Pavel, she screamed hoarsely. Daylin. Where are you? No response. Only the sound of the storm, the banging, and the deep, guttural roars of those monsters. Jaina hugged the pillow tightly against her chest, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to cast a spell to defend herself, but her hands were shaking too violently, her lips quivering so badly she couldn't even complete the incantation. How did it come to this? Everything I've been learning, what was it all for? When the most critical moment came, I couldn't do a thing. At this rate, I'll never be able to protect my brother, protect myself, protect anyone. Boom dash. The expensive wooden door crashed to the floor. Beyond the door was the storm. The lightning. The endless darkness. And then, the dark figures. Over a dozen Naga crowded at the entrance, their dark green scales gleaming eerily under the flashes of lightning. Their vertical pupils stared at her in unison, their mouths stretching open to reveal rows of sharp, tiny fangs. Just then, Alan was being dragged through the sky by the money pouch, crashing into one mast after another, tearing through sail after sail. Alan forced his eyes open against the wind and rain, looking down. Then he sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Below, a large group of Naga was surrounding the highest luxury cabin. Alan's heart sank. According to the system description, an item granted life would seek out a new master. What if the new master it chose was one of these Naga, and then those Naga dove back into the sea? Would his 50 gold coins be lost forever? The leading Naga was the largest, wearing a broken crown on its head and holding a dimly glowing trident in its hand. It raised its weapon high and let out a long howl toward the sky. In an instant, the storm grew fiercer. Rain poured down like a waterfall, waves crashed madly against the ship's hull, and streaks of lightning weaved through the clouds, illuminating its hideous face. "I am Prince Nazgak," its voice thundered, overpowering the roar of the storm. "Remember my name, and tremble before my tides." The money pouch dove with Alan in a steep descent toward that group of Naga. A faint blue light had already ignited in Alan's eyes. He had only one thought now to protect his money pouch: he had to kill every last Naga as fast as possible. Zzzzzt. Electricity began to crackle in the air. The current first danced around Alan's body, slithering like living things. Then, they sensed a cascading curtain of water pouring down from the sky. The torrential rain. It was the perfect conductor. Jaina stared in despair at the Naga charging toward her. Tears burst from her eyes. She shut them tight, hugging the pillow, waiting for that moment to come. And then... boom! Countless shattered pieces of wood rained down from above. A figure crashed through a hole in the ceiling, landing right in front of the Naga. Jaina saw clearly beneath that black cloak was a fluttering white robe, and a pair of eyes burning with an eerie blue light, as if lightning had been condensed within them. His hand was gripping something tightly as he reached toward her. Jaina froze. She saw his lips move, as if he was saying something. But the storm was too fierce, the thunder too loud, she couldn't hear him. Then, her entire body collided into an embrace. In that moment, the world turned white. Dazzling light surged from all directions, thunder roared, lightning danced wildly. She stayed hidden tightly in that embrace, feeling incredibly safe. Only when the light finally subsided and the thunder gradually faded did Jaina dare to peek out from behind his shoulder. Those Naga were now lying in twisted heaps on the deck, smoking, reeking of burnt flesh. They would never move again. She was saved. She looked up at the person holding her tightly. That black wizard. That face was so close to hers, rainwater dripping from the tips of his hair. The blue light in his eyes was slowly fading. He was breathing slightly heavily, his brows furrowed, as if troubled by something. Jaina's heart was pounding so violently it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Thump. 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 Each beat was so loud, so clear. And Alan, though he appeared to be holding Jaina tightly, in reality, both his hands were desperately pressing down on that damn money pouch. This cursed thing had flown onto Jaina and was now stuck to her lower back, looking all smug like it had found its new master. Whether the thunder on the deck had awakened everyone, or the Naga that had put them to sleep were now dead, Captain Daylin led a large group of sailors, Pavel Rice led a squad of personal guards, and Morgan and Stella all rushed onto the deck together. Fortunately, at that moment, Alan had already emptied out all the coins from his money pouch. "Miss Jaina." Pavel Rice's voice was heart-wrenching. "Are you all right?" "Miss." They raised their weapons, and then they saw this. Their princess, tightly embraced in the arms of a dark wizard. Pavel Rice's face instantly turned as black as a pot bottom. Before he could even speak, Alan had already let go of Jaina. He turned around, facing the group of personal guards and sailors charging at him, launching his attack first. "You worthless bunch of idiots." His voice was furious, pointing at the pile of Naga corpses on the ground. "Are you all just dead weight? How were you supposed to protect your young lady?" The torrential rain had finally dissipated. Though it was already the dead of night, the entire ship was bustling with activity. Sailors climbed the masts to repair the canvas torn by lightning, craftsmen hammered and banged away at the damaged gunwales, and buckets of seawater were hauled up to wash away the lingering bloodstains and scorch marks on the deck. These people, who frequently sailed the seas, seemed almost accustomed to being attacked by Naga. Support ships and escort vessels had also sent people over to help. Word had it that the entire fleet had been sailing smoothly when, after a strange torrential rain, the main ship had simply vanished from everyone's sight. The entire crew of the fleet had been woken up, scared out of their wits. Thankfully, they had eventually found the main ship. Thankfully, the young lady was safe and sound. At this moment, Jaina was settled in another intact cabin. The room wasn't as spacious as the captain's quarters, but it was still comfortable. At the door, Pavel Rice stood guard with a team of personal guards, all of them tense-faced, as if facing a great enemy. Inside the room, Jaina was sitting by the bed, both hands gripping a pouch tightly. It was an ordinary leather money pouch, stained with rain and a bit of mud, the opening loosely tied shut. Her mind was a chaotic mess. Alan pressed her, he hadn't said a single word at the time. After the lightning had subsided, he had just looked down at her, leaving behind an unreadable gaze. Then he had let go, tossed this pouch into her arms, and turned to leave. RNS. Just like that, he left. What on earth did he mean? There seemed to be a hint of tenderness in the look he gave her. Was he feeling sorry for her? Jaina buried her face into the pouch. That unfamiliar scent lingered at the tip of her nose, a mix of rain, gunpowder, and some indescribable hint of that person's presence. Her heart began to race again. She recalled that figure descending from the sky, the flowing white robe, those eyes shining with blue light. She remembered the moment she crashed into his arms. That chest was so warm, so solid. The thunder outside was so loud, but she wasn't afraid at all. And then there was his face. That face, so close to hers. Jaina let out a soft cry, burying her burning face into the pillow, her legs kicking wildly in the air. Why did he save me? Why did he leave me a pouch? What is he trying to say? At this very moment, Alan was in his own cabin, playing with a new toy in his hands. Tidal charm. Trinket, fine quality. Use, stuns the target for 3 seconds. He had looted this from that Naga who called himself Prince Nazgak. It was a real good find. He politely asked around, but Morgan and Stella couldn't see anything special about the charm, so they both declined it. Thus, Alan felt justified in acquiring another piece of equipment. No, actually, it wasn't really acquiring. He had killed the monster, so personal loot was only fair. He pulled out another money pouch from his bosom and carefully placed the tidal charm inside. This pouch was far more exquisite in craftsmanship. Made of deep green velvet, the opening was embroidered with intricate patterns in silver thread, and in the center was a silver leaf emblem. This was the money pouch when Lysa had tossed to him. The one that had been brought to life and flown all over the ship earlier was his own pouch. He had simply transferred all the gold coins into his own pouch, but then the thing came to life and dragged him halfway across the ship. What a shame he had spent 2 silver and 50 copper on that one. At least he had this one from Lysa, otherwise, he would have had nowhere to put his money. Alan tossed the pouch up and down, the heavy feeling bringing him immense reassurance. Then, he suddenly spaced out. He wondered where Lysa was by now. The next day, the weather was clear. Sunlight spilled across the water, and a few seagulls circled between the masts, letting out crisp calls. However, the main ship's deck was covered in scorch marks, and several masts were broken. The fleet had no choice but to change course and head for the nearest Port Menethil harbor. It was a bustling port city, with white houses built into the mountainside, layer upon layer extending up to the summit. The port's lighthouse stood tall, and ships of all kinds moved back and forth across the sea. But getting a Kultira's fleet into port wasn't that simple. 3 main battleships, plus over a dozen escort vessels. An armed fleet of this size suddenly appearing in territorial waters would make any port nervous. Captain Daylin stood at the bow, holding up a massive flag bearing Kultira's emblem. He waved the flag, sending out standard semaphore signals. Kultira's kingdom fleet, escorting the Proudmoore family's young lady to Dalaran. Requesting permission to enter port for rest and resupply. At the port's watchtower, a lookout raised his telescope and peered for a long time before hurriedly running down to report. A moment later, the port's bell rang. It was the signal for permission to enter port. Captain Daylin let out a sigh of relief and turned to order the helmsman, enter the port. The ship slowly sailed into the harbor. Alan leaned against the deck railing, gazing at the distant horizon, where a tiny black dot seemed to be bobbing around. He wondered if it was just another ship coming to Menethil harbor for repairs. During this time, an unexpected person approached Alan, Pavel Rice, Jaina's personal guard. The stern-faced man stood there, his head lowered, as if he had something to say but didn't know where to start. Pavel? Alan was a bit surprised. Something on your mind? Pavel lifted his head and took a deep breath. Then, he bent over, bowing deeply. Mr. Prester. I've come to apologize to you. Alan was stunned. Before, on the ship, I misjudged you. Pavel straightened up, his face full of regret. I thought you were. No, I assumed without cause that you weren't a good person. Without any real understanding, I harbored hostility toward you just because of what you said. He paused, his voice even more sincere. Last night, if it weren't for you, the young lady would have. You saved her life, yet I never even said a word of thanks. He bowed again. I'm truly sorry. Alan looked at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, he smiled. It's fine. He reached out and patted Pavel on the shoulder. I'm not exactly a narrow-minded person. Stella nodded vigorously beside him. That's right, my benefactor is absolutely not someone petty. Paul straightened up, his face still carrying a hint of unease. Alan thought for a moment, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a piece of malachite. This is for you. He pressed the stone into Paul's hand. Paul looked down at the emerald green stone, stunned for a moment. This is. Alan said very seriously, this gem has been with me for a long time. I'm giving it to you as a symbol that I forgive you. Paul looked up, his face full of flattered disbelief. Mr. Prester, this is too precious. Precious, nothing. Alan waved his hand. Just keep it. Every word he said was true. A pouch of malachite had indeed been sitting on him for ages, and he still hadn't gotten rid of it all. This stuff really wasn't valuable. Paul clutched the malachite tightly in his hand and nodded firmly. Thank you, Mr. Prester. I will treasure it well. Alan smiled but said nothing more. Just then, the ship gave a gentle shudder. They had docked. On the pier, a squad of soldiers was already lined up, waiting. They wore neat uniforms with the emblem of Lordaeron embroidered on their chests. Leading them were two men. One was a middle-aged man in a naval dress uniform with gold oak leaves on his shoulder boards, Admiral Edmund West of Lordaeron's navy, the garrison commander of Menethil harbor. The other wore an ornate silk robe and a feathered hat, clearly a Lordaeron noble. R.A.B. The fleet's gangplank lowered, and the first to step off were Captain Daylin and several officers. Daylin strode forward and shook Admiral Edmund West's hand firmly. Admiral West, long time no see. Daylin. The old admiral smiled and patted his arm. Your fleet gave us quite a scare. 3 massive ships. I thought an enemy had arrived. Captain Daylin gave a wry smile. We were attacked by Naga last night. The main ship was damaged, so we had no choice but to bother you. Naga? Edmund's brow furrowed. In these waters? I've never heard of such a thing. I'll explain later. Captain Daylin turned and gestured behind him. First, meet our young lady. Jaina slowly descended the gangplank. She wore a light blue dress today, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, a composed smile on her face. Edmund West hurried forward. Lady Jaina, Menethil harbor welcomes your arrival. The noble also stepped forward to bow, his movements elegant and restrained. Lady Jaina Proudmoore. His voice was booming. Welcome to Menethil harbor. I am Count Maris Berto. Jaina stepped off the gangplank and nodded politely in acknowledgement. After a round of pleasantries, Count Maris Berto spoke up. I hear Lady Jaina is heading to Dalaran. Jaina nodded. What a coincidence. Berto's smile grew warmer. Our Prince of Lordaeron, His Highness Arthas, happens to be in Dalaran right now. If you two have the chance to meet, I'm sure you'll get along well. Jaina gave a polite smile but said nothing more. Berto's gaze lingered on her for a moment, then swept over Alan, Morgan, and Stella behind her. And these are, he asked. Just as Jaina was about to introduce them, Alan spoke up first. My name is Alan. I'm the Royal Magic Advisor of Stormwind, traveling with Lady Jaina by chance. These two are my friends. The closer they got to Lordaeron, the less Alan dared to boldly throw around the name Prester. If he ran into his supposed father, he'd be done for. Before he even finished speaking, Berto had already looked away. His lips curled downward slightly, a barely concealed disdain flickering in his eyes. Stormwind. That southern backwater. He turned to say something to another noble beside him in an ancient language. It was Thalassian. In Lordaeron, many learned people studied Thalassian to delve into older, more powerful magic. Many nobles also used it as a way to maintain a sense of superiority. Alan's brow twitched. He raised his hand, and a faint light flickered at his fingertips. Tongues. The words suddenly became crystal clear. A country bumpkin from Stormwind. Count Berto's voice was low, but the contempt was unmistakable. Look at that outfit, no taste at all. And that gnome there traveling with a gnome? Is that a pet? His attendant chuckled quietly. And he claims to be a royal magic advisor. Berto's tone grew even more dismissive. What kind of decent mage could come out of a place like Stormwind? They're just a bunch of savages who found a few old books in the ruins and dared to call themselves magic advisors. You're right, my lord, the attendant chimed in. If it weren't for Lordaeron helping them rebuild their kingdom, they'd still be wandering around homeless. Exactly. Berto snorted. A country that's fallen once, what else can you expect from it? Alan stood there, expressionless. Jaina was swept forward, surrounded by the nobles and officers. They chatted animatedly, gradually widening the distance between her and Alan's trio. She turned back several times, trying to introduce them, but never managed to get a word in. After a moment, Alan, Morgan, and Stella stood where they were, exchanging glances. Count Berto had invited Jaina and the others to dine at his estate. But the three of them hadn't been invited. They were left standing there, abandoned. Alan was silent for a moment. Let's go. He sighed. We'll find an inn and sort ourselves out. Just as they were about to leave the pier, Alan suddenly spotted a small boat slowly entering the harbor. Was that boat the tiny black that he had seen on the horizon earlier? The person on board was dressed very warmly, and there was a cargo crate almost as large as the boat itself sitting on deck. Dock workers walked over, shouting offers to help unload, but the person on the boat kept shaking their head and waving them off. Benefactor. Let's go already, it's my first time in Menethil Harbor. Stella's voice snapped Alan back to attention. The three of them walked along the streets of Menethil Harbor. This port city was bustling with activity. Streets were lined with shops, people coming and going. Merchants with various accents hawked goods from all over. They passed one street after another. Alan was still mulling over what kind of first-rate nightmare to arrange for Berto tonight. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He stared in shock at a corner of a building, at an inconspicuous spot. He saw a mark. The carving was shallow, blending into the weathered wall. If you didn't look closely, you'd never notice it. But Alan saw it. He had seen it again, the same one as every time before. It was a vertical pupillae, weeping a single trail of blood. Count Berto's manor sat at the highest point of Menethil Harbor, commanding the best view of the entire city. In front of the three-story main building was a garden, with a fountain spraying colorful mist under the sunlight. The banquet hall was on the second floor, with massive floor-to-ceiling windows facing the harbor, offering a panoramic view of the entire bay. The long table was covered in snow-white tablecloths, adorned with fresh flowers. Guests chatted in small groups, discussing the latest court gossip and territorial affairs. Jaina sat at the seat of honor, but she wasn't listening at all to the noblewoman beside her. Her eyes wandered everywhere completely unladylike. From the door to the windows, from the windows to the corridor, and from the corridor back to the door. Nothing. That figure wasn't there. She poked Pavel's arm behind her and lowered her voice. "Where is Mr. Allen?" Pavel paused, a hint of awkwardness creeping onto his face. "My lady, it seems Mr. Prester wasn't invited." Jaina's brow furrowed. Just then, Count Berto, who happened to overhear the conversation, turned his head with a well-mannered smile. But the moment the surname, Prester, reached his ears, his expression froze. Prester? That Prester family from Alterac? Countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. Lord Duval Prester, that nobleman who had been all the rage at the Lordaeron court lately. Elegant, wise, charismatic. They said even King Tyrrhenas spoke highly of him. All the nobles of Lordaeron were fawning over him, considering it an honor to attend his banquets. And that young man. The one he had thought was a country bumpkin from Stormwind, casually dressed, unrestrained in manner, standing on the dock like an inconspicuous attendant. He was the young master of the Prester family. Count Berto's face changed color in an instant. His mind raced back through the image of that young man, that casual stance, those seemingly lazy yet deep eyes, that effortless composure. That wasn't some country bumpkin at all, that was genuine aristocratic bearing, a temperament inherited from Lord Duval himself. A new Thailand bot. He had left the young master of the Prester family stranded at the dock. A thin layer of sweat formed on Count Berto's forehead. He quickly forced a smile, his voice tinged with barely concealed panic. Oh my, this must have been a mistake by the staff below. To have overlooked the young master of the Prester family is truly unforgivable. I'll send someone right away to invite Mr. Prester over. Meanwhile, on the streets of Menethil Harbor. Allen stood before that building, his gaze fixed on the bleeding eye. Side quest triggered, the bleeding eye. You've discovered this bleeding eye again. If I were you, I'd find out where it came from. Quest objective, uncover the truth behind the blood eye markings in Menethil Harbor. Quest rewards, random low-level spell X1, free attribute points X2, 1 profession level up. Allen stared at the system prompt, his brow tightly furrowed. How was this possible? Another mark of Terran Gorfiend. But he was already dead. The system had confirmed that. So who left this mark? Were there remnants of Terran Gorfiend's followers in Menethil Harbor? That dream surfaced in Allen's mind again, the orc shaman, muttering anxiously. He said it was too late, they had to. Had to what? If that was Nazul, if he had glimpsed a fragment of true vision. Was it because of Gorfiend's death that the Horde, desperate to obtain the 3 artifacts, had started going to extremes and seeking alternative paths? At the Menethil Harbor Inn. Morgan was at the counter, pulling a few silver coins from his pocket and handing them to the innkeeper. Allen glanced at his own money pouch, but as soon as his hand reached inside, a pang of reluctance surged up. Just then, Stella actually pulled out some money, for once a rare sight. She stood on tiptoe and slapped a few silver coins onto the counter. Seeing Allen's astonished expression, her little face flushed red. I'm not a beggar, okay? I can support myself now, so of course I'm paying my own way. The 3 of them each went to their rooms. Allen tidied his luggage a bit, told Morgan and Stella he wouldn't be eating dinner, and then went downstairs alone. He returned to that street. That corner, that bleeding eye, looked particularly eerie. Allen swept his gaze over it without drawing attention, then naturally walked toward the tavern across the street. It was an unremarkable little tavern, its sign rusted and worn by the sea breeze. He pushed the door open and sat down at the bar. A cup of honey mead. The innkeeper responded lazily and handed him a drink. Allen took his cup and moved to a seat near the door. That spot offered a clear view of the opposite corner without seeming too deliberate. He took a sip and fixed his eyes on the mark. Waiting. If this mark was a signal, it was meant for someone. He just needed to wait. Time ticked by, second after second. No one came. But a stray dog ambled over, walked up to the corner, and lifted its leg to pee. Afraid the shallow mark might be ruined by dog urine, Alan raised his hand. Polymorph. Command would require speaking, which would look suspicious. Polymorph would shrink it into a smaller animal, so it couldn't pee on the mark. The instant he cast Polymorph, his left wrist burned intensely. The stray dog seemed to sense some danger, dropped its leg, and bolted without looking back. Wild Magic Surge triggered. Dice roll result, 33. Effect activated, change the target of your spell to yourself. The innkeeper looked up from behind the bar and glanced at the door. No one. Where was that young man? He bolted to his feet, rushed to the door, and looked around. Damn it. The innkeeper's face turned purple. Young people these days have no shame. Skipping out on the bill. At the inn, Count Berto's attendants ran in, out of breath. Excuse me. Is the young master of the Prester family staying here? They asked their way up and knocked on Morgan's door. Morgan, looking confused, told them Alan had gone out and he didn't know where. The attendants were drenched in sweat, frantically searching every street and alley in Menethil Harbor. They asked at every shop and finally got a tip from a little tavernet young man had been there, ordered a drink, and then vanished. And he still owes me for the drink, the innkeeper grumbled indignantly. The attendants quickly paid the bill and returned to report, crestfallen. When Count Berto heard the report, his face turned ashen. He was doomed. He had offended the young master of the Prester family. That Lord Duval was riding high in Lordaeron. What was a mere count like him supposed to do to make amends? Sure, he was a noble too, but compared to that Lord Duval Prester, he was nothing. When the luncheon ended, Jaina still hadn't seen Alan. She felt a bit disappointed. After the meal, she declined Count Berto's offer of an escort and, with only Pavel and a few personal guards, decided to take a walk around Menethil Harbor. This port city was completely different from Kul Tiras. She wandered aimlessly, but that face kept surfacing in her mind. Why had he given her that money pouch? Her fingers unconsciously brushed the small pouch at her waist. Just then, she stopped in her tracks. At a street corner, a black cat sat there. The cat was pitch black all over, its fur gleaming like satin in the sunlight. It sat upright, its tail elegantly curling around its front paws, its amber eyes quietly fixed on her. Wow, such a cute cat. Jaina's eyes were quick and her hand shot out to pet the black cat. The black cat tilted its head slightly and stepped back half a pace. Her fingers barely brushed the tip of its ear and missed. Jaina's lips instantly pouted. You won't even let me touch you. She glared at the black cat, a flash of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Catch it for me. Pavel and a few personal guards exchanged looks. Although they found the mistress's command somewhat baffling, they still obediently lunged forward. The first guard leapt out, arms wide, about to scoop the cat up. The black cat nimbly jumped aside. He grabbed nothing and crashed to the ground. The second guard charged from the side, aiming for a bear hug. The black cat crouched and slipped between his legs, flicking its tail as it went. The third guard simply launched a flying tackle. The black cat sprang up, stepped on his back and leaped away. That fellow smashed into the wall with a dull thud. A group of big men rolled into a mess at the corner, tripping over each other and looking utterly ridiculous. The black cat sat on a nearby step, looking down on them from high ground. It licked its paws with a graceful, nonchalant motion. After licking, it suddenly seemed to realize something, paused for a moment, then spat several times, phth phth phth. That expression, that attitude, pure disdain. Did those paws just step in something filthy? The guards' faces flushed crimson. They swore the cat was looking down on them. Absolutely looking down on them. The black cat gave them a contemptuous glance. After turning into a cat, he found this body unexpectedly handy. He could have reverted at any time, but he did not want to, at least not yet. Because this body was better suited to watching that corner than a human form. No one would suspect a cat crouched grooming itself by the roadside was a spy. He even felt more agile than usual, those clumsy guards couldn't even touch his tail. Too bad this was a blind luck trigger of wild magic. Normally, polymorph cannot be used on oneself. Why can't you use it on yourself? Bad design. He was smugly scratching his chin when a chill suddenly washed over him. Frost Nova. Centered on Jaina, a layer of frost erupted outward. Jaina controlled the force precisely. A pale blue cold surged across the street, instantly freezing a thin sheet of ice on the ground. Before Alan could react, all 4 of his paws were frozen to the ground, immobilized. Seriously? You used Frost Nova to catch a cat? And didn't you say you just learned Frostbolt? You just learned Frostbolt and you already handle Frost Nova so skillfully. Jaina walked over with buoyant steps and cradled the black cat in one arm. With the other hand she waved, and the frost elements she had summoned scattered like tiny sparkling stars. The ice on the cat melted. But Jaina's arm remained tightly wrapped around it. Soft, warm, carrying the temperature of a young girl's skin. The black cat wanted to hiss at her to show its anger, but the hand began to stroke him. From the top of his head down to his back, from ear to chin, the motions were gentle and practiced, bringing a certain, soothing. The cat's body went limp uncontrollably. Night fell. The bright moon hung high, silver light spilling across the streets of Menethil Harbor. Jaina had long since left, but the black cat still crouched in the shadowed corner. Today's matter should be buried forever. If any third party learned of today's events, Alan would smash that person's head until they lost their memory. At last, a furtive figure appeared. The man wore a drab, coarse robe, hunched and looking around as he approached the wall corner. After scanning his surroundings and confirming no one was near, he took a rag from his chest and wiped away the bleeding eye mark on the wall in 2 or 3 swipes. Reino Thailand Batias. Then he hurried away, glancing back every few steps. He didn't notice the elegant black cat trailing him in the shadows. Hubbard hurried back to his shabby rented room, locked the door, pushed to make sure it was secure, and only then breathed out. He blew out the oil lamp nervously and groped toward the table in the dark to pour a cup of water to calm his nerves. Creak. The door opened. Hubbard's hand trembled and the cup nearly fell. What the dash? This can't be. He remembered clearly locking the door. He slowly turned his head. Moonlight poured in through the open doorway, casting a silver stripe across the worn floor. In that light, a huge black silhouette slowly stretched, growing nearer and nearer. Hobbart's heart threatened to leap out of his throat. He gripped the cup, braced against the table, legs weak, with no strength to flee. The black silhouette paused in the doorway. Then it shrank. A black cat stepped gracefully into the moonlight. Hobbart froze for a moment. Then he let out a breath and nearly collapsed with relief. SOSO, it's just a cat. He was about to swear. The black cat raised its head. Its amber eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight. Then it spoke. Kneel. The tension he had just released snapped back. The cat spoke in human language. Its voice was low and authoritative, carrying an irresistible power. Command. Saving throw, failed. Target number, 20. Roll, 3, 6-2 for low perception, -1 for being startled. A cat spoke to him. A cat. It ordered him to kneel in human language. He thought he must be dreaming, but the force surged straight into his mind, compressing his will until he couldn't breathe. His knees bent involuntarily thud. Hobbart dropped to his knees stiffly, trembling. The cup in his hand smashed to the floor and water spilled everywhere. Is he dreaming? A talking cat? Before he could fully react, 2 shadowy tendrils slithered from the void. The tendrils, like living things, coiled around his hands and squeezed until they hurt. The sharp pain made him realize. This is not a dream. This is real. The black cat walked closer, each step threaded through moonlight, each step pressing on his heart. That mark, the cat said mildly, its voice filled with bone-deep cold, who had you draw it? Hobbart's teeth chattered and he could barely speak. I, spare me. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. He spilled everything in a panic. He was a fallen apprentice mage who came from Dalaran to Menethil Harbor to eke out a living. That mark the bleeding vertical eye was something he had learned from an underground group back in Dalaran. That organization took in people like him, untalented and frustrated failures. Alan thought, oh. Dalaran also has Terran Gorfine's accomplices. The group told me, to come to Menethil Harbor. When a group came from the south, I was to paint this mark somewhere conspicuous. Hobbart's voice broke with sobs. Besides the corner, I painted on the docks too. I was only following orders, I don't know what they intend. People coming from the south. Could it be that you were coming to meet my people? Am I an accomplice of Terran Gorfine? Wait. Another ship also arrived from the south today. That black speck he saw. That suspicious ship moored there. The tendrils tightened, binding Hobbart into a bundle. Alan controlled the tendrils and hurled him onto the bed, wrapping him with the blanket into a cocoon. The black cat turned and dashed out of the room. A flash of white light streaked by after a few steps. Alan reverted to human form. He stood in the moonlight, his mind racing. Should he first wake Morgan and the others at the inn? Or warn Captain Daylin? Or notify the local garrison? Or go scout himself? If the Blood Fiend mark was a signal used to pass information, what message were they sending? Why act in Menethil Harbor? Alan felt like he had grasped the edge of something, but he was still just short. A suspicious ship, Menethil Harbor, Kul Tira's ships, the sea. The tomb of Sargeras. The tomb of Sargeras lies in the endless sea, surrounded by raging storms, so. They want to seize a ship. Orcs don't have large ships, they need vessels. They plan to seize a ship to sail to the tomb of Sargeras. They could move at any moment. Alan sprinted toward the docks. Night wind roared in his ears, buildings on both sides blurring past. He dashed through street after street, turned the last corner. The docks lay ahead. In the next second, his suspicion was confirmed. He saw it. Boom dash. A massive burst of flame leapt up from the direction of the docks. The shockwave trembled the ground, towering fire lit half the sky. Wood splintered, thick smoke billowed, and several ships moored at the wharf were already ablaze. Amidst the towering inferno, a black dragon soared into the sky. It was an adult black dragon, blotting out the sky, its cold dark scales flashing with a metallic glint in the flames. Its huge wings spread, each beat whipping up gale winds. It reared its head and let out a roar to the heavens, the dragon's cry shook the entire city. Sibelian, the black dragon prince, soared through the burning night sky, gazing down at Menethil Harbor beneath him. He was a black dragon older than Nefarian, the elder brother of Onyxia, and a son of Deathwing. The flames spread beneath him. On the docks, over a dozen ships had already turned into blazing torches. Masts snapped, sails turned to ash, and hot tar flowed into the sea, igniting a sheet of fire across the water's surface. Screams, cries, the sounds of running feet, and the clash of swords wove together into a chaotic symphony. Those green-skinned mongrels. A flicker of disgust passed through Sibelian's eyes. Those orcs, always and forever wanting to charge at the enemy, to fight, to kill, to pillage like a pack of wild beasts. And that pale, disgusting undead Death Knight Ragnak had gone completely insane the moment he saw that blood-red eye symbol, babbling to himself, muttering about everything being ready and starting the operation immediately, like he'd been possessed by some ghost. Of course, the most important thing was, these damned insects always wanted to give him orders. It was utterly unforgivable. Damn it all. If it weren't for his father's orders, if it weren't for that batch of black dragon eggs, if it weren't for ensuring those eggs which carried the black dragon race's future could be safely transported to Draenor, he really wouldn't want to cooperate with these insignificant, annoying insects. Below, Ragnak and the orcs were already attacking the ships. They had their eyes on the flagship among those Kul Tira's warships that had been tailing them from afar, the biggest, fastest, and most seaworthy vessel. Only a ship this large could carry them to the tomb of Sargeras in the Great Sea. Their plan was proceeding very smoothly. The Death Knights had first disguised themselves as humans and docked a ship in the harbor ahead of time. That ship was packed with heavy explosives procured from the black market, not in the obvious large crates on the deck, but all laid out on the bottom of the hold. Just moments ago, they had detonated that ship. The violent explosion had torn half the docks apart, blasting the other ships moored in the harbor into scattered wreckage, completely robbing them of their ability to sail. Now, all they needed was for the black dragons to cause chaos in the city and delay any reinforcements. Once Ragnarok captured that flagship, no one would be able to catch up to them. Of course, that was assuming this burning harbor even had any reinforcements to send. In the distance, 3 black whelps leaped from a mountain peak, gliding down toward Menethil harbor. They opened their mouths and spewed scorching flames. Residential areas collapsed and caught fire, thick smoke billowed upward, and the crowd screamed as they scattered in all directions. Sibelian watched this scene with satisfaction. Then, he lowered his head. Standing before the harbor was a mortal. A young human, clad in white robes, looking up at him. Sibelian's brow arched slightly. Here so soon. At the highest point of Menethil harbor, Count Bertol's manor. The Count was jolted awake from his sleep. He was shaken awake by the explosion. The sound had been so violent that even his manor, built atop the hill, could feel the tremors. He sat up abruptly and rushed barefoot toward the massive French window. Then, he froze. The entire harbor was burning. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and chaos reigned on the docks. The faint sounds of screams and battle cries drifted in. Out at sea, several ships had already sunk, and the few that remained were also ablaze. Count Bertol's face turned pale as paper. "Vester," he shrieked, his voice distorted into a sharp screech. "Where's Vester? Where the hell is Vester? Defend Menethil harbor." His personal guard stumbled in, his face filled with terror. "My lord. General Vester's barracks, it's pitch black in there." "What?" Count Bertol's legs gave way, and he collapsed by the window. "It's over," he murmured. "It's all over." At Vester's barracks, everyone from Vester down to the soldiers who had eaten the evening meal's rations were in a deep sleep. The few who were still awake shook them frantically but couldn't wake them up. Rab. It looked like they had been drugged with some powerful sedative. With no other choice, the remaining conscious soldiers had to fearfully grab their weapons and barely form ranks to march out and defend Menethil harbor. Before the harbor. Alan stood by the burning dock, looking up at the full-grown black dragon that blotted out the sky, not daring to make any rash moves. A full-grown black dragon. Those were all named existences from the games, definitely not something he could defeat now. Who could this adult black dragon appearing at Menethil harbor be? What should he do? In the sky, Sibelian dove down. His massive body descended like a small mountain, wings folded, speed increasing rapidly. Alan didn't even have time to think before instinctively raising his hand. Anywhere door. His body vanished instantly from the spot, reappearing on another pile of ruins 30 meters away. Boom dash. Sibelian crashed onto the spot where he had just been standing. The tremendous impact shredded the harbor's wooden structures, shattered the stone pavement into cracks, sent fragments flying everywhere, and churned up waves of dust. A massive crater appeared there, and the wreckage of several nearby warehouses was sent flying by the shockwave, like the end of days had arrived. Having barely regained his footing, Alan raised his hand grease. A large patch of slick oil materialized out of thin air, covering the ground of the crater. But Sibelian never touched the ground at all. He spread his wings, lifted straight into the air, and hovered mid-air, looking down at the insignificant little human. His chest swelled as he took a deep breath. Shadow flame. Black flame spewed from the dragon's maw, carrying the aura of death and corrosion, sweeping forward. Alan used anywhere door again, awkwardly teleporting to the other side. The flames grazed past the hem of his clothes and landed on a pile of ruins behind him, instantly turning the wood and stone into blackened ash. The gap was too vast. Alan gasped for breath, his mind racing at full speed. Alan was torn, wondering if he should use his strongest offensive spell Chain Lightning. But his energy and mana were limited, he didn't think that Lightning Bolt could instantly kill a full-grown black dragon. Even if it could injure him, it definitely wouldn't kill him. If chain lightning failed to kill him and he got enraged. With his current energy and mana, could he keep dodging with anywhere door forever? Sibelian hovered in midair, his amber dragon eyes looking down from on high at this mortal scurrying in panic. Pathetic insect. His voice was deep and heavy, arrogant and contemptuous. You think these little tricks can keep you running for long? He raised a dragon claw and grabbed casually. A nearby warehouse that hadn't completely collapsed was flipped over, wooden debris flying everywhere. Your mana will eventually run out, Sibelian said as he slowly descended. And I can play with you all night long. He lashed his tail sideways. A thick mast snapped in two on impact, crashing onto a pile of ruins. On the flagship, the battle was in full swing. Jaina had previously declined Count Bertol's invitation and didn't stay the night at his mansion. Instead, she returned to her own ship to be with her warriors. Her family's fleet was here, making it the safest place. It was just terribly unfortunate that this was the fleet under attack. Jaina stood on the deck, her hands raised high, chanting incantations. A blizzard answered her call, blocking the enemies and stalling their assault. Before her, a large group of orcs and death knights were frantically charging the ship's sides. Swords clashed, blood splattered, and the roar of battle was deafening. Although Jaina was still young, the blizzard she summoned was not to be underestimated, stubbornly holding back the enemy's advance. But there were too many enemies. More orcs climbed over the corpses of their comrades to charge forward. The Death Knights were especially impervious to blades, each assault claiming the life of another sailor. Jaina's face was pale, her mana was nearly depleted. 1. Tien, the name is literally Sibelian, a black dragon character from Warcraft lore. Just a moment ago, she had witnessed with her own eyes that adult black dragon rising up into the sky amid an explosion. In that instant, everyone had fallen into utter despair. But so much time had passed, and that black dragon still hadn't shown up. Why? Had reinforcements arrived? So, in the midst of the fierce battle, Jaina's gaze swept into the distance, toward the direction of the harbor. And then, she saw it. That adult black dragon was circling, dive-bombing, and spewing flames over the harbor. And on the ground, a lone figure was locked in a standoff with it. The reinforcements were just one person. But she couldn't make out who that figure was. Alan gasped for air, his eyes locked onto the black dragon circling overhead. He was certain of one thing: he was no match for this dragon. He couldn't defeat it in a head-on confrontation. It seemed there was only one option left. The command spell. With command, the difficulty of the target's saving throw depended on his own primary attribute charisma. The higher his primary attribute, the harder it was for the target to resist. Alan took a deep breath and pulled up his system panel. Now wasn't the time to be stingy. He temporarily allocated 4 free attribute points into Charisma. Charisma, 32 to Charisma, 36. Congratulations. Your Charisma attribute has exceeded 35. You have taken your first step toward godhood. You are about to touch the threshold of divinity. Side Quest 2, Path of Ascension has been unlocked. What the hell? What was this? But Alan had no time to check the newly unlocked quest. He felt something within himself undergo a qualitative change. He first raised the tidal charm he had looted from the Naga Prince and aimed it at Sibelian in the sky. The tidal charm glowed with a deep blue light. Sibelian was about to dive again when a sudden dizziness washed over him. It felt like an invisible giant wave had slammed down on his head, spinning the world around him and clouding his mind. His body wobbled, nearly plummeting from the sky. Row. Now. Alan drew Xalatath, Blade of the Black Empire, and activated his wild warlock feature Tides of Chaos. Tides of Chaos, your next check is guaranteed to have advantage. However, your next spell is guaranteed to trigger a wild magic surge. No time to worry about that. He pointed a finger at the still-dazed black dragon in the sky and activated the command spell. In that very instant, something in the void opened its eyes. It was an incredibly evil, ancient shadow entity. It cast a single thread of its gaze through a crack in the void, falling upon Sibelian. That gaze was cold, greedy, and carried an indescribable sense of familiarity. It whispered, just like the murmur Sibelian often heard flowing down from his father's bloodline. The voice said, "Flee." Saving throw, failed. Target number, 22. Roll, 18, first result, 19 points plus 3 high perception bonus plus 3 black dragon bloodline bonus, 2 dizziness, second result, 14 plus 3 high perception bonus plus 3 black dragon bloodline bonus, 2 dizziness, disadvantage, take the lower of the 2 roll results. Where did that whisper come from? At first, it was like a murmur carried on the wind, distant and vague. Then it drew closer. It was rising from the depths of your mind, from the depths of your bloodline, from a corner of yourself you had long forgotten. Flee. You sneered. You were an adult black dragon, a child of Deathwing, an ancient being who had lived for 1,000 years. Why should a mere mortal's command make you obey? Flee. The voice layered upon itself, starting as a distant murmur, like an undercurrent deep beneath the ocean, then becoming a whisper right beside you, as if breathing against your ear, and finally, it filled the entire world, omnipresent, inescapable. Flee flay 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 flay. Your pride has yielded. Your reason has wavered. Your instinct has taken over everything. Sibelian's mind went completely blank, and he beat his wings with all his might. That massive body shot straight into the sky, moving at an astonishing speed, like a black meteor flying in reverse. He didn't look back. He didn't hesitate. He didn't even spare another glance at that mere mortal. He just flew with all his might, heading in the direction away from here, fleeing without looking back, fleeing from that terrifying mortal. Wild magic surge has been triggered. Dice result, 34. Triggered effect, the power of your next damage-dealing spell will be doubled. On the main ship. The battle was raging. Kagger Bonebreaker, the chieftain of the Bonechura clan, swung his massive battle-axe, roaring as he charged toward the Kultira sailors who had come to reinforce the main ship. His muscles bulged, and a bloodthirsty light blazed in his eyes. With one swing of his axe, he cleaved a sailor's shield and the sailor behind it clean in two. For the horde. His roar was like thunder. Fenris, the chieftain of the Thunderlord clan, fired arrows, each one landing with deadly precision in a sailor's throat or heart. Death Knight Ragnarok stood by the ship's railing, ghostly green flames burning in his hollow eye sockets. He raised his runeblade, and the aura of death spread from the blade, filling the surrounding sailors with a bone-deep chill, sapping their strength, making them tremble. Kill them all. His voice sounded like it came from a grave. That ship is ours. Just then. A massive black shadow streaked across the sky from the direction of the harbor, moving at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the distant night sky in the blink of an eye. Was that Sibelian? That bastard ran. Kagger Bonebreaker froze, his battle-axe hanging in midair. Fenris cursed loudly, his voice filled with disbelief and fury. That damn black dragon. What the hell is Sibelian doing? Kagger Bonebreaker joined in the cursing. And I thought Deathwing's son would be something special. Turns out he's just a coward. A spineless lizard. Ragnarok didn't say a word, but he was cursing like crazy in his head. This Sibelian, all high and mighty with his talk, what son of Deathwing, what glory of the black dragon flight, and then he runs faster than anyone. What a total scam. A cowardly lizard. Jaina kept struggling to maintain the blizzard. The captain led soldiers and personal guards in cutting down the orcs and death knights that charged through the storm. Blades clashed, roars and screams rang out, and blood dyed the deck red. They were all shocked. Who exactly had this powerful adult black dragon encountered? Who could scare a full-grown black dragon into fleeing for its life? Was there really an expert of this caliber in Menethil Harbor? Just then, a flash of white light appeared on one of the masts. A figure now stood atop the mast. He had arrived. Alan stood beneath the moonlight, clad in a white robe. Blue light flickered in his eyes. Electric arcs began to dance through the air. In the city. 3 black whelps were wreaking havoc. They spewed shadow flame, setting house after house ablaze. The streets were filled with running, crying citizens. Soldiers fought desperately, but they were no match for these behemoths. "Charge," someone shouted. "Shoot their eyes. Shoot their eyes." A group of guards raised their crossbows and fired at one of the whelps. The arrows bounced off the scales. Only a few struck areas without scales, provoking an enraged roar from the whelp. It turned its head and spat a blast of shadow flame at the guards. "Watch out!" A figure rushed forward and shoved the guards out of the way. Morgan raised Arceus. Golden light surged from the blade and condensed into a shield of light before him. Divine shield. The shadow flame slammed into the light shield, exploding with blinding sparks. Flames splattered everywhere. Several guards still got burned, screaming as they collapsed to the ground. As Morgan extended one hand, and golden light rained down on the wounded. Their pain lessened slightly, but their injuries were still severe. The shadow flame seemed unquenchable, still burning the wounded soldiers. Just then, the 3 whelps suddenly lifted their heads in unison. Their movements were eerily synchronized, as if sensing something. Uneasy roars rumbled from their throats. They stopped attacking. They stopped rampaging. They just flapped their wings restlessly, as if wanting to escape something. Then, they took flight. "They're running," someone exclaimed. "Damn it, why?" a soldier covered in blood and grime screamed. "They burned our homes, killed our people, and now they just want to run. Why?" But no one could stop them. They were too fast. Too high. Just then. Whoosh! A massive net shot out from a street corner. The net landed precisely, wrapping around one whelp's wing. Just as the whelp was about to flap its wings, the net entangled them tightly. It screeched, lost its balance, and plummeted from low altitude, crashing heavily onto an empty lot in a residential area, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Everyone turned to look. At the street corner stood Stella. Her small figure was beside an engineering device taller than herself, a gnome net launcher. Her hair was singed from the flames, and her small face was covered in soot. But her eyes were blazing with intensity. "I caught one," she shouted. The nearby citizens were too scared to approach. Even the soldiers hesitated. The whelp was still struggling. The net creaked under its tearing, threatening to break free at any moment. "Let me handle this." Morgan charged forward. He strode with determination. Holy light swirled around him, growing brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger. He raised Arceus, murmuring under his breath. "Holy light, you are my shield, my sword, my undying faith." Golden flames blazed along the blade's edge. The fire was scorching hot, dazzling bright, as if it could incinerate all evil. Morgan raised the burning sword and charged toward the still struggling whelp. The whelp opened its mouth, ready to spew shadow flame. But it was too late. Morgan plunged his sword straight into its heart. Thwump dash. Holy light flames surged through the wound, rampaging wildly inside the whelp's body. Black, pus-filled blood reeking of shadow gushed out, evaporating under the holy light, sending up plumes of black smoke. The massive beast convulsed violently, letting out a miserable roar. Then it slowly slumped to the ground. Those crimson eyes lost their light. The last thing reflected in them was Morgan's resolute face. The city fell silent. Then, cheers erupted. The harbor, on the main ship. The moment Alan appeared atop the mast. The orcs froze. The Death Knights froze. Then, someone yelled out, "Run!" The group of orcs and Death Knights that had been ferociously attacking just moments ago turned around and dove straight into the sea. Splash, splash, foam scattered across the surface. They stripped off their heavy armor, swimming desperately into the distance without daring to look back. Are you kidding? They were all talk. When they actually encountered someone strong enough to make even Sibelian flee, who wouldn't run? Jaina looked up, gazing at the figure on the mast. He's come to save me again. This thought rose in her heart, making it race. Pavel, the personal guard leader, also looked up, staring at the figure. Shockwaves crashed through his mind. Didn't you say you had no knowledge of arcane magic? If that isn't Blink, then what is it? Truly, truly a master. Hiding his skills deep. Too lofty to discuss basic spells with shallow people like us. Just then, the two black whelps that had been rampaging in the city flew over. They couldn't figure out the situation. Aggressively, they swooped toward the figure on the mast. Alan raised Zalatath, blade of the Black Empire. His lips moved slightly. A whisper only they could hear. Zalatath, it's been so many days since I used you. Are you impatient? The dagger trembled faintly. A languid yet excited voice echoed in his mind. Finally remembered me, master. I've been absolutely starving. A deep shadow flickered in Alan's eyes. Wild magic surge effect next damaging spell, double the power. Double. Mind blast. Invisible shadow energy erupted from the blade, condensing into a devastating torrent that shot straight at the nearest whelp. The whelp didn't even have time to scream. Its massive head burst apart in an instant. Flesh and scales splattered everywhere. The headless dragon corpse lost its balance, plummeting straight into the sea, sending up a towering wave. The other whelp aborted its dive. It screeched, flapping its wings madly, and fled into the distance without looking back, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Jaina and the others watched as one black dragon crashed into the sea and the other fled in panic. They all looked up, staring at that figure. In the city, Morgan led the soldiers as they pursued to the harbor. On the sea, only the headless dragon corpse bobbed up and down with the waves. Through the blazing fires, they looked toward the main ship on the water. At the tip of the tallest mast, a figure stood beneath the night sky. Moonlight was behind him. Flames were beneath his feet. Alan stood atop the mast, not to show off, but to review the newly unlocked main quest. Main Quest 2 triggered, Path to Ascension. You have successfully raised one attribute above 35 points. This is a domain unreachable by mortals, the starting point on the road to the divine realm, the insurmountable chasm between the mortal and the divine. Continue your efforts. Raise one attribute to 40 points, and you will touch the threshold of the gods, perceiving the existence of a higher dimension. At the same time, true deities tolerate no weaknesses. Before stepping into the divine realm, you must first forge a vessel capable of bearing divine power. Quest objective: raise any one attribute to 40 points, raise all attributes to 25 points. Quest reward: obtain a divine shard, increase divine rank by 1 level, obtain 2 divine level traits. Ascend to godhood, huh? Alan's gaze lingered on those words for a long time. In a certain D&D-based world that Alan knew of, deities indeed had ranks too. Levels 1 to 5 were demigods, levels 6 to 10 were lesser gods, levels 11 to 15 were intermediate gods, levels 16 to 20 were greater gods, and level 21 was the over-god. Completing this quest would let him take the first step. Becoming a demigod. He still had 6 free attribute points. The closest to 40 was, of course, his charisma attribute, which sat at 36. But the system also reminded Alan that before truly stepping into the domain of the gods, he needed to forge a vessel capable of bearing divine power. With that in mind, he decided to use the remaining 6 attribute points to shore up his weakest link. Strength, 14 to Strength, 20, since when does a mage not work out? The moment Strength hit 20, Alan felt a scalding hot current surge through every limb and joint in his body. It felt as if his body was being kneaded, forged, and reshaped by an invisible hand, power rushing through his veins like molten lava. His body swayed uncontrollably for a moment. From below, the master standing atop the mast suddenly looked like he had stumbled, nearly falling off. The master has exhausted his magic. He can't get down. On the deck, Pavel, who had been craning his neck to look up at him, looked around anxiously, grabbing a coil of rope from the ship's railing. Mr. Prester. Catch! He threw the rope forcefully toward the mast, and it hung down, swaying unsteadily. Alan was still immersed in the afterglow of that surging power. He turned his head and saw a coarse rope resting on the mast, swaying in the wind. He looked down. On the deck, Pavel was looking up, making frantic gestures at him with a face full of worry. Alan was silent for a moment. A flash of white light. He was already standing on the deck, face to face with Pavel. "Thank you." He nodded, his tone flat. The next day. The fires in the harbor and the city had all been extinguished, but the scars left by the catastrophe of the previous night were still jarring. The docks were a charred wasteland. The remains of a few ships were still smoking, and shattered wooden crates and scorched ropes were scattered everywhere. Rangoi. The entire city was bustling. Soldiers were clearing debris, craftsmen were urgently repairing ships, priests were tending to the wounded, and some were searching through the ruins for the missing. Inside the security office. Count Bertol's face was ashen as he furiously reamed out Edmund Vester, not giving him a moment's respite. The old general stood in silence, never uttering a word of rebuttal. Captain Daylin impatiently tapped the table, interrupting his tirade. "The most important thing now is, what do we do next?" His fleet's flagship was damaged, and 2 battleships had suffered severe losses, but at least they hadn't sunk. The escort frigates, however, were nearly wiped out. Sunk, burned, or barely functional, only a few were still operational. Pavel stood up and said in a grave voice, "The top priority is to safely deliver Miss Jaina to Dalaran." He turned to Alan, his eyes earnest. "Mr. Prester, since the remnants of the Horde intend to seize the ships, it's actually more dangerous for the young lady to stay with the fleet. I beg you, take the young lady overland and get to Dalaran as quickly as possible." Alan looked at him, silently complaining in his mind. "You really know how to pick a place." In fact, Dalaran was the most dangerous place of all, because it would be the next target of an attack. There were 3 artifacts in total, and as he traveled north, he had run into every single one, though most encounters were by his own doing. He shook his head. "I can take Jaina overland first, but what about Menethil Harbor?" Everyone was taken aback. "Last night, I only managed to drive away that adult black dragon using special means. They want to seize the ships to search for Sargeraz's scepter out on the sea. This time they failed, and we've suffered heavy losses." His gaze swept across everyone present. "They will definitely come back." Count Bertol's face turned ashen white. He opened his mouth, his voice carrying a slight tremor. Don't come back. Can't we just hand it over to them?" Captain Daylin snapped his head around and glared at him fiercely. At that moment, General Vester also spoke up awkwardly, "Daylin, I have to tell you some bad news. A while ago, a bunch of damn dark iron dwarves blew up the Thandal span. This isn't the first time they've done it. We're trying to figure out how to retake the Thandal span, but even if we do, rebuilding will take time. So, for now, the overland route is." Just then, Jaina spoke up. "Then I'll take the ship. As long as there are no ships left in Menethil Harbor, they won't invade this city again. Besides, even if the warships stay in the harbor, it won't be safe. It's better to get them moving, we can still fight. Mr. Prester, this journey might be dangerous. I have no right to ask you to come with me." Alan glanced at her. Captain Daylin seemed to have made up his mind. "In that case, we need to move fast. We set sail today. They'll need time to regroup and make new plans. They might expect us to be busy repairing the ships, but we'll do the opposite and set sail directly." His fingertip traced an invisible route across the table. "By the time they realize there are no ships in Menethil Harbor, they'll probably think we've sailed for Kultiras to seek reinforcements or flee. But we'll go against that expectation and stick to the original plan of heading to South Shore. Once Miss Jaina disembarks at South Shore, the enemy, after failing to find a route to Kultiras, will inevitably turn to other sea lanes. By then, we'll sail back to Kultiras." He paused, a hint of pride showing on his face. "Yesterday we were caught off guard. But out on the open sea, I'm not necessarily afraid of them." Alan nodded. "The Horde's small boats definitely won't be able to catch up. The only thing to watch out for is the Black Dragon. At worst, I'll just drive him away again." The meeting concluded, and everyone agreed to the plan. The people of Menethil Harbor, of course, wanted to see this plague ship leave as soon as possible. Alan and the others prepared to return to the inn to pack their belongings and board the ship as soon as possible. As they were leaving the security office, Count Bertol pulled Alan aside. Count Bertol squeezed out a fawning smile, pulled a bulging pouch of gemstones from his pocket, and pressed it into Alan's hand. Master Prester. His voice was very low. If the opportunity arises in the future, I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of your esteemed father. Alan looked down at the pouch of gemstones, then up at this loathsome man. He had seen the grandest mansion at the highest point of Menethil Harbor. This cowardly, blood-sucking, exploitative, capitulationist noble, just moments ago, he had overheard Count Bertol discussing with his attendants how to swiftly seize the land deeds of all the families that had been tentatively listed as all missing. And now, at a time like this, he was thinking of handing over money. Alan took the pouch of gemstones with a beaming smile. It's not really appropriate for me to make an introduction. In fact, I'm an illegitimate child. He doesn't like me. It's best if you don't mention me in front of him. Count Bertol's face stiffened, and he very much wanted to take the gemstone pouch back. But I can point you in the right direction. Lord Duval hates black dragons the most. Next time you get a chance to see him dash. Alan leaned in closer, lowering his voice. You can brag about how you killed 2 black dragons right here in Menethil Harbor. After Alan and the others finished packing at the inn, they hurried toward the harbor. He had split the pouch of gems he got from Bertol with Morgan and the others. After all, he had promised to help Stella make a fortune, and to assist Morgan in moving his wife and daughter to Stormwind. Morgan didn't react much. Stella, seeing such fine gems for the first time, had her eyes light up and murmured that she would pass them down to her descendants. Last night, when he returned to that little cabin, Hobart, whom he had tied up like a dumpling, was gone. The ropes were cut, blankets scattered, windows thrown open. There was nothing to be done about that. If he hadn't arrived at the dock in time, the consequences would have been terrible. Alan had already reported the matter to General Vester. Wanted posters had been posted all over Menethil Harbor, including one for the man who spiked the food in the barracks. As he hurried along, a question suddenly popped into Alan's mind. Why, after parting with Lysa, did there suddenly stop being any carriages available? He looked up at the busy citizens and soldiers along the road. While he was wondering this, a group of townsfolk recognized them and waved gratefully. A crowd quickly gathered. Hail the hero! Dragon Slayer! Alan nodded in satisfaction at that, but the next second. A young girl rushed up to Morgan with a bouquet. Hero! Thank you. Thank you for protecting us. The light will surely favor you. Morgan blinked, then refused with solemn courtesy. Thank you for your support, but I already have a wife. I can't accept your flowers. The girl froze, her hands stiffening around the bouquet. A smaller child squeezed forward, looking up with shining eyes. Knight brother. When I grow up I want to be a paladin. Do you think I can do it? Morgan crouched to meet the child's gaze, his voice gentle and firm. Child, the light will shine upon anyone with a good heart. As long as your heart seeks justice and your feet have a path, you will become who you aspire to be. Alan raised an eyebrow. Fine, it was a little awkward, but he didn't care much for such hollow titles. Stella's big eyes darted between them. She poked Morgan's armor and whispered, Uncle Morgan, what a pity. You won't be able to adventure with us anymore. Morgan looked puzzled. What do you mean? Alan expressionlessly rapped Stella on the head. Ouch! Stella clutched her head and sulked to one side with teary eyes. At that moment, Alan's sharp senses picked up murmurs from the crowd. Have you heard? Last night, an Archmage Alan from Stormwind single-handedly defended the harbor. Not only that. My sister's husband's brother's uncle is General Vester's assistant. I heard this Archmage Alan's power is unfathomable, his magic deeper than the sea. What do you all know? My house is by the dock. Last night I saw it. Master Alan single-handedly held 3 dragons. Those black big lizards saw him and ran away with their tails between their legs, are with ring above Nues. Alan's mouth twitched upward slightly. He really didn't like this kind of attention. Thankfully they didn't recognize him, otherwise the praise would have been unbearably awkward. But, my second aunt's niece's daughter is a maid for the count, and I heard that this dragon slayer used black magic. He's actually a dark wizard. Alan expressionlessly urged the two beside him, move, time's wasting. Just then, a hand waved at him. It was the tavern owner from earlier. Alan reflexively reached for his coin pouch. Right, he hadn't paid for the drinks yet. He was about to apologize when the tavern owner laughed and shouted. Young man. Thank you. I misjudged you. Thanks for protecting my tavern. If you ever come back to Menethil Harbor, my doors are always open to you, drinks on the house. Alan's mouth curved again. Never mind. Although he didn't care about Count Bertol's life, these ordinary people did matter to him. The fleet's flagship set sail again. Captain Daylin and the others, unlike the stingy nobles of Menethil Harbor, rewarded Alan and the others with 24 gold coins to thank them for their help. Alan, only just learning that the Kultira's navy actually paid rewards, regretted splitting Bertol's pouch of gems so hastily. Turns out there was money to be had here. Besides that, as thanks for Alan twice saving the daughter of Kultira's would gift him a precious treasure. Once they returned to Kultira's, someone would personally deliver it to Alan. Alan looked forward to it. Would the Kultira's treasure be some powerful gear? What he didn't know was that Captain Daylin only planned to give 10 gold coins. The rest of the money and the treasure had actually been personally funded by Jaina. To everyone's surprise, the voyage went without incident and the fleet quickly reached South Sea Town. The coastline around South Sea Town was shallow, large ships couldn't dock directly and had to stop in the bay. Captain Daylin stood on deck directing sailors to lower several small boats. Jaina hadn't seen Alan these past few days. Worried he might read too much into it, she had begged Captain Daylin not to reveal that she had been backing him. Surprisingly obedient, the captain kept his mouth shut. Alan had kept to his room all these days and hadn't come to see her even once. She had been busy steadying morale aboard the ship. This was no time for sightseeing and play. Now she stood at the rail, clutching the little pouch. Her gaze kept drifting to the other end of the deck where he was talking with Morgan, unaware of her. She lowered her head and looked at the pouch. Soon she would be able to travel by land with him. Alone. On land. They would have lots of time to talk. Lots. She would make sure to thank him properly. And to ask why he had given the pouch. Yes, just to thank him. A perfectly ordinary thank you, nothing more. But when Jaina finally gathered the courage to speak. Hey, the small boats are ready. Let's get off. Alan grabbed Stella and, without climbing down the ladder, an anywhere door appeared on the small boat. A flash of white light, he was back on deck, grabbed Morgan, and vanished again. Jaina's words stuck in her throat. She lowered her head, disappointed. Then a white light flashed, and Alan suddenly appeared before her. Can a lady like you get down by yourself? Do you know Blink? Jaina's breath caught for a moment. She hesitated, no. Alan raised an eyebrow, so can you or not? Pavel hastily answered to vouch, no. Miss Jaina can't. Really can't. Absolutely can't. Oh, then I'll take you down with me. Jaina clutched the little pouch, pressing it to her chest. Her heart pounded as if it would leap out. She reached out her hand. Alan only placed a hand on her shoulder. A flash of white light. The trip from shore went smoothly. Jaina rented a carriage in South Sea Town, and everyone enjoyed the luxury of having seats again. But along the road Jaina was unusually quiet, one moment icy cold, the next flustered and anxious. No one knew what had come over her. At that moment, Stella, leaning against the carriage window, suddenly pointed excitedly into the distance. Look, are we there yet? Everyone gathered to look. That legendary city of magic slowly unfurled before them. Dalaran, the magnificent city woven from countless arcane spires, looked like a giant amethyst set on the land, refracting a dazzling, entrancing halo in the sunlight. Morgan tilted his head back, staring at the city bathed in magical light, murmuring, "May the light watch over us." Jaina's eyes brightened, she seemed to feel the surging magic in the air. The city of magic gently chased away some of the sorrow in her heart. Alan stared at the city. Dalaran. He had been here countless times in the game, but standing before it in person made him finally understand what City of Magic meant. No amount of data, textures, or models could capture even 1/10,000th of this moment. Dalaran's gate was lower than Stormwind's but far more exquisite. 2 tall towers flanked the gate, their surfaces carved with dense runes. Atop each tower hovered a huge arcane eye, slowly turning and watching every person passing in and out. Please pass through one at a time. Do not linger. They all disembarked and followed orders, each passing beneath the sweeping gaze of the great arcane eyes. Until the moment Alan stepped through the gate, a sudden unease hit him. The 2 arcane eyes snapped toward Alan and locked onto him. Shadow. Void, dangerous element. The arcane eyes rotated, blinking rapidly, then stopped. A piercing alarm ripped through Dalaran's tranquility. Everyone at the gate froze and turned in unison. The Kirin Tor battle mages guarding the gate raised their wands. Alan stood still and drew a deep breath. Damn. The top floor of Violet Citadel. Alan and his group were surrounded by over 20 Kirin Tor battle mages, who had escorted them all the way from the city gates. Their steps were uniform, their silence absolute, and their gazes locked onto Alan without wavering. Alan felt somewhat wronged. He hadn't used any shadow spells for days and had even sternly warned Xalatath to behave as if she were dead. Yet the alarm still went off. Was he really that evil? Upon learning of Jaina and Alan's noble identities, the battle mages dared not act rashly. Instead, they merely invited the group here. The top terrace of Violet Citadel was the spot with the best view in all of Dalaran. Sunlight streamed through the barrier created by the Eye of Dalaran, shattering into countless faint purple light motes that drifted like floating stardust. A large round table stood on the terrace, with a pot of black tea steaming gently. 2 people sat at the table. One was an elderly man with white hair and a white beard. His face was etched with the furrows of time, but his eyes remained bright and gentle. He was Antonidas, the head of the Kirin Tor Council of 6, the most powerful mage currently in Dalaran, and a legend revered by the entire alliance. Across from him sat a high elf. He was Krasus, also a member of the Council of 6. In truth, he was the consort of the Red Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, a dragon disguised as a high elf lurking within Dalaran. Pavel Rice stepped forward and spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. Lord Antonidas, is this how Dalaran treats the daughter of Admiral Daelin of Kul Tiras? We escorted Lady Jaina all the way here, only to be greeted by staffs and encirclement. Jaina wasn't worried about herself, she cast an anxious glance at Alan. Antonidas rose to his feet, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Lady of House Proudmoore, please accept my apologies. The gates of Dalaran are always open to you. Using magic to scan every person entering the city is merely routine procedure, just as other cities inspect passing travelers. He tilted his head slightly, a hint of mischief glinting in his wise eyes. That fellow Andromas from the arcane sanctum in Stormwind sent me 3 letters, each one praising your talent. He wrote, I've never seen such genius in my life, keeping her in Stormwind is a sheer waste. So I've been waiting for you. Jaina gave a slight bow, the lines of her face softening somewhat. Then, Antonidas's gaze slowly shifted to Alan. That gaze was still gentle. But beneath the gentleness, something was tightening. But this young man, who triggered the exorcism alarm, who might he be? Alan stared back at Antonidas expressionlessly. Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. At least it let me meet Dalaran's leader directly. This is exactly why I came. I promised when Lysa I'd protect the Eye of Dalaran. I have to find a way to convince Antonidas to take this seriously. This old man, though a good person, is too stubborn. His own arrogance indirectly led to Dalaran's destruction. When dealing with someone like him, you don't actively try to convince him of something. Instead, you guide him to figure it out on his own. Before Alan could speak, Jaina jumped in first. He is Alan Prester. Of the Prester family of the Kingdom of Alterac. He is the royal magic advisor of Stormwind, and he is my dash. She paused. Friend. When she said the word friend, Jaina shot an awkward glance at Alan. Antonidas had heard of the Prester surname. Its head was a noble Alterac lord. His tone softened considerably. Oh. Then could this Mr. Prester care to explain? Ranobes. Alan had considered that, rather than letting the horde seize the Eye of Dalaran, it might be better to have him take custody of it. After all, given Dalaran's security level, any treasure stored here was destined to be stolen by enemies. Dalaran was conquered by orcs once, had Blood Fiend on its doorstep once, was breached by the Scourge once, was crushed to dust by the Burning Legion's Defiler Archimonde, and would even crash once more in the distant future. Under the circumstances, why not let the great Alan Prester take over the entire city first? Of course, that was impossible, just a joke. In that case. It's been a while since I last lied. I don't know what those arcane eyes detected either, but actually. Alan lowered his gaze, his voice dropping low and slow, as if recalling something heavy. I carry a curse. For many years now, I've been having a recurring dream. Antonidas's brow twitched slightly. In the dream, there's a raven. Alan's eyes grew distant, as if truly staring at some far-off scene. A pitch-black raven, always perching on a withered branch, staring at me without moving. Then it transforms into a man, wearing a black mage's robe, with a pale, gaunt face, a beard long unkempt, and messy hair hanging over his forehead. His eyes. Alan paused. His eyes are always filled with tears. Antonidas and Crassus exchanged a glance, their shock evident. They both straightened up instantly. He apologized to me. Alan's voice grew softer and softer. Apologizing over and over. He said he made a huge mistake. He said it was too late for everything. He said dash. He said the flames of fire would rise from the south, and the undead would shatter the northern gates. He said the kingdoms of kings would turn to ashes, and all of you were not yet ready. Alan raised his head, his gaze locking directly onto Antonidas. He said only by uniting all races could everyone survive. He said I was chosen by him, and that I had to atone for his sins. Antonidas could no longer sit still. He kept glancing at Crassus, both of them understanding the meaning behind each other's eyes. Medivh? The last guardian, Medivh. How is that possible? Medivh, isn't he dead? Crassus spoke for the first time. Young man, he leaned forward slightly, a warm smile on his lips. When did you start dreaming these dreams? 5 years ago. 3 years after the dark portal opened, the very year Medivh fell. The vast majority of common folk only knew bits and pieces of what happened to that powerful guardian. But Antonidas and Crassus, as members of Dalaran's Council of Six, were naturally privy to the full picture. Those who knew these secrets could be counted on one hand. Apart from those directly involved, the only outsider might be Sargeras, the Dark Titan who had possessed Medivh. And Alan doubted the Lord of the Burning Legion had the time to play such trivial games with them. Antonidas's Adam's apple bobbed. If this young man is telling the truth. If Medivh had come to me in person and said these things, I wouldn't have believed him. But Medivh haunting this young man like a curse, this uncanny coincidence, these similar traces. This is information I deduced myself. And I trust my own judgment without question. Alan then pulled out an unassuming wooden stick from his chest. A fragment of a tiche. He held it in his palm, his movements as reverent as if he were cradling a holy relic. 5 years ago, a meteor streaked across the sky. This thing appeared outside my house. I never knew what it was, only that it was warm, as if alive. He looked down at the stick, his gaze tender and confused. All these years, I've carried it with me. I don't know what it is, but I know it's waiting for me. Stella stood in the back, originally moved to tears. Benefactor has gone through so much, carried so much. Her little nose tingled, and her eyes reddened. Then she saw the wooden stick. Why does it look so familiar? Antonidas and Crassus both recognized that thing at the same time. A tiche. The Guardian's legendary staff. Antonidas took a deep breath. What else have you dreamed about? Alan tucked the wooden stick back into his robes, lifted his head, his gaze calm yet deep. He told me. His voice was very soft. I was chosen. The Horde will reopen the dark portal. They'll seize Mediva's book, the Eye of Dalaran, and Sargeras' scepter. He paused. He wants me to stop all of this. Deception check, success. You stand atop the Violet Citadel, surrounded by 20 staves pointed at you, facing the most powerful mages of this era. And the only leverage in your hands is a picked-up wooden stick and a mouth that dares to say anything. But the moment you spoke, they believed you. Not because your lie was flawless, but because what you said happened to strike the deepest hope buried in their hearts. A repentant Mediv. A weeping Mediv. A Mediv begging and pleading. A Mediv seeking atonement. How wonderful that sounds. They didn't see a fast-talking liar. They saw a messenger chosen by fate, a successor to the Guardian who could be shaped by Dalaran. They chose to believe you. And just like that, Alan Prester was let off the hook by 2 Grand Mages of the Council of 6. Antonidas himself even spoke up, ordering all Kirin Tor mages present today to strictly keep the secret about the exorcism alarm, about that dream, about that fragment of Atish. Not only that, they even gifted Alan a fragment of Atish. They said, maybe, this is fate. Maybe it's up to you to restore the Guardian staff in its entirety. Antonidas was very impressed with Alan. In his eyes, Alan must have some deep connection to Mediv. If he could take Alan as his apprentice, it would feel incredibly satisfying. According to them, the top fragment of Atish had actually been kept in Dalaran for many years, only to be stolen later. Alan silently complained in his heart. Dalaran's security level was, as always, reassuringly predictable. He vaguely recalled that the top and bottom of Atish should have dropped from some raid boss, but he really hadn't done that quest. Probably in one of the classic-era endgame raids like the Temple of Ankh-Raj or Naxxramas. After asking them about their experiences upon arrival, Antonidas placed even more importance on the prophetic information from Alan's dream. After all, this wasn't some arrogant prophet coming before him to grant knowledge, it was something he had personally dug out from a pile of clues. The two whispered a few words to each other, then summoned a messenger mage, ordering an immediate increase in the security level around the Eye of Dalaran. Of course, Daelin Proudmoore's daughter was studying in Dalaran, so they definitely had to take good care of her. By the way, after the crisis of being about to be arrested and locked up in Violet Prison was resolved, Alan finally had time to check the quest he had completed. Side quest, Strange Wooden Stick, completed. Quest objective, arrive at the nearest magic capital, 1-to-1. Rewards, 1 random low-level spell being drawn, profession level increased by 1. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the spell, Disguise Self. Disguise Self. Level, first level. Effect, magically alter every aspect of your appearance. Warlock level 1 to Warlock level 2. Profession passive unlocked, Metamagic. You may choose 2 metamagic options and 1 first-level Warlock spell. Metamagic was a unique auxiliary ability for Warlocks. Alan chose Twin Spell and Distant Spell. Metamagic, Distant Spell, greatly increases the range of your next spell. Metamagic, Twin Spell, a spell that can only target one creature can now target an additional creature. With these 2 metamagic options, countless application scenarios instantly flooded Alan's mind. From now on, he could mind blast people from a distance to secretly pop their heads and even pop 2 at once. He was already rehearsing it in his head. For his first-level Warlock spell, Alan chose Magic Missile. It was about time he learned some proper spells, and he could finally pick one himself. Magic Missile. Level, first level. Effect, based on your magic power, unleash 3 magic force missiles that always hit their target. Of course, the most important thing was that in D&D, Magic Missile had 100% accuracy. Though Alan wasn't sure if the system would curse him for being deaf and land the magic missile on an enemy that normally couldn't be hit in Warcraft. Well, he could try it out later. Disguise self was pretty good 2A practical spell. Alan took out the wooden stick gifted by Antonidas and then his own piece. The gaps between the two sticks clearly didn't match. One had a jagged cross-section, while the other's grain was completely misaligned. But when he brought them close, the runes lit up. The ancient runes on both sticks simultaneously glowed with a pale golden light, like sleeping stars awakening. It was as if some invisible force was pulling them together. On the contact surface of the two sticks, tender green sprouts actually grew, emerging from the cross-section of one, winding around the gap of the other, twisting, tightening, merging. Seamless. As if they had never been broken. Everyone around was stunned. Alan was a bit surprised too. So this was what a legendary weapon was like. Not just stats and traits, but this kind of living texture. Side quest triggered, strange wooden stick, 2. You have arrived at the magic capital. The other stick gifted to you by the Grand Mages has actually fused with the one in your hand. I can feel the magic within surging even more powerfully. It's alive, it's growing, it's calling for the remaining fragments. Quest objective, collect more strange wooden stick fragments, 2/3. Quest rewards, random mid-level spell x1, free attribute points x2, 1 profession level increase. When the figures of the Council of Six appeared in the apprentice enrollment area, everyone was stunned. That was Antonidas. The leader of the Kirin Tor, the very symbol of all of Dalaran. Beside him was Krasis, that mysterious high elven Grand Mage, who even Antonidas reportedly had to treat with respect. These two usually only appeared at the highest level councils, hardly ever seen even by official mages. Now, the two big shots had brought Jaina to the place where arcane and ley line affinity were tested. This was a rite of passage for every mage apprentice after all. You couldn't waste a person's entire life if they couldn't even sense arcane elements, right? News spread faster than arcane missiles. Who is it? Who's being treated like this? I heard it's Daelin Proudmoore's daughter from Kultiras. Daelin's daughter? That still shouldn't require 2 Grand Mages to personally accompany her, should it? In the center of the testing area stood a stone platform, above which floated a sharply faceted polyhedral crystal pillar. It would emit light based on the test subject's affinity for the ley lines and arcane elements, ranked from low to high, dim, glimmer, stable, bright, high, extremely high. Normally, no one would be here, but because of the two big shots, quite a crowd had gathered to watch. Jaina was a bit nervous. She stepped forward, one hand tightly clutching the money pouch Alan had given her, and began the test. Hum. The light inside the crystal pillar instantly became bright and lively, like a calm lake surface into which a stone had been thrown, ripples spreading rapidly and condensing. A few seconds later, several clear and radiant common words appeared above the crystal pillar. Arcane affinity, high. Jaina let go, stepped back, her face expressionless. The crowd had already exploded. High. It's high. My God, how old is this girl? Kultiras is about to produce a Grand Mage. Antonidas nodded with satisfaction, and a slight smile even appeared on Krasis's lips. He turned to Jaina, about to say something. Alan mustered his courage and spoke up. He didn't need to learn anything else, but at least he wanted to learn arcane intellect so he could buff himself. I'd also like to continue my studies in Dalaran. Could I give it a try? Antonidas and Krasis became interested and looked at Alan. Oh. What kind of magical talent would this young man, who seemed to have been personally chosen by Medivh, display? Alan stood before the stone platform, both hands pressed against the crystal pillar, his heart racing faster than usual. He recalled his failed experience at the arcane sanctum in Stormwind, that time when the crystal ball had died completely in his hands, not even bothering to grant him a sliver of light. Amy Marlin had stood nearby back then, her expression shifting from anticipation to awkwardness, and from awkwardness to pity. That was a pain he would carry for life. He could have become an upright and enthusiastic archmage, not some pitiful, weak, and helpless shadow priest and wild warlock. With a restless heart, Alan began the test. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. The crystal pillar was cold as a dead stone, the runes silent, the inlaid magic crystals dim and lifeless like extinguished stars. The entire testing apparatus sat there like a gravestone. Antonidas' eyebrows lifted slightly. Krasis set down his teacup, a flicker of confusion passing through those amber eyes. Was the instrument broken? Alan was utterly focused. He sank all his attention deep into his body, trying to perceive something he had never truly sensed before: arcane magic, the ley lines. Those azure energies that had always flowed through the air of Azeroth. Arcane, 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 arcane. He chanted inwardly, like some devout prayer. Ley energy. Arcane elements. Where are you? The crystal pillar showed no response. Just then, Alan seemed to faintly detect a trace of arcane energy. The crystal pillar flickered faintly. Antonidas and Krasis exchanged a glance. The instrument lit up, meaning it wasn't broken. So the person chosen by the former Guardian Medivh was actually a magic novice? Right then, Alan felt something was off. That arcane energy carried a strange emotion. Grievance. Like a lover from a distant land, trekking over mountains and rivers, finally arriving at the promised meeting place, only to be blocked by an invisible wall. She knocked countless times, called out countless shouts, waited endless days and nights, yet the person inside the wall never heard. Now, at last, he turned his head. Those eyes looked toward her through the thick barrier. She was almost in tears. Alan's pupils contracted slightly. A bold guess surged into his mind. No way. No way, no way. He gripped Xalatath tightly. When he closed his eyes and sank his perception deep into his body, shadow energy surrounded him like a black tide, completely sealing him off. Dense, viscous, omnipresent, like the most loyal guards, yet also like the greediest cage. Could it be, you damned shadow elements have walled me in, making it impossible to sense arcane energy? Alan took a deep breath. He tried to push against the shadows. With his mind, he gently touched that layer of black tide, like shoving a heavy iron door. He added a bit more force. Shadows surged from all directions, layer upon layer, wave after wave. Every inch Alan pushed open, 10 new inches of shadows filled the gap. Alan concentrated entirely, achieving total focus, unleashing his maximum strength, and roared in his mind. Get lost. All of you shadows. His will was like a sharp sword, cleaving through the layers of darkness. Finally, a crack appeared. But it was enough. Those arcane elements, isolated for so long, finally saw a passage. Like a tsunami, like a burst dam, those arcane elements, held back too long, carrying a pent-up longing, with nearly insane joy, surged into that gap in a frenzy. Aobes. They pressed together, like long-lost lovers throwing themselves into their beloved's embrace, like pilgrims finally touching the fingertips of their deity. Alan saw an endless expanse of purple. Saw a flood that covered the sky, devouring everything, dyeing the whole world deep purple. At that moment, Alan remembered when he had changed class to Wild Warlock, how some existence had glanced at him, bestowing the wild magic power sealed within his body. That chaos, that blinding light, that brilliance like a cluster of stars. Who exactly was he? It couldn't be the world spirit, could it? The testing crystal pillar ignited in an instant, its radiance as blinding as the sun. Those magic crystals erupted with dazzling blue light, cracks spreading from within, fragments flying everywhere. The outer arcanite shell began to melt, golden droplets splashing through the air, vaporizing before they even hit the ground. Alan couldn't control the arcane torrent and could only shout, "Run!" Antonidas reacted immediately, raising his hand abruptly as a pale blue barrier spread out, enveloping the crystal pillar. Krasis moved at the same time, tracing a silver arc in the air with his fingers as the glow of a teleportation spell surrounded everyone present. A flash of light. Everyone was teleported to safety just before the explosion consumed the hull. Then, a beam of violet light shot up from the ground, like a divine sword thrusting from the depths of the earth, tearing through the ceiling, through the dome, through the sky of Dalaran. Clouds were ripped in half, the sunlight paling before that violet radiance. When it finally dissipated, half of the hull's ceiling had collapsed, stone pillars broken into several sections, and the exquisite rune murals reduced to charred black ash. The air was thick with residual arcane energy, crackling purple arcs dancing among the ruins like lingering ghosts unwilling to leave. And in the center of this wreckage stood Alan Prester. Unscathed. He looked down at his hands, his fingers spreading slightly, then slowly clenching into fists. Holy crap. Those who had escaped the disaster peered in cautiously. Not just the apprentice onlookers, even Antonidas and Crassus were stunned. This was really messed up. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Crassus muttered like some prophet, "One day, Medivh will manifest in him again." Jaina, as if having proven something, looked a bit elated. So he really hadn't lied to me that day. Which meant it was because I asked about such a basic spell as Frostbolt that I offended a Grand Mage. Soon, alarms sounded from every direction. Hasty bells, shrill horns, the sound of countless boot soles crushing rubble. Dozens of Kirin Tor battle mages flooded into the ruins, staffs raised high, arcane energy at their tips like arrows poised to strike, all aimed squarely at the person in the center. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Alan nearly ended up in the Violet Prison for a second time. If not for 2 Grand Mages from the Council of 6 personally vouching for him, he would have been keeping company with those bizarre inmates in the Violet Prison by now. His test results were sealed away as classified, and all witnesses at the scene were ordered to keep silent. Of course, no one could come to a conclusion about the incident anyway, since never in Dalaran's history had anyone ever blown up a testing instrument. For Alan, this half-day was like opening a door to a whole new world. So he wasn't an arcane idiot after all. He could sense the ley lines, could perceive those azure, flowing currents of energy. They weren't turning a blind eye to him, they simply couldn't reach him. Of course, he wasn't sure if this was an affinity he'd always possessed, or if it was a change that had occurred after that glance when he'd been forcibly converted into a wild warlock. Even though forcing that shadow energy to back off was incredibly difficult, requiring tremendous effort, and even pushing with all his might could only open a tiny crack. Under that kind of pressure, even after breaking through the gap, it would be hard for him to cast spells. But at least there was hope now. Alan's heart surged with emotion. I can learn arcane magic. I'm a real, bona fide archmage. Without a doubt, he was being strongly urged to stay and study in Dalaran. Crassus would personally teach him, and Antonidas would personally teach Jaina. After dealing with all the mess, Antonidas sent someone to take them to the most luxurious inn in Dalaran, the Magic Inn, located on the busiest street in the Violet District. Pushing open the window, one could see Dalaran's Violet Citadel. Jaina followed behind, but her mind was completely elsewhere. She was secretly calculating how she should phrase it when she got the chance, so she could naturally ask to stay in the room next to Alan. Miss Jaina. Alan's voice came from ahead, interrupting her thoughts. I've safely delivered you to Dalaran. You've successfully enrolled in your studies. He turned around, a relaxed smile on his face. From now on, you're an official mage apprentice of Dalaran. Everything Varian asked me to do, I've completed. Jaina's lips parted slightly. The words that had been circling on the tip of her tongue countless times hadn't even been spoken yet. So, we'll part ways here. With that, Alan turned and slipped away. He didn't even give Jaina a chance to speak. His back disappeared from sight without a moment's hesitation. Jaina stood there, a wave of indescribable bitterness washing over her heart. He left. Just like that, he left. Not even a single extra word. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously clenching the money pouch at her waist. The rope knot at the bag's opening had already been frayed by her constant rubbing. She had never been willing to replace it. Jaina stood there in a daze for a long time. Then, footsteps echoed from the stairs. Someone was coming down from above. Jaina looked up. A young man was descending the last few steps. He wore a fitted tunic, with Lordaeron's royal crest embroidered on the collar and cuffs. His blonde hair was neatly and crisply trimmed, with a few stray strands falling across his forehead, highlighting his young, remarkably bright face. RNB. Arthas Menethil. He stepped down onto the final stair, and his eyes happened to meet Jaina's. Those eyes paused for a moment. This young lady, his voice was youthful and gentle, judging by your travel gear, you've just arrived in Dalaran. Oh, hello. She said. It was a completely irrelevant response. Clearly, her mind was elsewhere. Arthas Menethil stood on the last step, looking at the young woman before him. Sunlight streamed obliquely through the inn's arched window, landing perfectly on her blonde hair, dyeing those soft strands in a warm halo of light. Her eyes were bluer than any lake or any sea he had ever seen in Lordaeron, bluer than the sea, bluer than the sky, deeper than any shade of blue he had ever encountered in his entire life. In that instant, he felt as if something had gently exploded in his chest, like the first spark of a fire in a winter hearth. Small, yet enough to warm his entire heart. He had never felt anything like this before. Dalaran is a very beautiful city, he heard himself say, his voice lighter than he had intended. If you don't mind, miss, I could show you around. There's the magical fountain, the floating gardens, and that tower that's said to offer a view of all of Dalaran. He paused, smiling a little sheepishly. Of course, if you already have company, then pretend I didn't say anything. His fingers clenched slightly, then relaxed. His heart was racing, but he tried to make his smile look calm. He was the Prince of Lordaeron. He should be calm. But Jaina's thoughts had already drifted away. Where did he go? Dalaran was so big, would she ever see him again? That money pouch still hung at her waist. Why did he give her this money pouch? Was it a casual gift, or did it mean something else? If it meant something else, what was it? Would they have a future together? I am Arthas Menethil. May I ask for your name? Oh, hello. Jaina nodded mechanically, then walked right past Arthas, heading towards her own room. Arthas stood there stunned, having no idea what had just happened, feeling a hollow emptiness in his heart. Hey, was that great atmosphere just now only in my own imagination? Before the entrance to Dalaran sewers, Alan crouched down. A swarm of rats chattered away in front of him. It's down there. It's down there. It's down there. Big eyes. Bleeding. Scary. Scary. Alan nodded repeatedly. He pulled another piece of cheese from his pocket, broke it into pieces, and scattered it on the ground. Found you, rats hiding in the sewers. After Alan and Morgan had put away their luggage, they went and bought a huge pile of cheese. Using Speak with Animals, they bribed a bunch of rats, asking them to help search all of Dalaran for that bleeding pupil pattern. And now, these rats had led them right to the entrance of the sewer tunnel. He stood up, looking at the pitch-black entrance. A damp wind blew out from inside, carrying an indescribable smell. Stella's face fell. Benefactor, do we really have to go down there? Alan nodded. Of course. Isn't this what we came here for? Morgan grasped his Arceus, his face resolute. I didn't expect evil to be lurking even in Dalaran. It is our bounden duty. A few rats tugged urgently at Alan's pant leg, eager for him to follow. Alan let out a breath. Let's go. Dalaran sewers were far larger than they had imagined. It was practically an underground city. High vaulted ceilings loomed above, some areas were wide enough for two carriages to drive side by side, while others were so narrow only one person could squeeze through sideways. Occasionally, a magical wall sconce flickered on the walls, but most were old and worn out. The light was dim and wavering, stretching and shortening the group's shadows, twisting and deforming them on the mottled walls. The group carefully tread through the water, each step slow and deliberate. Morgan walked in front, holding his sword aloft, his gaze sweeping cautiously into every dark corner. Stella stuck close behind Alan, her eyes fixed on her new boots bought in Dalaran, her little face full of heartache. But the rats acted as if they had returned to their most familiar territory. They hopped and skipped through the water, leaping from one stone platform to another. They passed an abandoned portal. The runes on the frame were still there, but the other side had collapsed into a pile of rubble. They also passed by a huge mural, depicting the scene of Dalaran's founding. But most of the paint had peeled off, leaving only a few blurry figures and half a tower. As they rounded a corner, the wall beside them suddenly exploded. A slime squeezed out from the hole in the wall. It was emerald green all over, translucent, with all sorts of strange things trapped inside its body: a rusty dagger, shards of glass, a few moldy copper coins, someone's boot. It stared at the group for 3 seconds. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a rusty dagger. It looked at the dagger again, seeming to feel that this threat wasn't big enough, so it tried to spit again, but only produced a stream of bubbles. Enraged and humiliated, it hurled its entire body at the group, moving faster than expected. The rats scurried away in fear. Alan drew Xalatath. Arcane missiles. 5 or 6 purple missiles streaked through the air with shimmering, colorful trails, tracing graceful arcs, landing on the slime without a single miss. Boom dash. Several large holes exploded in the slime's body, sending green slime splattering everywhere. It rolled twice on the ground, spat out a dirty-looking bag from its body, then scrambled back into the hole in the wall and disappeared. Alan picked up the bag, wiped off the slime, and a system panel popped up. Strange bag. Quality, fine. This bag doesn't look big, but it can hold things far larger than its own volume. Not only that, but items placed inside seem to undergo some strange changes. Alan raised an eyebrow and immediately tested it. He pulled the short sword he had brought from Gold's Hire from his belt and carefully stuffed it into the bag's opening. The moment it was placed inside, the short sword actually turned into a single copper coin. Alan picked up the bag but felt absolutely no weight to it. He poured the copper coin out. As it fell out, the coin transformed back into the short sword, clattering to the ground. Everyone exchanged glances. Alan felt a little guilty. This was a good item. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of everyone, it would be too awkward to just pocket it. He coughed twice. This is a good thing. Do any of you want it? Morgan shook his head. He wasn't following Alan for the sake of treasure. Stella also shook her head, grinning foolishly. It's fine for my good things to stay with my benefactor. The rats had gathered back again, pulling anxiously at Alan to move forward. With no other choice, Alan could only stuff the bag into his own pocket for now. Go, go, go. This way, this way. Almost there. Almost there. Scary eyes. Right up ahead. They rounded another bend, and a narrower passage appeared before them. At the end of the passage was a lamp. Beneath the lamp was a human figure, crouching suspiciously by the wall, peering at something. She wore a mage's robe, stained with quite a bit of grime. Her long, brown hair was messily tied back. She seemed to hear the noise behind her and whipped her head around. It was a young face. There were a few smudges of soot on it from who knows where. The moment she saw Alan, her eyes went wide. It's you. She pointed a trembling finger at Alan. That jerk who tricked me with malachite. Alan looked at her, recognizing her. Amy Marlin. Thanks for the invite. I'm in a foreign land, just emerged from the sewers, and I've run into a girl I once deceived. What do I do now? Amy Marlin stared at the man before her, absolutely furious. About 2 months ago, it was him who had tricked her in Stormwind. He'd made her spend a silver coin on a worthless piece of malachite. A single silver coin wasn't much to a mage apprentice, it wasn't even a real loss. But it was deception. She had just kindly helped him, and this was what she got in return. That night, she tossed and turned in her dormitory, unable to sleep. She examined that piece of malachite over and over again countless times, confirming it was nothing but a genuine, common piece of worthless rock, not even worth a few copper coins. Ever since, that detestable man had haunted her thoughts, impossible to shake. Disheartened, her father, Archmage Marlin, had sent her to Dalaran. Here, no one knew her. No one knew she was the foolish apprentice who'd been swindled out of a silver coin for a worthless rock. She locked herself in the library, day after day poring over arcane texts, practicing spells that demanded intense concentration. Her mentor said she was improving quickly, praised her exceptional talent. She thought her heart of the Tao had become as calm as still water. But right now, Amy's long calm Tao heart rippled. She couldn't help but sneer at him. Oh, isn't this the poor country boy from outside Stormwind? The one who's admired the arcane sanctum since childhood, dreaming of becoming a mage, but whose family was too poor to afford tuition, couldn't find anyone to recommend him, and hit dead ends everywhere he went. What a pitiful wretch. Alan stood there, his face a masterpiece of complex expressions. Were these words the lies he'd made up back then? He'd certainly spun plenty of tall tales, but how could this girl remember them so vividly? Word for word, even mimicking his tone perfectly. I'm sorry, miss, he cleared his throat, striving to make his gaze more melancholy. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Amy looked into his eyes, and for a moment, her heart softened. Maybe so. Maybe he really had been desperate, so desperate he had to deceive me. Actually, 1 silver coin wasn't that much. Stella immediately stepped in to defend her benefactor. She nodded vigorously, her little blue braids swinging back and forth. Right, right. My benefactor is a noble young master from House Prester. How could he be a farmer's kid from Stormwind? You must be mistaken. Alan reached out, grabbed Stella by the scruff of her neck, and lifted her up. You money-losing gremlin, why not just tell her my full name outright? Stella flailed in the air, her short little legs kicking wildly. Ah! Benefactor! Brother Alan! Let me go! Let me go! Amy was stunned at first, then rage surged within her. He's a noble. I actually wasted my pity on him. Then her gaze lingered on Alan's face for a moment, and suddenly something clicked. Oh. Your name is Alan Prester. There was a note of surprise in her voice. The Alterac noble who cracked the de Montmorency family massacre case alongside King Varian, Alpha N. Alan nodded. It was clear Amy had been in Dalaran for a while. Her news was still stuck on the newspapers from a month ago. By now, he was the great hero who'd killed Terran Gorfiend and saved Stormwind. Meanwhile, in Stormwind Keep's throne hall, Varian Rin slammed the proposal to the ground. The parchment bounced twice before rolling down the steps. I hope His Majesty will surround himself with the virtuous and distance himself from the petty, especially certain petty people who enjoy dabbling in dangerous magic. He repeated the words slowly, each syllable forced through gritted teeth. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the trembling nobles below the dais. Why don't you speak more plainly? Who is this petty person who enjoys dabbling in dangerous magic? In the sewer, Amy's tone had softened somewhat, but she hadn't forgotten the fact that she'd been swindled. Give me back my money. Alan spread his hands, his expression as innocent as a newborn lamb. Miss, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. How can a business transaction between a willing buyer and a willing seller be called a scam? You tricked me out of a silver coin with a broken piece of malachite. That was a fair trade, mutually agreed upon. Alan didn't even flinch. If you really think it wasn't worth it, I can throw in some additional help. Amy eyed him warily. What kind of help? Why don't you start by telling me why you're here? Amy hesitated. I found out that Dalaran seems to have some kind of cult. They're researching dark magic. She paused, suddenly realizing something. Wait, why am I telling you this? You're here to investigate. Alan didn't answer her question. Amy blinked. Alan shook his head, his gaze sweeping over her soiled mage robe, over her messy hair, over her solitary, thin figure standing alone in the sewer. You see, if you hadn't run into me, you'd be dead. You came to investigate a cult without even changing your clothes. Aren't you afraid they'll suspect you're a Kirin Tor mage and you'll meet with foul play? And you're alone sooner or later, something's going to happen to you like this. Amy was taken aback. Huh. But this organization is recruiting mages. A cult recruiting mages. Alan's brow furrowed slightly. What are you investigating? Does it have anything to do with this symbol? He pulled a folded parchment from his chest and unfurled it. On it was drawn a bleeding, bloodshot eye. Amy stared at it, stunned. How do you know? It must be fate, then. Alan tucked the parchment back into his chest, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'm here for the same reason. Consider that silver coin a down payment. I'll help you investigate. All right. Amy nodded instinctively, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait. What down payment? Who agreed to pay you anything? We've been tracking this all the way from Stormwind. Alan's tone turned serious. We suspect this organization has countless connections to Terran Gorfiend. Amy's face changed color. What? Terran Gorfiend has come to Azeroth? Stella grinned, popping her head out from behind Alan. Not just that, we already killed Terran Gorfiend. It took Amy a moment to digest this news. She'd left Stormwind just over a month ago. What on earth had happened in that time? Her gaze swept back and forth across the three of them, this grinning con man, this bouncing little gnome, and that paladin standing off to the side, silent the whole time, his face resolute. You three killed Terran Gorfiend? This con man and this little gnome? Her eyes finally landed on Morgan and stayed there for a long time. That taciturn paladin, sword in hand, stood with a steady posture, his gaze sharp as a torch. That weather-beaten face was practically screaming, "Justice," in bold letters. Yeah. This guy looked reliable. Like someone who could kill Terran Gorfiend. That con man and little gnome were probably just cheering from the sidelines. All right. Alan flexed his wrists. Where are they? Let's go meet them. Amy stopped Alan. Wait. They're all gathered right now. Are we just going to walk in like this? You at least look a bit like a mage, but what about these two companions of yours? They're way too suspicious. Alan looked at the two of them, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He snapped his fingers. Got it. The gathering took place in a circular hall at the deepest part of the sewer. It was a long-abandoned underground chamber, with an arched ceiling soaring several zhang overhead. The ancient brickwork, soaked for years by groundwater, was covered in dark green moss. At the center of the hall stood a stone platform slightly raised above the ground, like the base of some altar. Its surface bore traces of melted wax and scorch marks. Several dozen stone stools were scattered around the platform, arranged in an irregular arc. A female mage and a man wrapped in a black cloak walked in from the end of the passageway. Amy, and Alan, who had used disguise self to alter his appearance. Two birds perched on Alan's shoulders, two gray parrots. The one on the left kept swiveling its round, black eyes, as if sizing up everyone present. The one on the right sat quietly, never making a sound from start to finish. A man from the gathering stepped forward to greet them. Amy walked ahead, her voice kept low. We were sent here by Alvin. The man's gaze swept over them both, then a knowing smile spread across his face. He turned to face the crowd and announced in a loud voice, "Brothers and sisters, we have new members joining us." Several dozen people rose to their feet, applause echoing beneath the dome. The man curiously studied the two birds on Alan's shoulders, then asked with a grin, "Brother, why'd you bring pets along?" Stella, transformed into a gray parrot via polymorph, was bursting with excitement. She flapped her wings and squawked at the top of her lungs, "Splendid. Simply splendid." Morgan, however, remained completely still, only tilting his head slightly to glance at the man with one shiny black eye before turning away indifferently. Humph. A bunch of cultists. Alan reached up and pressed the still squawking Stella back down onto his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, I just like keeping little pets, that's all." The man extended a hand, reaching out to stroke Stella's head. Stella flinched back sharply, dodging the hand, then burrowed her entire body into Alan's shirt, leaving only a gray-brown tail poking out and fluttering about. The man tried to pet Morgan next, but Morgan jabbed his tiny beak hard into the man's finger. "Ow ow ow. Ha ha ha, quite the fierce one." Alan shot him a glance but didn't acknowledge him. He reached into his shirt, grabbed the still wriggling gray parrot by the scruff of its neck, and pulled her out. The gray parrot thrashed in his hand twice, letting out dissatisfied cooing sounds. With a blank expression, Alan pressed her back onto his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Behave yourself." It was unclear whether he was speaking to the bird or to the man. The smile on the man's face froze for a moment. For some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. He obediently shut his mouth and led the two of them to stone stools near the back to sit down. Who knows? Low conversations buzzed in the hall, people chatting idly about the latest news in Dalaran, the stubborn old fools on the Kirin Tor Council, and who had gotten chewed out by their mentor recently. Then everyone fell silent. A man in a dark red robe emerged from the shadows behind the stone platform. He stood on the platform, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present. Not a single person here today has ever been understood. The hall fell so quiet you could hear the flames dancing in the wall sconces. Feared for having too much talent. Questioned for walking too far ahead. Dismissed as a madman for seeing the future too clearly. Every single one of us has been through this. His voice was as calm as still water, yet it carried a weight that pulled people in. They can't comprehend our foresight. Can't understand the unavoidable future we see closing in. Can't grasp the sleepless nights, the all-consuming urgency with which we sacrifice everything for it. They don't understand us. His voice suddenly dropped. They reject us. Ostracize us. Persecute us. But, his voice rose sharply, none of that matters. We will prove everything to them. We will overturn everything. We will have everything. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Alan turned his head to look at the other side, where a young man had been sitting silently beside him the entire time. Thin, pale features. Slightly prominent cheekbones. Thin lips pressed tightly together. A pair of gray-blue eyes that looked especially deep in the dim lamplight. This pale young man hadn't spoken a single word since the gathering began. No applause, no cheers. Not even a change in expression. Alan leaned in, lowering his voice. Brother, looks like we're the only calm ones here. You just got here too. The man turned his head, his gaze lingering on Alan's face for a moment. Despite his plain appearance, he exuded a strangely strong sense of affability. No. The man's voice was calm. I just think our force is still too small. We should expand, form a real cult. Alan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh. Sounds like you have real vision. His tone carried a hint of warmth. I think so too. I believe we should quickly draft a doctrine, find a path that suits us. What kind of path, for example? Alan wiggled his fingers. A thread of obscure black energy coiled around his fingertips. Actually, I've been researching necromancy lately. Alan's voice dropped very low, as if sharing a secret. I don't think necromancy is as evil as people imagine. Amy's expression changed. Sitting on Alan's other side, she clearly saw that wisp of black energy dancing at his fingertips. The man stared at the shadow around Alan's fingertips. Something flickered in his gray-blue eyes. May I ask your name? His voice carried a newfound seriousness. Alan reached into his shirt, grabbed the gray parrot that was trying to burrow into his collar again, and pressed her back onto his shoulder. The parrot let out a dissatisfied coo. My name is Nazul. Alan's tone was casual. And you? The man paused for a moment. Kel'Thuzad. Oh. So this was the future founder of the Cult of the Damned. Alan tilted his head, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh. I think we'll have plenty to talk about. The speech on the stone platform finally ended. The man in the dark red robe stepped forward again, his fervent gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Alan and Amy. Now then his voice carried barely concealed anticipation, let's see if our new members have what it takes to join us. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned in unison. Those looks were like hungry people eyeing a freshly served dish. Amy froze. She clutched the edge of her robe, her gaze darting nervously through the crowd. But the gray parrot on Alan's shoulder suddenly perked up. She poked her head out, fluffed her feathers, puffed out her chest, and swept her gaze proudly over everyone present. The light shining from Morgan's tiny eyes was so righteous it didn't seem like it belonged to a bird. Several people, meeting that gaze, instinctively looked away. Alan stood up with a smile and took a step forward. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every corner of the hall. Brothers and sisters. He spread his arms, as if embracing the entire world. I feel it. I was born for this. He paused, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening. Those high-ups in Dalaran. All fools, imbeciles, and bastards. A low chuckle rippled through the crowd. Some nodded. Some applauded. But we are not fools, imbeciles, or bastards. I believe that Dalaran's future rests on our shoulders. His voice gradually rose, like the tide coming in. Talent is a curse. Excellence is a curse. Ability is a curse. We surpass ordinary people by too much. The stupidity and conservatism of those mortals restricts our gifted abilities, and that pains us. People began murmuring in agreement. Like a curse. Alan's voice suddenly dropped. Magic itself has no sin. But those stubborn, foolish, rotten old fogies, they can't even grasp such a simple truth. They stop us from pursuing truth, from approaching the source. They don't deserve to be our teachers. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces illuminated by candlelight. They don't deserve to lead Dalaran. Enthusiastic applause burst from the crowd. Some even stood up. Alan extended his palm and pressed downward, gesturing for calm. The noise in the hall gradually subsided. Dozens of eyes stared at him with fervent anticipation. Our advancement, our foresight, though they are our curse. His voice softened, almost to a whisper, they are even more so our pride. He took a deep breath and raised his voice to its peak. I propose that, from today onward, we should have a unified name to unite everyone. The hall fell so silent that only the sound of flames dancing in the wall sconces remained. I propose. His gaze swept over the faces lit by candlelight. All of us gathered here, from now on, shall be called He paused. The cult of the damned. The cheers rose like a tide, echoing beneath the hall's vaulted ceiling. Those who had been neglected for too long, suppressed for too long, people who had nowhere in this city to belong, were clapping fanatically, some even shed tears. They finally had a name. The cult of the damned. A name that belonged to them. Kel'Thuzad in the crowd heard that name and froze for a moment. Nice name. Alan stood before the stone platform, waiting for the cheers to subside slightly before speaking again. In times of crisis, no one can shrink back. His gaze swept slowly across them, then I will be the one to lead. I volunteer. I'm willing to be the leader of this cult of the damned. Amy sat on a stone bench, her face as white as paper. She looked at the man standing on the platform, smiling. That smile was gentle and composed, as if he was born to stand there. She felt her heart sinking. Was this infiltration, or was she leading a lamb straight into a tiger's den? Stella leapt from Alan's shoulder and flapped her wings, circling above the hall. Leader! Leader! She screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice sharp and clear as it rang through the hall. I propose, Alan's voice sounded again, carrying an unquestionable certainty, we first eliminate every member of the Council of Six. Then lock up any mages who disagree with our ideals in one place and manage them together. And then Wait. The man in the dark red robe finally interrupted, unable to hold back. A smile remained on his face, but it had grown a little stiff. Brother or sister, may I ask your name? Alan turned his head and focused on him. My name is Nazul. All right, Nazul. The man coughed, trying to soften his tone. I think you're a bit excited. You just joined us, it's better if you Fine. Alan's voice shot up sharply, drowning out the man's words. To show my sincerity, I'd like to demonstrate an interesting spell. I think we should all share with each other. By the way, do you have a corpse? The man in the dark red robe looked to Kel'Thuzad, who nodded slightly. The man then sent someone away for a short while. After a moment, a few people returned carrying the corpse of a middle-aged man and placed it on the dais. We pursue truth, yet we are told certain domains are untouchable. We yearn for power, yet we're taught some powers must not be used. Alan raised his hand, necromantic energy coiling at his fingertips like black flames. Death is merely another form of life. And we are entitled to understand it. He bent down and laid his palm on the corpse's forehead. Necromantic power surged from his palm like a black tide, enveloping the entire body. The wall lamps in the hall dimmed at once, and a cold wind blew in from nowhere, brushing every face. Then the corpse opened its eyes. He sat up slowly, like someone waking from a long sleep. Alan straightened, spread his arms, and his voice rang through the hall, "This is our potential. Death cannot refuse us." Silence held for less than 3 seconds. Then applause and cheers exploded. "The dead hold no secrets from us." Alan's voice rose above the clamor. "Great!" The crowd cheered wildly. Amy's face was ghastly pale, full of despair. This was over, there was no mistaking it, he was an evil necromancer. Alan turned to face the sitting corpse. "What is your name?" "Edwin Moore." "How did you die?" The corpse was silent for a moment. "I accidentally fell to my death." Alan nodded. So the corpse had been stolen. He asked a few more irrelevant questions, then waved his hand and the corpse slowly lay back down, returning to stillness. No. The atmosphere in the hall was fully ignited. Dozens of people crowded forward, clamoring with questions, their eyes fanatically reverent like pilgrims. "What kind of magic is this? What's the principle? Could you show it again? I've never seen necromancy this powerful." Alan raised a hand to quiet them. The noise gradually subsided, dozens of eager eyes fixed on him. "Calm down, everyone, please calm down. I never hoard knowledge. Once I am one of the cult of the damned, I will share everything I know with all of you." The man in the dark red robe squeezed in beside Alan, his smile now much more sincere than before. He put an arm around Alan's shoulder and turned to everyone present. "Brothers and sisters," his voice thrilled, "I have one more announcement. In 3 days, a major event will occur in Dalaran. Our chance to prove ourselves has come." The crowd fell silent, all eyes focused on him. With some luck, he lowered his voice but could not hide his excitement. "We will be able to overturn this rotten order." He released Alan's shoulder and began assigning tasks. Something big would happen in Dalaran 3 days from now, but the specifics were withheld for the moment. The newly formed cult of the damned would act at that moment. "Many people haven't come today," he said finally, eyes blazing, "but on that day, I hope everyone can take part." Watching the heated discussion, Alan nodded frequently. "Excellent, simply excellent. Keep debating, keep planning the subversion, gather them all together, and then wipe them out at once." 3 days passed in a blur. By day, Alan took direct instruction from Krasis, laboring desperately to master a single spell arcane intellect. By night, he showed up on time in the sewer hall. He lectured on the stone platform, sharing insights into necromantic spells. Most of those insights were fabrication's trickery to get them to obsess over things they couldn't reproduce, so he could blame lack of talent, accents in their incantations, insincerity, or improper posture when it failed. But Alan did not expect that, the next day, the man in the red robe would excitedly find him and say he had spent the whole night trying Alan's method and had at last succeeded in drawing faint life energy from a rose. Alan was stunned. "What's your name?" "Arthas," the man answered, his tone a humble pride. Alan was silent for a moment. Arthas. The name sounded familiar. In the western Plaguelands, there was a lich named Arthas, he thought. He looked at the man before him and sighed silently. "Kid, no wonder you'll become a lich someday." From then on, his status in the cult of the damned rose by leaps and bounds. More and more people began calling him Master Nazul. His suggestions were adopted, his opinions valued, he even began to help decide times and locations for actions. Only Kel'Thuzad, who had initially admired and been excited, gradually turned calm, then taciturn, and eventually just watched them silently, coming late, leaving early, and then not coming at all. But Alan's rise in the cult of the damned had become unstoppable. If Alan hadn't secretly taken Amy Marlin to meet with the Council of Six, she feared she would not have been able to restrain herself from bringing him to justice. On the final day before the action, Alan even sent a letter to Unlysa, thinking maybe they didn't have to wait for her to come to Dalaran, they could muster directly in Stormwind. The 3 days had arrived. The sewer hall was packed. There were more than twice as many people as 3 days before, black heads pressed from the platform all the way back to the tunnel entrance. They had named the operation, Day of Renewal. It was Master Nazol's suggestion Dalaran would be reborn today. This was the final mobilization meeting. Also Nazol's suggestion. Yet when the meeting began, someone noticed, why isn't Master Nazol here? Before anyone could answer his question, the sound of orderly, heavy footsteps came from the direction of the passage entrance. The Kirin Tor battle mages filed in, their staffs raised high. They formed 2 lines, stretching from the passage entrance all the way inside, surrounding the entire hall in an airtight circle. Every passage was sealed off, every exit blocked, every possible corner of escape covered. The hall descended into chaos. Someone screamed, someone collapsed to the ground, someone raised their staff to resist but dared not move. Even as the Kirin Tor battle mages bound them with arcane chains, everyone still couldn't believe that the cult of the damned had an informant among them. It was obvious, someone must have sold them out. Someone wailed, Master Nazol. He's not here. He's the informant. He's the Kirin Tor's informant. But another person refuted him excitedly, bullshit. How could Master Nazol be an informant? Someone else suspected, it must be Kel'Thuzad. He was jealous of Master Nazol, and he betrayed us. And there was a coward crying and shouting, Nazol is the real necromancer. He's the true dark wizard. You've arrested the wrong person. Alan watched expressionlessly as one person after another was taken away, until the last one remained. Since he had changed back to his original appearance, no one recognized him. But he let out a sigh. Amy Marlin was quite excited. She had only just arrived in Dalaran, and already she had made such a big contribution. It wasn't easy. When she got back, her father would probably look at her with new respect. She secretly glanced at Alan's profile, a complex emotion surging in her heart. This liar didn't seem so bad after all. Why are you sighing? She asked. Alan said, 1 person short. Amy paused for a moment, then comforted him, we did our best. Most of them were caught. 1 or 2 slipping away or running into accidents. That kind of thing is unpredictable. Don't blame yourself. She paused, then added, as long as the main figures of the cult of the damned are captured, that's fine. Speaking of which, Amy suddenly chuckled to herself, because when it came to the main figures of the cult of the damned, the cult's founder was right here, chatting with her. Alan shook his head. The missing person was none other than Kel'Thuzad. You want to apply to continue pursuing Kel'Thuzad? His name isn't on the leadership list of the cult of the damned. Archmage Ansirem Runweaver looked at Alan, a questioning tone in his voice. He was also one of the members of the Kirin Tor's Council of 6, specifically assigned to oversee the operation to eliminate the cult of the damned this time. Rengo. The other archmages had all gone to reinforce the defenses against the supposedly imminent attack, leaving him to handle these trivial follow-up matters. Ansirem fell silent for a moment. He had heard a few days ago that this young man in front of him had been touted as the guardian successor, the one chosen by Medivh. Even Krasis, that elusive figure who was as mysterious as a dragon, had expressed considerable admiration for him. He had originally thought it was a bit exaggerated. Until today, with Alan Prester's help, they had so easily wiped out the evil cult lurking in the shadows of Dalaran. Alan believed that with Terran Gorfin dead, Kel'Thuzad must be shouldering the critical task of stealing the Eye of Dalaran. Alan. You must go to Dalaran and protect the Eye of Dalaran. Remembering when Lysa's words to him, Alan shook his head. I must capture every member of the cult of the damned. All right, I'll give you Kel'Thuzad's address and files. Be very careful, young man. Alan stood in front of Kel'Thuzad's residence. There was a small garden in front of the door, but the flower beds contained no flowers, only meticulously trimmed low holly bushes, each one shaped into a perfect sphere, the spacing so precise it looked like it had been measured with a ruler. Not a single fallen leaf lay on the flagstone path, and not a single weed could be found in the cracks. Alan pushed open the iron gate of the garden. Morgan, Stella, and Amy followed behind him, their eyes sweeping across the overly tidy garden, unable to resist muttering under their breath, this is just too. She couldn't find the right word. Alan didn't respond. He walked to the door, used the knock spell to unlock it, and pushed it open. A dark grey doormat lay at the entrance, its fibers all brushed in the same direction. The living room was small, but everything was in its proper place. In one corner of the room stood an exquisite cat tree, and next to the cat tree sat 2 bowls. A small square cloth was placed under the bowls, its 4 corners folded into identical triangles, neatly pressed beneath them. But there was no cat. The bowls were empty, and the cat tree was empty too. Alan crouched down, wiping his finger across the floor. Perception check, success. Your eyes sweep across the bookshelf, the desk, and the empty bowls. Everything is too tidy, as if afflicted by an illness. Yet, in the home of someone who has carried tidiness to its extreme, there is dust on the floor clearly. He hasn't been back for several days. Amy was rifling through the desk, and in the bottommost drawer, she found a locked box. Alan used the knock spell to open it. Inside, over a dozen letters were stacked neatly. Every single envelope bore the same pattern: a bleeding eye. He picked up one letter with his fingers and tore it open. The letter paper was made of fine parchment, smooth and thick to the touch, with edges cut perfectly straight. To the esteemed Mr. Kel'Thuzad, your exposition on the nature of necromancy is most impressive. We share a common goal to break through the boundaries of life and death, to explore realms that mortals should not tread. If you are willing, we can engage in deeper exchanges on this matter. Terran Gorfiend. Alan put this letter down and picked up the next one. The tone was far warmer than the first. In his reply, Kel'Thuzad expressed cautious interest in the cooperation Terran Gorfiend had proposed. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th letters, the dates grew closer, and the tone grew more familiar. In his letters, Kel'Thuzad detailed his theoretical ideas on necromancy, while Terran Gorfiend replied with specific spell guidance. In the last few letters, words like cult, organization, and recruitment had begun to appear. So it really was Kel'Thuzad. He was the true leader behind this gathering, the one directly contacting Terran Gorfiend, obtaining orthodox necromantic knowledge from that death knight. And that impassioned, cult leader, at the meeting was nothing but a puppet pushed to the front stage. But the date on the last letter stopped half a month ago. That was only natural, because half a month ago, Alan had killed Terran Gorfiend. Side quest, the bleeding eye, completed. Quest objective, uncover the truth behind the bleeding eye mark at Menethil Harbor, January 1st. Rewards, 1 random low-level spell being drawn, 2 free attribute points distributed, profession level increased by 1. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the spell, Animal Friendship. Animal Friendship. Spell level, 1st level. Effect, target a beast you can see within the spell's range. The beast must succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or it will be charmed by you for the spell's duration. Warlock level 2 to Warlock level 3. Unlocked new metamagic spell and 1 second level spell. For his metamagic spell, Alan chose Silent Spell this time. Metamagic, Silent Spell, you can cast spells while silenced. For the 2nd level spell, he chose See Invisibility. See Invisibility. Spell level, 2nd level. Effect, gain the ability to see invisible creatures, with the possibility of revealing their presence to others. Having selected his rewards, Alan refocused his attention on Kel'Thuzad's room. Just then, he suddenly noticed that there was a hidden compartment on the inside of that drawer. He pulled open the concealed compartment on the inner side, looked at what was inside, and felt a flicker of surprise. The Magic Inn. The window seat on the 1st floor, that seat Jaina had been occupying for 3 days now. After class, she would sit here and watch people come and go outside the window. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the little pouch at her waist. Antonidas and Crasus sometimes lectured together. Jaina had been quite happy when she saw Alan during class, but as soon as class ended, Alan slipped away like a gust of wind. No one knew what he was busy with, and after class he was always impossible to find. She figured he was probably avoiding her. Otherwise, why couldn't anyone find him anywhere in Dalaran? Jaina. Arthas's voice came from beside her as he sat down across from her with a teacup. How was today's History of Magic lecture? I heard Lord Antonidas lectured in person, it must have been wonderful. Jaina pulled her gaze back from the window. It was okay. Okay. Arthas smiled. I heard Lord Antonidas rarely lectures in person. If other apprentices heard you say, it was okay, they'd probably chase you down and beat you for insulting him. Jaina tugged at the corner of her mouth, a small response. Her gaze drifted back out the window. Arthas sipped his tea, his eyes lingering on her face for a moment. Her profile flickered in the firelight from the hearth, eyelashes casting a small shadow on her eyelids. Her fingers clutched the worn coin pouch at her waist, squeezing it tightly. The weather should be nice tomorrow. He put down his cup, keeping his tone light. Dalaran's floating gardens are in bloom this season. Have you been? I heard those flowers are magically cultivated, a single bloom can display several colors. No. Then shall I take you? Morning is quieter, the scenery is best dash. Arthas, you come find me every day. Don't you have anything else to do? Jaina's voice was soft. Huh. Arthas froze. He opened his mouth to speak but found the lines he'd prepared stuck in his throat, none of them coming out. He looked at her, her gaze drifted out the window again, like a bird ready to fly at any moment. Suddenly he felt both very near and very far from her. Near enough to see the shadow her lashes cast on her cheek, far enough that she seemed not of this world. His guards outside the inn looked displeased. How dare this woman treat the prince of the kingdom of Lordaeron like this? Outside the inn, a man wearing a wizard's hood halted. After these days of investigation, Kel'Thuzad had confirmed one thing, there had never been a mage named Nazul in Dalaran before. He had gone through all enrollment records, guest logs, even the inn's resident lists. Nothing. There was only one exception, that young man who had accompanied the Kultira's princess to Dalaran a few days ago. His file was sealed, his name did not appear in any public records, his movements were mysterious, and after coming to Dalaran he vanished. No one knew where he was, no one knew what he was doing. A Nigerian Naira Opes. Kel'Thuzad suspected that this man was Nazul. That man had ruined his painstaking work. How much time and effort had he poured into building that organization, only for it to collapse in a few days because of that con man? Those he had personally recruited, those he had patiently persuaded and guided step by step after hearing that fraud's ramblings for a few nights, they threw their founder aside. They called the fraud Master Nazul. They obeyed him blindly, they worshipped him as a god. And Kel'Thuzad, his sincere words of counsel were seen by them as the jealous ramblings of a clown. He inhaled deeply and forced down the storm of emotions. He lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the inn's glass window to fall on a golden-haired girl. He would also destroy what Nazul cared about most. Kel'Thuzad stepped into the inn. Arthas sensed it first. He looked up and saw a man in a dark robe walking toward them. There was something unpleasant about him. He rose and moved to stand in front of Jaina. Who are you? Kel'Thuzad stopped. The face under his hood was half hidden in shadow, but a pair of grey-blue eyes could be seen. Those eyes looked at Arthas, then past him, toward Jaina behind him. Stay away from her. Arthas's voice turned cold. Jaina lifted her head from her book. She saw Arthas's silhouette blocking her, and the hooded man opposite standing completely still. She didn't know what was happening, but her hand had already quietly closed around the staff hanging at her waist. In Kel'Thuzad's room, Alan held a wooden carved raven in his hand. The piece was carved from some dark wood, the feather patterns fine and flowing, each barb carved sharply and clearly. The feel in his palm was warm and solid, like holding a small, congealed sliver of ancient power. This had to be a top fragment of a Tish. So it was you who stole it. No wonder. In the future game's Naxxrama's raid where Kel'Thuzad served as the final boss, the top fragment of a Tish would drop. It seemed he intended to reassemble a Tish deliberately. He examined it repeatedly, then glanced stealthily at Amy, who paid him no attention at all. Seeing Amy not looking at him, Alan calmly shoved the piece into his pocket. Wait a second, why sneak around? This isn't a furball. Antonidas and Crassus did say in person that they had entrusted him to retrieve all of Atish. Stella, who happened to catch this sight, quickly turned her head away and pretended not to see. Side quest, Magical Branch, completed. Quest objective, collect more magical wood fragments, 3/3. Reward, 1 random mid-level spell being drawn, 2 free attribute points granted, profession level increased by 1. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the spell, Biolocation. Biolocation. Circle level, 4th. Effect, you name or describe a creature you are familiar with. As long as that creature is within 1,000 meters of you, you will sense its direction. If the creature is moving, you will also know its direction of movement. Warlock level 3 to Warlock level 4. Unlocked new talents, 1 first to second circle spell, 1 cantrip, gained 2 attribute points. Great hall indeed, Alan stood before the bookshelf, choosing carefully. Detect thoughts. Circle level, 2nd. Effect, choose a creature and force a perception save. If the save fails, you may read its thoughts. Mage Hand. Circle level, cantrip. Effect, create a spectral hand that can manipulate objects and interact with them. Mage Hand. Alan read the description and a slight smile lifted the corner of his mouth. He was truly a mage. His cantrip was the proper mage hand. Who could say he wasn't a mage now? Talent, luck. Effect, once per day you may reroll a die. Alan's eyes locked on luck immediately. A daily do-over beats any spell. No-brainer pick. Side quest triggered, the legendary staff, 3. You can tell, this is a staff. It keeps calling to its other fragments. Gather them and master the legend. Quest objective, collect all legendary staff fragments, 3 out of 10. Quest reward, random 9th circle spell x1, 10 free attribute points, unlock 1 profession sequence. After that, Alan went through the motions of pretending to search, and found a small bundle of letters tied with black ribbon. He untied the ribbon and read them one by one. The first letter was scrawled and urgent, Lord Kel'Thuzad, although Master Nizul's teachings differ from yours, he has brought a brand new perspective. We cannot exclude him simply because his viewpoint differs. Please calm down and give Master Nizul another chance. The second letter's tone was more aggressive, Kel'Thuzad, you're being jealous. Since Master Nizul arrived, the cult has shown real cohesion. Look at the knowledge he's brought us and those profound shadow theories. You never taught us these things before. If you truly care for the cult, you should support Master Nizul, not oppose him at every turn. 3rd, 4th, 5th letters. Each one pleaded with him, each one defended Master Nizul, each one questioned his motives. The lines were drenched in fanaticism and adoration, the respect for him as the founder had evaporated. The last letter had no recipient and wasn't mailed. In the center of the page was a single line, written in thin, spare handwriting. I will remember today. No wonder he himself didn't come and didn't warn the other members not to come. To be precise, he did warn, but no one believed him. He could only protect himself, he didn't even dare go home. So what was he doing now? Alan continued to search. He found excerpts from Dalaran's guest register and Jaena's class schedule. Below them was a hand-drawn map marking the patrol posts along the route to the Magic Inn and their shift change times. The last sheet had only one line, written dead center on the page. She waits for him every day. She is waiting for him. Done for, Jaena, danger. Inside the Magic Inn, Jaena and Arthusa's personal guards closed in, their gazes wary and fixed on Kel'Thuzad. Pavel stepped forward first, blocking Kel'Thuzad. Who are you? Step back. Kel'Thuzad lifted his head, his hood slipping, revealing a pale, gaunt face. A ring of arcane light gathered in his gray-blue eyes, welling up from deep within the pupils, growing brighter and more dazzling. Outside the inn, every street-facing window exploded at the same instant. Glass shards sprayed outward like a torrential downpour, carving dozens of silver arcs in the moonlight before littering the ground. Purple light poured from the windows, the entire inn shuddered, and pedestrians on the street screamed as they scattered. The inn's interior was blasted into chaos by an arcane explosion. Tables and chairs were overturned, plates and cups shattered. The personal guards lay sprawled across the floor. Pavel was the worst injured. He had stood at the front and taken most of the blast. Arthas had shielded Jaina as well, but Pavel had absorbed the greater portion of the damage. Arthas's hair was disheveled, and several glass cuts streaked his face. Pavel. Jaina couldn't cry in time. She raised her hand, and an ice-blue glow gathered in her palm. A massive frostbolt slammed toward Kel'Thuzad, but his frost armor manifested from the void and blocked the attack. Kel'Thuzad raised his hand, fingers splayed. A ghastly green blood demon's grasp reached out from the void, clamping tightly around Jaina's waist. What a beautiful face. What a graceful maiden. If I could drain her life bit by bit, watch her turn into a white-haired old woman, how beautiful that would be. At that moment Arthas picked up a guard's sword and took a step forward. His heart pounded wildly. All his life he had always felt that the light didn't favor him when it responded to others. It was warm and bright, but with him it always hesitated, as if separated by a layer of something. But now, he had no time for such thoughts. For Jaina. Please, light, grant me strength. Golden radiance surged from his chest. A blazing torrent burst from his torso, pouring through his arms into the blade until the entire sword was plated in dazzling gold. He swung the sword down, and the ghastly green blood demon's grasp shattered under the impact of the golden light. Jaina's body fell. She hit the ground but didn't stop. As she planted her hands on the floor she completed the next spell's incantation. A dozen ice spikes rose simultaneously from the ground beneath her, razor-sharp ice blades stabbing toward Kel'Thuzad from every direction. Kel'Thuzad clenched his hand. The spikes halted less than a foot from his body, then began to twist and bend, the dozen sharp ice spikes kneading together before his palm. Looks like you have a fondness for frost magic. Kel'Thuzad's voice was as calm as if critiquing a student's homework. Conveniently, I also enjoy manipulating ice. He lifted his hand. Jaina gathered another frostbolt, but Kel'Thuzad was faster. With a gentle push, an invisible force hurled her through the air, slamming her into an overturned table leg. She curled inward in pain. Arthas charged with his sword. Kel'Thuzad didn't even glance his way, merely pointed a finger in his direction. Frost crawled up from beneath Arthas's boots, freezing his feet to the cracked wooden floor. Kel'Thuzad walked toward Jaina with a cold sneer, staring at the blonde girl curled by the table leg. His gray-blue eyes reflected her pale face. Tasha's hideous laughter. Saving throw, success. Stop. Alan's voice rang out. Jaina looked up in surprise. Alan stood across the street holding a cat, shouting loudly. Kel'Thuzad, your cat is with me. I advise you not to act rashly. When Alan noticed Jaina was in danger, he sprinted without pause, using anywhere door to get to the inn. Morgan and Stella's little short legs had long since been left far behind. Amy barely kept up by Blink, following for a few blocks until she had to stop at a crossroads, hands on her knees, gasping, staring incredulously at the figure growing more distant. His blink was longer and more frequent than hers, and he showed no sign of mana shortage at all. How deep is his magical reservoir? As for Mr. Bigworth, Alan had found a cat under the eaves across from the inn. Kel'Thuzad probably never guessed anyone would think that the Siamese cat under that eave was the most important thing in his life. He could not have imagined that Alan knew Mr. Bigworth that intimately. Kel'Thuzad stared at the cat, and something in his grey-blue eyes shattered. Only for a moment, then he stitched the pieces back together into a cold, hard mask. He looked at the man. Though his visage had shifted, from his movements Alan was instantly recognizable. Nazul. A smile tugged at Kel'Thuzad's lips. Fine. Come on. You may kill it. I don't care. He paused, moving his gaze from the cat to Jaina's pale face. I can resurrect Mr. Bigworth. Forever and ever he will be with me. What about you? Would you have your beloved become undead, to accompany you? If anyone else had heard those words before, Jaina might have smirked inwardly. But now, her golden hair was disheveled and stained with blood. She tilted her fair neck up and looked at Kel'Thuzad with nothing but hatred in her eyes. Seeing Kel'Thuzad's complete madness, Alan calmed the situation. All right, wait. I won't harm your cat. I have a proposition for you. Kel'Thuzad sneered. He raised his hand and an ice spike pressed at Jaina's throat. Blood beaded on her skin. She was terrified, but bit her lip and stayed silent. Why should I listen to you? Kel'Thuzad's voice was very quiet. Alan took a deep breath, his voice suddenly very calm, because I know what you want. Tasha's hideous laughter. Saving throw, success. Admit it, Kel'Thuzad. Alan's voice was soft, like stating an unimportant fact. You're just jealous. Kel'Thuzad's eyes went cold. You're jealous of me whether as a mage or as an undead mage. I have more talent, I'm more outstanding than you. You're jealous that Arakae and the others respect me more, admire me more. You're jealous that the founder of the cult of the damned is me, not you. Kel'Thuzad's chest heaved violently. You're talking nonsense. Admit it. Alan lowered his head and looked at the grey-blue Siamese cat in his arms. Alan scratched beneath its chin. Mr. Bigwars, who had already been won over by animal friendship, nuzzled Alan's palm affectionately. See, even your cat likes me a little more. Kel'Thuzad's gaze fell on that cat, and his pale face twisted for a moment. He flung the inn's half-closed door wide, two ice claws reached out from the void, one on each side, grabbing Jaina and Arthas by the collars and dragging them out of the rubble. Jaina struggled, the ice claws tightened at once. She bit her lip, tears blurring her face as she looked at Alan. Arthas's feet were still frozen. When he was dragged, his knees struck the threshold and he let out a muffled groan. Kel'Thuzad stood in the doorway. How shall we duel? I can tell you honestly that, whether those two people, or whatever the cult of the damned is, or whatever necromancy, it's all worthless to me. He paused. If you hurt them, or win against me in those areas, I will feel nothing. Tasha's hideous laughter. Saving throw, success. Kel'Thuzad's fingers twitched. If you try to secretly cast any mind-affecting spell on me again, I will kill them outright. Alan spread his hands. All right, I'll be honest. The thing that matters most to me is my mage career. Losing to you in this field is absolutely unacceptable. He looked into Kel'Thuzad's eyes, enunciating each word, so let's settle this with the simplest duel between mage apprentices. If I win, you release them. If you win, do as you wish with me. Deception check, success. Your sincere feeling successfully fooled the other party. He believes you, your mage career is very important to you. Of course, you simply told the truth, your lie hidden beneath genuine emotion. Kel'Thuzad nodded. Alan nodded too. Fine. We'll contest the most basic spells, missiles versus shield. Each of us summons a simple magical shield, no reinforcements allowed, then we use the simplest arcane missiles on each other. Whoever cries stop first loses. Fair. Kel'Thuzad sneered. He probably thought the other was merely a frustrated soul obsessed with forbidden magic, daring to challenge him in his proud arena. Wherever he went since childhood, he had been the brightest, the most gifted. Even Antonidas had favored him, wanting him as a disciple. Alan casually cast a shield, making a polite gesture. Since I proposed it, you may attack first. A pale blue arcane barrier unfurled before Kel'Thuzad. He raised both hands, arcane energy bursting from his palms, a continuous stream of deep blue light shot toward Alan. Alan raised his hand as well, purple arcane missiles darted from his fingertips. However, Kel'Thuzad's arcane missiles against Alan vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, without a ripple. Seeing this, Kel'Thuzad gritted his teeth and poured more magic into his palms. The torrent of missiles grew faster and fiercer, the azure light nearly swallowing the entire street. But Alan's shield registered no reaction, not a flicker. Kel'Thuzad's own shield began to crack, the fractures spreading and deepening like cracks crawling across an ice surface across the light wall. In these 3 days of study, although Alan still hadn't learned arcane intellect, he had already tested it, in the system's eyes, arcane missiles are magic missile. RBS. And shield is immune to magic missile. Arthas could not move. He stared past the purple turbulence and sparks at the man who had casually raised his hand farther down the street. Like a savior. Kel'Thuzad grew increasingly hysterical. His barrier had shattered, yet he did not cry stop, while Alan's shield showed no damage at all. Kel'Thuzad was near collapse, he had even lost in his most proud domain of magic. What he found most unbearable was Alan's breezy indifference, the shield completely unscathed. Kel'Thuzad could die, could be jailed, but he would never allow himself to lose to this man again. The purple missiles tore through scattering light fragments and struck Kel'Thuzad squarely in the chest. His back hit the stone wall behind him, a metallic sweet taste flooding his mouth. He did not cry stop. He raised his hand, the arcane glow on his fingertips had dimmed considerably, but he still focused it and hurled it forth. The missiles struck the shield and dissipated silently. That shield did not even tremble. Kel'Thuzad slumped against the corner, his back against the cold stone, his robe scorched in places, blood seeping at the corner of his mouth. Even then, he did not cry stop. He raised his bloodied hand and kept maintaining arcane missiles. He stared at Alan. Nazul, Nazul, Nazul. Why had it to be you? The first day I met you, I thought I had finally found a kindred spirit, someone who truly understood me, but you betrayed me. I never cared what the other fools in the cult of the damned thought of me. What drove me to despair, what I most hated, was your betrayal. Nazul. Just kill me. If you kill me, will I finally see the deathly world I've dreamed of? Alan watched him, such conviction. No wonder he had consecutively saved against my Tasha's hideous laughter. Since that's the case, I'll just disconnect you early. He was about to strike fatally when a voice sounded, Mr. Prester. Please spare them. Alan pretended not to hear. The missile left his hand, dragging a purple trail, streaking straight for Kel'Thuzad. Just as the missile was about to prematurely kill Kel'Thuzad, an arcane barrier blossomed in front of him, blocking the attack. Ansirem Runweaver strode forward, followed by dozens of Kirin Tor battle mages. Mr. Prester, Kel'Thuzad is a mage of Dalaran, you cannot kill him. He paused, his tone softening, we will confine him to the Violet Prison and administer fair justice. Kel'Thuzad, collapsing on the ground, his ashen pupils moved a fraction. Prester. So your name is Nazul Prester, huh? Alan picked at his ear, sneered inside, pretending he hadn't heard. Sorry, I was just too focused. Ansirem waved a hand. It's fine. As long as Jaina and Prince Arthas are unharmed. The battle mages surged forward. Arcane chains snaked out of the void, wrapping Kel'Thuzad's wrists and ankles, iron shackles following, fastening layer upon layer. They dragged him up from the corner. His robe was full of scorch marks and bloodstains, hair falling messily over his brow, eyes hollow as if staring at some nameless place. Someone. Someone. Jaina's voice cried from the inn, is there a cleric? Pavel needs treatment Alan, Pavel is close to dying. Alan rushed to the window and peered out. Pavel lay by the overturned table motionless. His face was paper white, his lips drained of color. Pavel. Seeing Pavel treat that cheap malachite like a treasure, wearing it on his chest like a prized possession. Alan slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Ansirem. He said nothing, but something in those eyes sank. Ansirem shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Prester. Kel'Thuzad is a mage of Dalaran. He must face Dalaran's punishment. Very well. Alan's voice was as calm as commenting on the weather. I understand. Alan clenched Saralath at his waist. He lifted his head, staring toward the end of the street, the figure bound in arcane chains and iron shackles, being escorted away by battle mages, receding slowly. Metamagic, range extension. Greatly extends the casting distance of the next spell. Target locked. Kel'Thuzad. Then. Farewell. Mind blast. Alan parted his lips lightly. Bang. With Alan's barely audible bang, a commotion rose from the far end of the street. Bound in layers of arcane chains and iron shackles, Kel'Thuzad suddenly seemed to lose all support, his body going limp as he slumped forward. The battle mages escorting him fumbled to catch him, then shouts of alarm broke out. "He's dead! He's dead!" Ansram snapped his head around, his gaze falling on Alan. Amy stood behind Ansram. She saw the silent shape of Alan's lips, saw his fingers twitch slightly inside his sleeve. She didn't say a word, only averted her eyes and stared at the wobbly signboard across the street. Alan met Ansram's gaze and shrugged helplessly. "Sorry, maybe I went a bit too hard earlier." Ansram stared at him for a few breaths, then sighed and said nothing more. Dead wasn't enough. Alan lowered his eyes and let his fingertips brush over Xal'atath at his waist. A dead Kel'Thuzad was still a threat. Once the defense of Dalaran was settled, he had to find Kel'Thuzad's corpse and destroy it. He couldn't let whatever messy thing in this timeline resurrect him into a lich. "Alan." Morgan's voice came from behind. He and Stella finally arrived, both breathless from running. Alan grabbed Morgan's arm and hauled him into the inn. "Morgan, you made it. Hurry, help Pavel and the others, they're all wounded." Morgan didn't ask questions. He strode into the door that had been blown off its hinges and stood among shattered glass and upturned tables. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands at his chest. Golden light welled up from his palms, at first a faint, flickering glow, then growing brighter and fuller, like a tiny sun cupped in his hands. The light spread outward, passing over the fallen personal guards, passing over Pavel, stained with blood. It was warm and gentle, like sunlight filtering through leaves on a spring afternoon, like a mother's hand on a fevered brow. Wounds knit under the glow, pale faces regaining color. Pavel's chest rose and fell, and a muffled moan escaped his throat. Jaina watched as color returned to his face and finally let the tears fall, choking out, "Thank you, Mr. Morgan." She turned her head toward Alan, who stood in the doorway, and spoke in an even softer voice. "Thank you, Alan." Arthas stood to one side, watching Morgan sheath the light, watching the personal guards sit up one by one, bewildered as they touched their faces and arms. His fingers clenched and unclenched. He hadn't learned healing spells, so why hadn't he tried using the light sooner? He was the Prince of Lordaeron, yet here he stood, watching others save people, watching others shine, like a candle forgotten in a corner. Like a supporting character. His gaze landed on Alan. That was the man Jaina liked. Arthas suddenly felt that, beyond the title, Prince of Lordaeron, he seemed to be inferior to that person in every way. And as Prince of Lordaeron, the people had placed so many expectations on him, expectations he wasn't sure he could bear. For the first time, he didn't have to answer to any of those expectations, he could quietly remain a supporting character at the side. The Princess of Kul Tiras did not look to him, he didn't have to shoulder the duty of saving her. Everyone naturally awaited Alan Prester to save everything. He had to do nothing, bear no responsibility. That feeling. Alan stood and turned, noticing Ansram still standing where he had been. The old man had not followed the battle mages away, he simply stood there quietly, as if lost in thought. "What's wrong, Archmage Ansram?" Alan asked. "Aren't you going to help the other archmages defend Dalaran?" Ansram shook his head, his face showing fatigue. "Mr. Prester, the cult of the Damned's agreed upon diversion time has long passed. No one attacked Dalaran. Nothing happened. Archmage Antonidas wishes to see you." A silent thunderclap detonated in Alan's mind. Nothing happened. How could nothing have happened? Didn't the Horde and the Black Dragons want the eye of Dalaran? He lifted his head, scanning Ansram's face, Amy's face, the battle mages at the corner cleaning up the battlefield. A kind of unease gripped his heart like never before. He remembered Kel'Thuzad's hysterical state in the inn. He had long wondered why Kel'Thuzad would be so frantic. Even if the cult of the damned was wiped out, why wouldn't he take other measures, flee instead of coming here to get revenge on him? And now nothing happened today either. Could it be that Kel'Thuzad already knew nothing would happen today, that he had been abandoned? Not only had the group he painstakingly built been destroyed by me, but someone he valued dearly had abandoned him, leaving him utterly despondent. If it wasn't Kel'Thuzad, then who else infiltrated Dalaran, coordinating with the Black Dragons to seize the Eye of Dalaran? Was it Ansram? Alan glanced at Ansram, then at Amy. This was the first time he'd encountered a situation so completely detached from the game's script, and Alan felt deeply uneasy. What exactly did the enemy intend to do? Suddenly Alan remembered the vision he'd seen that day, the murmuring old orc. He had said there wasn't enough time. They must what? Wait, the Horde sent so many troops to Azeroth, which means they can open portals to Azeroth at will. So, do they really need the 3 artifacts to open the dark portal leading to Azeroth? Alan's vague memories crystallized. The 3 artifacts were needed to open a different dark portal. Where did that dark portal lead? Their repeated failures to find the 3 artifacts had driven them to desperation. What might they do next? Alan snapped his head up. If stealth failed, would they launch another massive frontal invasion of Azeroth? Blasted lands. The blasted lands had been restless lately. The orcs intensified their harassment of the Sons of Lothar, those green-skinned lunatics surging like tides wave after wave, heedless of casualties or cost. But the Sons of Lothar, enduring endless harassment, had nonetheless completed the construction of the watchtower. It was a grey stone fortress perched on the choke point of the blasted lands, like a crouching beast clamping down on the throat that led from the dark portal to Azeroth. Towers bristled with the latest Griffin landing platforms, and inside the walls were stockpiles of food and arrows enough to last half a year. On the training field outside the walls, a silver-haired high elf was drawing a bow at a training dummy. Her motion was so fast it blurred, the first arrow pinned the dummy's throat, the feathered tail still humming. The second arrow followed the first's trajectory and drove deeper into the stake. Third, fourth, fifth arrows filled every lethal spot on the dummy's chest, abdomen, and limbs. She lowered her bow, silver hair damp with sweat clinging to her pale neck. She wore light leather armor, sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Wind blew from the depths of the blasted lands, stirring her disheveled silver hair. A fast horse galloped up from the direction of the watchtower, hooves beating a brisk drum. The messenger was a young Stormwind soldier. He pulled up at the edge of the training ground, swung down from his mount, clutching a bundle of letters and newspapers to his chest, about to run toward the fortress. Messenger. When Lysa put away her bow and hurried over. Her voice was clear and carried the high elf's grace. Any newspapers or messages from the north? Anything from Menethil Harbor? The messenger turned and saw those sky-blue eyes looking at him, his face flushed scarlet. He fumbled in his arms and produced a stack of crumpled newspapers and several letters. Yes, yes. Lady Windrunner. From Menethil Harbor, and Stormwind. These are the recent additions. At the top of Watchtower was a circular meeting hall. The 5 leaders of the Sons of Lothar had gathered here. Turalian stood at the head of the long table, both hands pressed against its surface. His brow was tightly knitted, his gaze fixed on the military map of the blasted lands spread across the table. Illyria Windrunner sat on his left, her back ramrod straight. She wore light leather armor, and her long golden hair was braided into a single plait resting on her shoulder. Khadgar stood by the window, his back to everyone. His white hair fluttered slightly in the wind, yet his youthful face carried a weariness that belied his age. Daneth Trollbane leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. A dent carved by an orc battle-axe marred his pauldron, one he hadn't had time to repair. His short brown hair stuck up in a mess, and a fresh stubble covered his chin. Kurdran Wildhammer sat on a stone bench that was far too tall for him, his short, thick legs stretched out far. His large nose was bright red, whether from the wind and sand of the blasted lands or from sneaking too much strong liquor the night before. The collar of his battle robe hung open, revealing a patch of hairy chest. Turalian looked up, his gaze landing on Kurdran. The orc harassment is getting more frequent, High Thane. When will your Wildhammer Griffin riders finally arrive at Watchtower? Kurdran awkwardly rubbed his big nose, muttering, soon, I think. Soon. I've written 10 letters urging them to hurry. He paused, then added, is it really that urgent? Turalian didn't answer. He simply looked at Kurdran, his eyes carrying no reproach, yet Kurdran couldn't help but shrink his neck. Turalian turned to Khadgar. Archmage, what do you think? Khadgar sighed, turning from the window. The wind from the blasted lands tousled his white hair even more. Lately, I've had a nagging sense of foreboding, he said, his voice clear in the meeting hall. I suspect the Horde might be planning something major soon. Daneth straightened up from the wall, his tone tinged with resignation. Oh, come on, Archmage. Since when did you become a prophet? He paused. Besides your premonitions, do you have any more concrete reasons? Khadgar shot him a defiant glare. Can't I be a prophet? Don't forget, my teacher was one. But as soon as the words left his mouth, his expression darkened. Mediva's name was never an easy topic in this room. Illyria looked up from the war report, her voice cool as she spoke. Khadgar, my ranger corps is already on the way. If they've come all this way for nothing. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. I'll pluck every single hair from your beard. A Nigerian Naira Beta Epsilon. Khadgar instinctively touched the sparse whiskers on his chin and quickly changed his tune. Well, omens are hardly reliable. He coughed dryly. I saw an incredibly absurd prophecy a while back. Something like that could never happen. Kurdran's interest was piqued. He stroked his beard and asked, what prophecy? Khadgar gave a bitter laugh, waving his hands dismissively. Nothing, nothing. How could he ever admit that he'd secretly sneaked into the forbidden zone of Karazhan and seen a future where a dark wizard would save the sons of Lothar? Turalian was a paladin, after all. He was still a little afraid of this stubborn man. Sister. Sister. A clear voice rang out from outside the door, breaking the brief silence in the hall. The door burst open, and when Lysa Windrunner rushed in, her silver hair flying behind her. Illyria's expression softened instantly. She set down the war report and reached out to her sister. What is it, little moon? The others in the room were long used to this. Turalian shifted slightly to make room for the Windrunner family's little sister. Daneth leaned back against the wall, while Kurdran grinned and stroked his beard. When Lysa held up a war report, her eyes blazing with excitement. The Black Dragon Sibelian and the Orcs attacked Menethil Harbor. They tried to seize ships to search the endless sea for Sargeras' scepter. Turalian shot to his feet. And then? How did it go? Did they succeed? When Lysa waved the report, her voice echoing through the hall. They failed. An archmage named Alan Prester stopped them. Daneth let out a long breath, his tense shoulders relaxing. Good to hear. He rubbed the fresh stubble on his chin. So, the orcs really were after those artifacts. Shouldn't we warn Dalaran? Khadgar didn't respond. His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on the war report in Lysa's hand. Alan Prester. He repeated the name. The one who killed Terran Gorfiend with you. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. Illyria and Turalian exchanged a glance, one filled with hidden amusement. They both knew about their little sister's secret crush. Danetha's eyes darted between Lysa and the report twice before a look of dawning understanding crossed his face. Khadgar remained silent. He had met this young man in Darkshire. Back then, he had intended to offer help, but he never expected the Dark Wizard to unleash such overwhelming shadow energy. He wasn't the mage Khadgar had assumed to be chosen by fate. He was something darker, more dangerous. He looked at Turalian and Illyria and gave a slight shake of his head. The Alan they had heard about, the gentle Alterac noble Lysa frequently mentioned to her sister, the good young man of Stormwind, the honest and upright big boy, was not the same person he knew. But he wasn't foolish enough to expose all that. Given Turalian's personality, once he met the young man, he'd understand on his own. Regardless, Turalian's voice broke the brief silence. This is good news. He turned to the group. Although Mediva's book was stolen from Stormwind, we've successfully stopped another Horde team from seizing Sargeras' scepter. He paused. After Menethil Harbor, they don't have many easy targets left. And even if they find one, it might not have the big ships needed to explore the endless sea. Over the next few days, good news came one after another. Illyria's Ranger Corps arrived first. The High Elves wore silver chainmail and emerald green cloaks, riding dragonhawks and tall warhorses. Their long ears twitched slightly in the wind. The soldiers of Watchtower crowded the walls, staring at this elite force of High Elves, murmuring in amazement. Soon after, the mages of the Kirin Tor arrived, led by Archmage Vargoth. The first thing they did upon arrival was to set up a portal from Watchtower to Dalaran. That evening, the clouds on the horizon burned a deep orange from the sunset. Kurdran Wildhammer stood on the wall, craning his neck northward for a long time. Then he saw it, a cluster of black dots emerged from beneath the clouds, growing larger and closer. The screech of griffins cut through the oppressive air of the blasted lands. Those massive beasts spread their wide wings, circling again and again over Watchtower, casting huge shadows. The Wildhammer dwarves' griffin riders had finally arrived. Rare. Since the Second War, so many races had gathered once more to stand together against the Horde's invasion. Humans and dwarves stood on the walls, elves and mages lived in the tents, and the stables held warhorses, griffins, and dragonhawks. The newly built Watchtower had never been so crowded, nor so lively. That night, the dwarves broke out the fine liquor they had carried over the long journey. Kurdran was the first to raise his glass, singing an off-key mountain ballad in Dwarvish. Turalian, stone-faced, weaved through the crowd. He snatched a keg away from a Wildhammer dwarf who was trying to pour drinks down a soldier's throat. The dwarf glared, about to protest, but when he saw Turalian's expressionless face, he muttered and pulled his hand back. Kurdran, are your griffin riders going to knock out all my soldiers on their very first day at Watchtower? The entire Watchtower was buzzing with excitement. When Lysa sat on the battlements, her legs dangling over the edge, gazing down at the torchlit camp below. The firelight flickered across her face, shifting between light and shadow. In this atmosphere, when Lysa wrote a letter to Alan and sent it to Dalaran. There were actually so many things she wanted to write in the letter, but since Alan hadn't sent her a single letter in so long, when Lysa pouted and left them out. Late into the night, she returned to her room and fell asleep to the lively noise of Watchtower. A deep, restful sleep. She didn't know how long she had been asleep. A distant sound suddenly broke into her dream. First, a tremor in the earth. Very faint, like someone hammering the ground far away. Fine grains of sand trickled down from the cracks in the stone walls. When Lysa turned over in her sleep. Then came a blurred wave of noise, muffled by the walls and the night, twisted by the wind into an indistinguishable mess. Her brow furrowed slightly. In an instant, all the sounds rushed in at once. The chaotic clatter of iron boots on stone floors, someone screaming orders in common. And then there was the roar, surging in from outside the city like a tidal wave. When Lysa's eyes snapped open. That wasn't the sound of humans. The war had begun. When Lysa quickly pulled on her clothes, the leather straps of her armor flashing through her fingers. She rushed to the window, dawn already paling the sky. When Lysa arrived at the camp, a group of wounded soldiers had just been carried back. Their armor was smeared with black and red blood, some groaned on stretchers, some lay silent with closed eyes, some no longer needed treatment. 5 leaders stood at the camp gate, faces grave. A wounded soldier was propped up by 2 comrades, staggering to stand before them. They were part of the garrison stationed at the dark portal. Half his face was crusted with blood, his left arm hung in a blood-soaked sling. Bad news. His voice was hoarse, like he had used up the last of his strength. The dark portal has opened again. Everyone startled. Even without obtaining those 3 artifacts, the orcs had once again opened the dark portal. Some sucked in a shocked breath, some stepped back instinctively, some clenched their weapons. Those who had lost homes, comrades, everything during the Second War showed fear and pain in their eyes. Were they going to fight those terrible orcs again? Turalian reacted immediately. He ripped the long sword from his waist, the blade cutting a sharp arc through the dawn light. His voice thundered over the camp. All of you dash. He raised his sword high, that wind-scarred face burning with something fierce and hot. Isn't this exactly why we came? His gaze swept over the wounded soldiers, over the frightened young faces, over the pale comrades. We came to stop those bastards. Our legions are assembled, the sons of Lothar are ready. The fact that they've opened the dark portal now is exactly what we want. He paused, his voice rising a few degrees. They ran straight into the tips of our spears. Soldiers on the walls began to lift their heads. Men and women. Turalian turned, sword pointing to the west where the sky was stained with dark smoke. Warriors. His voice echoed between the ramparts, striking back from every shield. All forces assemble, advance. He led the charge, armor flashing like a streak of light in the dawn. Drive them back. Push them back into the dark portal dash. The horn rent the dawn. The gates of the watchtower thundered open, iron hooves smashing the cracked earth of the blasted lands. Human soldiers formed dense phalanxes, spears like forests, shield walls like mountains, each step sending sand and stone flying. Paladins spurred their mounts forward, silver tabards snapping in the wind, Turalian at the forefront, the light burning on his blade like a white sun. Nob. Mages of the Kirin Tor raised their staves in unison, arcs of arcane light gathering at the tips into a blue river of stars that lit the wasteland as bright as day. Wild-hammer dwarves griffin riders dove from the skies, griffins' golden wings slicing the grey haze, casting rushing shadows. The dwarves gripped their axes, war cries mingling with the griffins' screams. High elf rangers spread silently like silver streams seeping into the cracks of the scorched earth. Dragonhawk riders circled higher, those great beasts' long golden wings edged with dawn. When Lysa rode one of the Dragonhawks, her silver hair whipped by the high-altitude wind, her gaze piercing the clouds to fall upon the green rift tearing the land in the distance. The dark portal burned at the end of the blasted lands. That enormous green fissure gaped like a wound split open on the earth, fell fire spurting from its frame, dyeing the sky a sickly emerald. Orcs surged out from the gate like a tidal wave. Those green-skinned warriors swung blood-smeared axes, pouring through the rift like an unceasing flood. Orcs dragged hooked chains attached to colossal war drums, the drums thudding like thunder, making the ground itself tremble. Two torrents collided on the blasted land's plain. The instant the human phalanx's front rank met the orc vanguard, the sounds of metal tearing flesh, bone cracking, and dying men's final roars blended into a soundwave that shot into the sky. Spears drove into orc chests, axes cleaved human shields, the light and fell magic collided in the air, erupting into blinding explosions again and again. Arcane missiles poured from the mage's staff tips like a meteor shower, answered by shadow bolts from orc warlocks. The ground was instantly soaked with blood, it was impossible to tell human from orc. Wildhammer griffin riders dove from the clouds, axes carving bloody paths over orc heads. Without the Dragonmaw clan, the orcs who had not yet allied with Kalimdor's wyverns, orcs had almost no air superiority. When Lysa knocked an arrow, it tore through the air and detonated into a roaring sea of bodies among the orcs. The Dragonhawk beneath her twisted, banked, and dove with nimble grace. Suddenly, when Lysa sensed sharply that not far away, within the orc ranks on the plain, a large group was erupting with extremely powerful shadow energy. The feeling was familiar to her, infused even with a berserk fel. She spurred the Dragonhawk toward them. Her body had never felt so light. She was no longer the same as before. She was no longer a child, no longer the little moon sheltered behind her sister. She could stand shoulder to shoulder with her sister in battle. She could fight to protect this world. She raised her longbow, about to draw, when darkness suddenly fell overhead. The shadow came too fast, she only had time to look up and see a patch of black blotting out the sky. She yanked the Dragonhawk's reins, veering sharply aside, but a green hellfire meteor still scraped the Dragonhawk's wing, fell flames scorching half its feathers. The Dragonhawk, like a kite with a snapped string, spun and plummeted. The meteor slammed into the ranks of the sons of Lothar. A towering wave of green inferno instantly swallowed the nearby soldiers. Dozens were reduced to ash before they could even scream. Flames burst from the ground, hurling rock and flesh into the air. Then, on that charred earth, a massive figure rose up. Its body was forged from molten green fel, flames coursing through every crack like blood through veins. A doom fire, it raised an arm and smashed it into the ground, the earth shuddering, more men pulverized into bloody pulp. More meteors cleaved the sky. 1, 2, 10, they trailed green tails as they fell, striking into the sons of Lothar's lines, into the ranks of the mages, into the very center of the paladin formations as they were rallying to charge. The doomfires rose from the impact craters one after another, swinging their burning fists to tear gaping wounds through the Alliance's battle lines. Thick black smoke billowed upward, nearly blotting out the entire sky. Damn it! Turalyon raised his longsword, the light blazing around him as he urged his armored warhorse forward, ready to charge and shred those doomfires. Watch out! Illyria's dragonhawk swept in from the side, and Turalyon looked up to see a stream of shadow flame pouring down from the heavens above. Illyria's dragonhawk extended its talons, grabbing Turalyon's pauldron and yanking him from the saddle. The warhorse was reduced to charcoal in the shadow flame, not even a whimper escaping its throat. The black smoke cleared. In the sky, dozens of black dragons blotted out the sun. They spread their wide wings, their dark scales gleaming with a crimson luster under the fell glow, each wing beat kicking up a stinking wind. The largest among them led the pack, its wingspan vast enough to shroud half the sky. It opened its jagged maw and unleashed another torrent of shadow flame, carving a charred trench through the sons of Lothar's lines. The black dragons had arrived. When Lysa opened her eyes in a daze. At the final moment of her fall, the dragonhawk had shielded her. The great beast's wings wrapped around her body as it plowed a bloody furrow through the dense ranks of orcs, finally crashing into the mountain rocks. A dozen orc corpses were crushed beneath it. The dragonhawk's eyes were still open, but its golden pupils had gone vacant. Warm blood spread from under its body, soaking half of one Lysa's form. She crawled out from beneath the dragonhawk's corpse. A wound on her forehead bled freely, the blood smearing over her left eye. She wiped it with her sleeve, painting half her face red. Her right leg had been cut by something it hurt when she walked, but the bone wasn't broken. She tried moving her fingers. They still worked. The orcs were closing in. A dark mass of them surged from every direction. Blood still dripped from their axes, and shreds of flesh clung to the fangs of their wolves. They watched her like a bird trapped in a cage. When Lysa raised her bow, the first arrow pierced the throat of a roaring orc. The second nailed into the palm of a warlock mid-cast, causing his shadow bolt to explode in his hand and blast him to pieces. The third, the fourth, the fifth, every arrow found its mark with deadly precision. Not a single shot missed, and for a moment, none of the orcs dared to advance. Are with tilde beta s. The green-skinned monsters halted before the corpses. Some stepped back, others clenched their axes but refused to move forward. They stared at this blood-soaked high elf, at those blazing sky-blue eyes. Come on. When Lysa's voice was hoarse but sharp. I am Quel'Thala's arrow. I am the Windrunner's bolt. I'll pierce every filthy throat among you. Her voice echoed off the mountain rocks, and for a moment, it truly intimidated the encircling orcs. A towering orc centurion pushed through the crowd, roaring in Orcish, threatening the others to advance. When Lysa reached for her quiver and found it empty, she turned and began to climb. The cliff face was nearly vertical. She hooked her fingers into cracks in the rock, dug her boot tips into every protruding ledge, pressed her body against the cold stone, and climbed upward, ever upward. Almost at the top. Her fingers were already touching the horizontal ridge at the edge. A shadow bolt exploded above her. The ridge shattered, and gravel slipped from her fingertips. Her body leaned backward, her hand grasping at empty air, catching only the wind. She fell. Midair, she looked back at the entire battlefield. A portal had already opened behind the orc lines. That massive green vortex was like another dark portal raised on its side, with demons pouring through. Doomfires swung their massive arms, scorching tracks across the Alliance's formations. The black dragon's shadow flame wove into a black web of fire above the battlefield, each breath carving a burning trench into the earth. The light flickered in the distance, brightening and dimming like a lamp on the verge of being snuffed out in a storm. She looked down at the gathered orcs below. They craned their necks, raised their axes. They waited for her to land, like hunters waiting for fruit to fall from a branch. When Lysa suddenly thought of Alan Prester. Was he doing well in Dalaran? Would he have enough money for Stella and the others? Were there any shameless women hanging around him? Had he written to her? Had her letter reached him? Had he received it? Would he reply? Did he think of her? If only she'd said a few more words to him when they last parted. If only she'd written all these things she wanted to say in that letter yesterday. If only Alan, I'm sorry. I can't give you the final payment for protecting Dalaran. She closed her eyes. The wind howled past her ears, stretching the weightlessness of her fall into a long, long silence. Then images surged up like leaves scattered by the wind, fluttering one by one from the depths of memory. I'm from Baldur's Gate. Just call me Alan. Noble warrior, greetings. I am Alan Prester from the kingdom of Alterac. This is my guard, Wunlei. Uncle Wunlei, I bought you some gloves. Haven't you been wearing that pair for days now? Aren't they dirty? Next, I'll bring justice to these victims. I'll personally kill that bastard. Stalvan Mistmantle. Morgan, I know that pursuing justice is the most important thing to you. But if you can take care of your wife and daughter along the way, that's what true strength is. Don't worry, Stella. I'll definitely make you a ton of money. Hey, what's going on? How did you know to pick me up here? Telepathy. Varian. You're finally awake. Get up, Stormwind is in chaos. Why? Why was she remembering, at the moment of her death, only Alan's promises to others, only the moments when Alan saved others? With Alan, she only had countless ordinary moments, trivial daily life. When Lysa opened her eyes again. Mid-fall, she twisted her body to face the orcs waiting below, craning their necks. Her hand gripped the dagger at her waist. I don't want to die. I absolutely will not die. I haven't yet. With a roar, when Lysa swung her dagger down toward the orcs closing in, like a falling meteor. Die. With her roar, the moment she drove the dagger down. Boom. A thunderbolt struck.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.